Chức vụ cao nhất.
Gotta buy drinks for the first round. Tryna get Every eye on me, I won't stop living it up. Living my energy. Living so wild and free. Every eye on me, I won't stop living it up. Yeah, 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 yeah. Winning it every minute, yeah. I'm way beyond uninhibited, bringing it every minute, yeah. No matter where I go, I'll make 'em say wow. Yeah, I stand out in a crowd. No matter where I go, I'll make 'em say wow. It's my life, I'm living it loud. No matter where I go, I'll make 'em say wow. I'm way beyond uninhibited, bringing it every minute, yeah. No matter where I go, I'll make 'em say wow. I'm way beyond uninhibited, bringing it every minute, yeah. No matter where I go, I'll make 'em say wow. I got drive, yeah, I don't hit the brakes. I make moves, I never hesitate. Oh boy, yeah, I'm in control. I won't apologize for being.
장점이라고 하면은 저는 이 마우스를 사용했어요. 양손잡이고 또 어느 그립의 사용자든 편하게 사용할 수 있을 정도의 호불호 없는 마우스 그립이라고 말씀드리고 싶고, 그리고 또 펄사가 굉장히 마우스를 잘 만드는 회사인 만큼 센서도 굉장히 좋고 그런 민감도나 정확도 그런 거에서 굉장히 뛰어난 성능을 보여준다고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
more from Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. We had a crazy day yesterday.
We
so
still have
let's
30
keep the party
minutes
going.
before
This is Mika Fabs here on the desk.
Global
Big time
Esport
in
versus
Noku. We had
BI.
such an
So
amazing day yesterday. The crowd is absolutely insane.
I don't know how the players could even talk to each other with how crazy the crowd was, especially in that map 2, the qualification game.
Oh.
It was going off in here. I could barely hear myself think. That's how loud this SEA crowd is.
I mean, here we are. Supremacy is what we're seeing at the moment. We've got 3 teams over to Masters London with some degree of SEA representation. So, of course, here in Ho Chi Minh, we're going to keep that party rolling, as you said, and watch some more of these SEA players go head-to-head to see who's going to win this stage of Pacific.
Absolutely. It's our home court here, and Supremacy is the name of the game. Now, of course, commiserations to T1. We have to bow out yesterday, and this marks the first Masters event without a Korean team. That's the big news coming out of yesterday.
Yes, it's a bit heartbreaking. Unfortunately, a lot of Korean teams over there in VCT Pacific, even our current reigning Masters champion bowing out early after a little bit of a meta shuffle, unfortunately.
Yeah.
T1, I mean, despite the fact they have such big names on that roster, and I think they were very capable of winning that series yesterday, they just don't seem to be in good enough form right now across the board, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, it is very cutthroat indeed, especially on the stage in front of all of the fans. And by the way, the fan experience here in Vietnam has been so amazing. There's so much going on here. And after our grand finals, by the way, we have an after party for you. Valorant Sound is coming to Ho Chi Minh City. It is a massive after party, a massive rave with the sounds of Valorant created especially for Valorant fans. This is absolutely crazy. Everything will be prepared for the fans here.
I'm looking at big time there. He's always down to bust a move. I've seen him do some
know
crazy
me.
ones in the past, so I expect to see you there, buddy.
I will be head spinning at this event. You don't want to miss
Yeah,
it. It will be an all-time moment.
I think we've been a witness to Morgan's breakdancing here. He's very, very talented.
breakdance.
I'm the best to do it.
He has his own spin to what he calls this kind of art form. But yeah, he definitely does. Shout out to him also. I hope you're doing well. But of course, talking about our matches today, I mean, because of yesterday, I feel like our teams are all fired up because of how heated the matches were yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think we saw, you know, some really big moments like Paper Rex. I think they love playing in front of a crowd. We saw just how much it energized them, and they really thrived in that environment. You know, team like GE, though, they have to bounce back a little bit more. I think they need some more adjustments to time on this stage. So I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to rebound and if Paper Rex are able to continue that form from yesterday.
And this is where you're going to have to see some stamina as well, because we're getting into the best of 5s now without the map advantage, because this is the lower bracket final, and whoever comes out on top will have to play another best of 5 as a reward against Primi. So that's going to be a lot of fun for them, and Full Sense do have a 2-map advantage as well with the bans coming in. I think they are looking pretty bloody good to win Pacific, but you can't count out GE or Paper Rex, some great teams, and I want to see who's going to make the grand final.
oh my
I
back,
mean,
my back.
GE,
Oh,
they look a little shaken, I guess, first time playing on this kind of stage and this kind of finals, right? But then you look at Paper Rex, who were just able to waltz through. I mean, this is a lower bracket, and this is a LAN, of course, with in front of this amazing crowd. This is their home court, so to say. So I want to see what comes out of that. But of course, let's take a quick look back at what happened yesterday in this
of destroying this too.
Ho Chi Minh City, the moment you've been waiting for has finally arrived. VCT Pacific Stage 1, live from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam.
Now they're getting these rounds online for me. We're going to try to be the gatekeeper and keep the gate he has! Unbelievable from Privy! Well, try to lead out, doesn't manage to spot anything. Meanwhile, Patman, one slow play from him, looks at that second kill, and he cannot find it! Good
Brilliant
vision
nhọt.
by Global Esports. Now the pit is going to be in play, but Patman is not done yet.
Yeah, and I think it's very, very scary when you see a team like Full Sense, and you know, you cut to the player counts and they're like,
Privy now into the operator. He's going to get himself a collapse. Patman and Javi both going to be taken down.
One enemy remaining.
Do better.
healer down.
One enemy remaining.
T1.
Back and face. Paper Rex.
To 10, we are far from over. T1 will not go down without a fight. And the defuse, Izu. Jump peeks the corner, checks it, goes back around behind the box. The drone out, something's just gonna push this one. Izu, steadies the weapon in time. Paper Rex, they have it in hand. 10 seconds remaining. Meteor cannot make it happen. 13-8. Paper Rex cannot be denied the global stage. They eliminate T1 and they qualify for Masters London.
And that, folks, was just day one. We, of course, have our lower final between Global Esports and Paper Rex. And we have Alex here joining us on the desk for a brief interview just before that match. Now, I have to ask you, how relieved are you that you guys qualified to Masters London?
I mean, very relieved. it's usually, I don't know, this one seemed really hard for some reason, so I'm very happy that we got it over the line.
Why do you say for some reason? Like, was there something you didn't expect going into this?
No, I just think it gets harder every year, you know. And this one, like, it's been the hardest ever.
Yeah, definitely. The competition.
Have you
is
tried
intense.
sitting the boys down and just saying, like, guys, please, for my own sake, can you just win the upper bracket
I think that's how
I would love that. I would love for that to happen.
I think that's like every single meeting, and like you see it in the vlogs, right? Alex is always like, guys, come on, why aren't you
I don't know, man.
why aren't you listening?
They want the hard way always. But we're tired, man. Like,
It-
no more.
No more. It's never easy. I mean, the roller coaster has to stop
Yeah,
sometime? No. I think the fans want to keep it going. That's the thing. I wanted to ask because this matchup, obviously, Hatman is on the other side, and you, I think you were worried a bit about this particular matchup because Hatman knows all of your strategies. Are you still worried?
I mean, everyone knows all our strategies. It's not a big surprise. It's just that he has a bit more inside info, you know.
Yeah.
So it helps him. But I think like in this kind of stage, sometimes you give too much info to your teammates, so it might not be good, you know what I mean? Because everyone's trying to make their own reads as well.
Yeah.
So it can be a negative, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, speaking of being tired, right? You guys have played GE a lot so far this year, but this is the first time it's a best of 5.
Okay.
You guys are very well drilled, very experienced at best of 5s. You played a lot. GE as an organization, this is their first ever best of 5.
Is it?
So do you feel like
That sounds a good sign.
do you feel like this gives you an edge?
Oh, of course, a little bit of an edge. I mean, I think it's a strange one because like everyone's qualified already, right? So we're playing with Mercy. I think the stakes are a little bit lower in the sense that like it's a bit harder to get like super fired up about this. But I'm gonna make sure that the boys are awake.
What was your reaction to the upper bracket game? Because there's an interesting interaction between you and Frost and Pat and the boys and things like that after that game where obviously it sucks to miss out on a spot to qualify, but in some ways you know a lot of these guys really well. So what was the emotions after you guys lost that series to GE?
I mean, we're all close to the G boys, you know, they're very nice. I think they go out every now and then because we live quite close to each other. I think we were just very happy for them, even though we were disappointed. And likewise, I'm very happy for Frost because like the guy he's tried very hard for like 9-10 times or something. They finally beat us over 3 years, I think.
Yeah, can't help it. Yeah, you have to be happy for your friends as well,
Exactly.
right? And now I want to ask you, Alex. We have this thing called Behind the Smoke, and we want you to guess what is behind the smoke over here. It comes to the question, and the question is whose desk should be protected more over here? Is it yours or Frost's?
I mean, I'm gonna guess it's mine, obviously.
Is it
Oh,
Alex?
Okay.
The thing is, he has a track record.
Who pastes this?
Many people, fans.
Oh, okay.
Ask them. They're the ones who said it. They're the ones who said it. So,
You guys are probably right.
well, besides scolding the fans for doing this, we have a message to all the wonderful Vietnamese fans here because like I was just saying like your tech checks look like your own walkout because of how crazy the fan reception is here in Vietnam. I think everywhere you go is absolutely insane, but there's something different about it being in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, this is as close as it gets to home region for us. You know, I think it's amazing that the turnout is full, you know, and a lot of people, they've been telling us since the start of the year when they heard that it was going to be in Ho Chi Minh that they really want us there. So I'm very glad that we could show up. It was a little bit tight, but we made it. And hopefully we can play all 3 days. So thank you very much for all the support, guys. Love you all.
Yeah,
Good.
thank you so much, guys, for all of your support for Paper X and all of the Pacific teams here. Alex, good luck out there.
Thank you.
Best of luck. We're hoping for a good show.
Yeah.
Paper-Rex loves a good show. You can leave the headset right over here, and we'll let you get off to the stage.
Good luck, good
It's
luck.
a big day, of course, and as we see our playoffs bracket as it stands right now. Again, I keep saying this, at the beginning of the year, I didn't think that we would get to a point like this, but man, it's been exciting.
It's been an absolutely ludicrous bracket here in Pacific. There's been so many upsets along the way. The lower bracket's been insanely stacked. Look at Full Sense, by the way. They played 3 matches so far, not dropped a map here in playoffs. They found a new level of form.
Yeah, it's very interesting because I think a lot of the teams that cruise through the group stage a little bit easier are actually not performing as well in playoffs, whereas a team like Full Sense maybe learning a couple of lessons from the group stage and now have done very well for themselves, seeded into that grand final. They've got a pretty significant advantage over which one of these teams actually makes it into that final. And of course, as usual, going into a Masters event, the top seed coming out of Ho Chi Minh will get that bye straight into the playoffs, right?
Yes, and that is, you know, going into best of 5 also, it will test global esports, as you mentioned, and as you heard from Alex. Alex is feeling pretty good about that, because it's like, oh, it's their first best of 5? All right, this is probably going to be ours.
Yeah, I mean, I think people underestimate how long best of 5s are for these players, how mentally draining it can be if it's not something that you're super prepared for, because you wouldn't
know about it.
I wouldn't know anything about it. Like, you can play these practices where you're playing 5 matches in a row, but the energy isn't the same, the scrim, the intensity isn't the same. You're not playing in front of a stage. So I think when we last saw the GE boys, they were a little bit slow to start. They were a little bit inexperienced in front of this big crowd. So I want to see a real step up from them today.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of different factors that come into a different stage. You're not exactly playing at home or in home court where you're super familiar with everything, but this definitely changes the team and tests them in so many different ways.
Yeah, totally agree. So for this team on our screens here, GE, let's see how they go in their first best of 5. Another rematch with Paper-Rex. This will be the 5th time that they play them just this year. So well and truly familiar with them at this point. But I'm a little bit worried, especially in the best of 5, because despite how confident that they do look, especially in the walkouts and setting up here for this game today, I'm worried about their map pool a little bit. I've been saying it since the start of the stage, especially when Vine was in, but even because Paper-Rex have looked at least decent at Ascent, I don't think that there's necessarily an easy map to take Paper-Rex on right now.
But I mean, I think the same was true when we saw them play last, and it was GE that got the better of them there. I think for me, it's all about GE if they're able to play to their ceiling. I think Paper-Rex have it a little bit easier with the map pool in this series, but I still think there are a lot of maps that GE are strong on in this pool. It's just, you know, in a best of 5, where do they come up? Because you kind of want them to come up early. You want to get some momentum. You don't want to have to rely on a map 5.
I also think that both of these teams, but GE in particular, this is where good coaching staff is worth its weight in gold. When you're preparing for a best of 5 series, when you're going through all of the ideas of what map should we ban and what's the order of the maps and how do we want to approach things, comp changes, little cheeky things that you could do can actually win you a map and make a big difference in a best of 5, especially if you know your opponent very well. So I'm keeping an eye not only on what GE pick and in what order, but also do we get a comp swap on a map that maybe they're not as confident on, and does it actually hit and make some impact? Because that could be the difference between winning this best of 5 against Paper-Rex or maybe getting swept aside 3-0 or 3-1.
No, that's correct. If there's anything left cooking in the kitchen, now's the time to bring it out, right? Of course, when you're up against Paper-Rex, though, you kind of know exactly what to expect at this point, but something about it is still very, very jarring because you just have a very, very good core and such amazing players on it.
Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, Paper-Rex defined their own meta. They loved double duelists, they were W gaming, and they loved being aggressive. And now the meta across the world has sort of converged on this style. I think a lot of people are understanding what Paper-Rex are being able to do now, but it's the quality of player, it's that prowess in the server that sets them apart. Yes, you can know what they do, but you can't stop it.
Yeah, the fluidity makes them extremely hard to read. You can see it when, you know, something gets an op pick on attack and then runs to the other side of the map and starts working with the op. That's not pre-planned. That's something that I'm feeling it at the moment. I'm reading the game, and these individual players have the freedom and the ability to read the game well enough and make plays, especially on the stage, especially in big games. You love how bold Paper-Rex are, and that's something that, especially as a rookie team or an underdog team at times, can be very, very difficult to deal with.
And there's also something about aura. There's also something about aura when you come on stage and you face these players. It's like, for some reason, I am walking into something's up. For some reason, I am drawn to this, and I know I shouldn't be walking in here, but I will do it. And it's happened so many times. It happened in yesterday's match, and it's just because he has that magnetic kind of pull to him.
I mean, I felt this firsthand, right? I've been on teams that have played against Paper Rex, and it doesn't matter what work you do in the week, however much you prepare, you prepare to go, guys, they're going to run at you, guys, they're going to be waiting for you. Something is different in that server because these players are just of such an insane caliber.
It still happens.
In that moment, that little seed of doubt can creep into your mind and it changes the whole game. This is what Paper Rex are so good at and what really sets them apart.
For sure. I mean, if you're in a 1v1 and you're telling me like, okay, you're playing against Forsaken. I mean, anybody I feel like would be shaken, right? It'd be like, oh wait, hold on, I'm gonna second guess myself over here. But let's see what we have in store, because I believe Victoria caught up with I think our coaches over here. But let's see what she has in store for us.
Hey Autumn, with OS being part of Pacific, you are actually the first and only Australian to qualify to Masters and Champions throughout VCT history. What does that milestone mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot to represent my country, especially with all this what's happened in Oz. Like, the scene's kind of died a bit, and yeah, I think it's really important to me to represent my country.
Yeah, I know it makes a huge deal to our Aussie casters, so really happy you're here flying the Australian flag. And you're facing Paper Rex today. Now, the very first time you faced them as Global Esports, it was sort of a David and Goliath situation, but now today's going to be the 5th time you're facing them. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think they're like the best team in the world, so I'm happy to play them, you know. And I think the first time we played them, I'm feeling pretty confident actually. But I think the most important thing in today's match for the 5th time is just confidence and just play our game in the match. Yeah.
Well, it served you guys very well. So thank you, Autumn, and good luck.
My bad, it wasn't the coaches. I wanted to hear more from the coaches, of course, because that's also an interesting matchup. But speaking with Autumn and how happy it makes the Aussie casters and the Aussie talent that he is here representing.
I mean, we've seen him represent over in CN as well. This is a guy that's already been there, done that to Masters and Champs, placing top 2 in his region. So he'd love to equal that here in Pacific. And honestly, in the last 2 series, he's been Global Esports best player, and he's been very flexible. He's picking up Phoenix, he's playing things like Chamber, but he can also just settle into a role-playing aspect of the team, whether that be on the Viper or even in kickoff. We saw him on the solo duelist Yoru, creating a lot of space for the team. He's very, very flexible, but he can put up numbers on the stage. Just a player that doesn't crumble when it comes to an event like this.
No, absolutely. He has been, you know, one of those players that's just up to the challenge. You know, you say you're playing on the Pacific stage, one of the biggest stages in the world, and you have players that maybe aren't up to it, but Autumn has actually stepped up quite a lot. Now, we heard from Global Esports. What about Paper Rex? Let's send it back to Victoria.
Hey Divai, you've qualified to your 14th international, but I have to say it doesn't actually get easier winning trophies every single time, does it?
Yeah, getting trophy is one thing, it's very hard, but also I think being able to qualify to a lot of events internationally is also very hard, and I'm glad that we managed to pull this through. And yeah, hope to see you guys in London.
Yeah, so it's very challenging to do that. And speaking of challenging, you're facing GE for the 5th time today. How are you feeling going into it for the 5th time?
I hope it's gonna be a fun game. I'm pretty sure they kind of know what we do, and we also, I mean, vice versa. And I hope it's gonna be a good game against Pac-Man. He's been head lately, and we gotta shoot harder.
Oh, nice. Well, the Vietnamese fans are really happy to see Paper Rex still in after that intense lower finals yesterday. Do you have any message for them?
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for coming. The crowd was amazing. We could hear you guys cheering for us very loud. So, and you, Khác.
Oh, thank you, Divai.
Wow, bringing out the Vietnamese there. Okay, and he has his eyes on Pac-Man, apparently. I mean, how can you not?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing this guy can't do apart from sound a little bit more excited.
He just got out of the shower and bed. His hair was still wet, but
He sounds like it's his 5th time going up against GE. That's how I would feel. These guys again, oh my god, this guy's being a, you know, that's exactly how I would feel.
Yeah, I mean, I think Pac-Man has been someone who's given them a hard time in a lot of these matchups. He's someone they're going to have to keep an eye on today. Try and neutralize if they want to get this win. You know, it didn't work for them last time. They want to flip that script once more and become that dominant force.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on Devi as well because we're going to play this whole best of 5 map, Vito. He does have a couple chamber maps that we haven't seen for a while, and he's had some big games on it earlier on. So it would be nice to be off the wall duty. You know, it is one thing to stare at a wall and then put the Viper wall up and just say, okay, wall up, guys. But Chamber is a little bit of a different play style. As mentioned before, though, rematch of the rematch of the rematch of the rematch in a best of 5 here in Ocean City between GE and Paper Rex. And you can see the record pretty heavily favoring Paper Rex, but GE definitely earned that London qualification against Paper Rex last time around, and Pearl was not close at all. They completely destroyed them.
Yeah, I think for me, the thing about that game is I felt GE's hunger. You could see how much it meant to them to qualify for that first time, to, you know, upset this streak that Paper Rex had brought. But I don't think Paper Rex are going to make this same mistake this time. They don't want to lose twice in a row to this GE team. They're going to be hungrier today to advance to that final.
Oh, for sure. It's definitely scary. I mean, like, Paper X isn't the kind of team that you can do something like that twice in a row. For sure, they're going to fix everything, and for sure, these players, like, once you strike, they're going to strike back even harder. But I definitely don't want to take away anything from GE's win in that qualification match, right? Because this was well earned on the side of Global Esports. I want them to prove that that wasn't a fluke. That that's actually something they can do again and again.
They're the best they've ever been, and you know, even if they don't win this best of 5, if they can be competitive and they can take a couple of maps, then they go over to London and do some damage, then that's going to be good enough as far as I'm concerned. You know, they've already done something historic for this organization. This team is, you know, fantastic. It's been constructed over time. Great coaching staff, great players across the board. Rookie IGL that's doing very well for himself. So how could you not be a fan of GE right now?
Absolutely. I mean, they are so popular because they hit so many different fan markets as well.
Yes.
I know that the Pinoys have been on board Global Esports, but of course, when you have a player like Autumn as well, he is just so flexible, and he is just, we heard from him earlier, right? He is so honored and wants to represent the Australian region so well because he knows that he's very privileged to do so.
Yeah, I've been loving watching him play, honestly. I feel like he's grown so much throughout the year as he's settled into this team, and you hear it from him. I think he's slowly becoming quite an emotional leader for this team because of the experience that he has internationally and over in that CN region.
Yep.
And you know, when the going gets tough, when they're on that big stage yesterday, it was him who stepped up more than anyone. And like you say, Pilski, across such a variety of different roles, I think he's truly the backbone. He's the Devi of this team.
Yeah, in the Oceanic scene, I mean, he came up with a lot of players that have international experience in previous titles, and I think that he's kind of taken that and run with it. Even if the Oceanic scene didn't work out well for him, he's been able to go to CN like a lot of Australian players have been able to do and try to prove himself, try to prove that the Australian region does have some talent, can do some damage, and can slot well into some of these teams despite how many barriers they might have to face. So once again, not only has he done well and done damage over in CN over there on FPX, but now getting picked up into GE, wanting to directly work with Coach Frost, who's put a lot of faith in him, I would say, as an emotional leader and as a leader of the team, even if he's not IGL. I think the trio of him and Patman, as well as Harvey, you know, kind of leading this team emotionally and making sure that everyone's on the same page is fantastic. And those are the 3 new guys. They joined Utatana Crystal that were the existing core.
Exactly. I feel like he's a good, you know, sort of balance to like what the rest bring. Like he's that middle ground for all the team, and I think that's exactly what makes Global Esports work. But of course, on the side of Paper Rex, we've been talking about this guy. We've been talking about something, and ever since actually he joined VCT Pacific, he's been making news all over.
I love this guy so much, but I hate him so much. The things he gets away with are absolutely astronomical. No one else is able to do what he's doing, and it makes him an absolute nightmare to compete against in the server. And we saw it yesterday. He was absolutely tearing them apart with that operator. He's just such a well-rounded player, and especially since he's moved it back across to that jet, he's just taken his game to a whole new level.
There's some players you should not try and emulate if you're trying to, you know, compete in Valorant. Something is one of them, you know, although he's exactly who you want to emulate because he's so entertaining to watch. He makes plays, he wins big games for Paper X. He really embodies fearlessness and confidence against all odds.
Yeah, I remember back in the day when he was still competing in Japan, I scrimmed against him, and he was like lurking on Jet with the operator.
He did
And
that
I-
yesterday.
Exactly.
He's still
And-
doing that.
And I was like, okay, what's this? Do it in an official, buddy. You
Or
know?
had
And then,
flashbacks.
and
He
then
had
I heard he joined Paper Rex, and I was like, oh, this is the one team where it's actually gonna really work. And he's never lost that style. He's not afraid to try something new, really innovate on that role. And I just love watching him play because he's just so sharp. He's so crispy with it, and everything about his game is so well-rounded.
It was the key to winning against T1 yesterday, plus 25 in the best of 3 series. Without numbers like that and fragging power on Paper X, they would not have got through this game.
No, absolutely. And looking forward into this match, right? His little rivalry with Frost too is something that we have to look forward to, because Frost has been saying this guy has been a thorn in my side. Oh, Ilya, I hate you so much. You know, he's been blasting that out all around. And I'm pretty sure something is going to do that exact same thing once more in this best of 5.
Yeah, just before, like, we had the upset from GE in the last series, but if you look at the series before that, something went, like, insane. Honestly, he absolutely manhandled them, so I would expect that again in his best of 5. He's liable to get a lot of jet maps for himself. I want to see if he's going to stick to the Yoru on Ascent or whether that's going to be something that gets changed up, but he's going to be a key in this series regardless, especially because we're moving away from a couple more raise maps where Jing might be the main kind of fragging force of Paper X. Something's actually been the most consistent player lately.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, he's so comfortable on the jet. He was saying at the press conference the other day that, like, okay, you know what, this agent is just works for me. It's something that works with my style. It's something that I'm very, very comfortable with. So you know that when he's on that jet, he's absolutely going to frag. We're looking at our predictions for today. And I just want to say, Achilles should not be here. Okay, the previous...
Not welcome at your guys' party.
No, he's not welcome here. We did not want him here. This was not supposed to go this way.
Yeah, I mean, we all know how good Achilles has been predicting throughout this whole year. I'm going with Global right there with you, Mika. In my mind, they've proven that they can win this matchup already. I do think they're the underdogs today. There's no doubt about it. Paper X should be favored. For me, I think Global can do it if they step up to their ceiling, if they settle into the stage. Yes, that's a big ask, but I got faith.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Paper X, and a lot of people are. They still have a very, very good head-to-head record. I think there was some contributing factors of, especially that Pearl game, them going missing in the last upset, and now we're going to go across a whole best of 5 for them on a stage like this, where I feel like some of the GE players are having a little bit of a tougher time keeping that consistent level of performance that we saw over in Sangam and over in Seoul, where maybe things were a little bit more familiar and a little bit more comfortable. So for that reason, I'm a PRX guy.
Yeah,
and I'm surprised that I'm the only PRX guy on the desk here, but I mean, I guess...
No, but I mean, you know what?
right.
You know what, Pilski? 2 Pinoys is greater than 1 Pinoy.
Fair enough.
So that's what I'm going for. But I feel this kind of hunger from Global Esports. There's a different kind of hunger for them. Paper Rex, I mean, you see the vibes like, yeah, another international. Yeah, you know, we got this.
He was thrilled.
He was absolutely thrilled. But no, like, they can do this with their eyes closed, but Global Esports, they want to be able to take this all the way. But now we have our map veto, and we're going to see which maps are going to be our battlefield today. We're not seeing Fracture, neither are we seeing Pearl.
Those are the bands that I expected. GE selecting Haven right off the bat. It's been something that has been a while since PRX have played it, and I'm wondering what they're going to be playing, because I think they were playing Neon last time around, so I'd expect a comp change from them. Lotus out from PRX. They really manhandled GE on this map the last time, and GE going for Ascent. So GE, I feel like, are going for a few wildcard maps in the first 3.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Ascent because, you know, I think Paper X still running with that Yoru where we weren't sure what they were going to do, and we've not seen it really come out from Global Esports. So I want to know what they're cooking up on that map.
Could have a Sage Mirror, bro.
It could be a Sage.
When was the last time you saw a Sage Mirror?
It's my dream.
What year is
It's your dream.
Let's go. I love
Dude,
Sage.
what are you going to do if they wall up B main and then they wall over the wall and they're attacking something?
That's what I want to see.
So you want,
Ross,
like,
help me
you
out,
want the
buddy.
Avengers play. You want that yeah.
I think the thing for this veto for me is, you know, I'm kind of surprised to see Global push Breeze right to that 5th map.
Yes.
I think they'll be feeling good about it if it does go the whole way there. But I think that's a map that they've relied on in the past, and, you know, they were winning it up until yesterday. So I'm surprised they didn't target that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Paper X have been shaky, a little bit up and down on Breeze. I think maybe GE I mean, I'm not sure. Like, you know, I'd be interested to get in the minds of both of these teams.
Yeah.
But GE, they did kind of get destroyed a little bit by a similar style from Full Sense just yesterday with the double duelist. So I'm wondering if maybe that's kind of knocked their confidence a little bit. I wouldn't expect it, but I agree with you. I feel like Breeze has been a good one for GE. So I'm surprised they've left it right to the end of the map pool. And Split's an interesting one as well. In the past, it's been really good for GE, but Paper X is on a heater on it right now.
They're never bad on Split. It's such a good map for them. So, I mean, I think in this map pool, Paper X are always tend to be the favorite team. We spoke so much on this desk about how good the map pool is for them. It's on G to get that upset. We will be starting on Haven, which G selected. When we saw it last from the mid, was that deadlock? I wonder if that's the style they're going to run with today.
Yeah, I'm curious. They do like the double senti, and it's something that we saw Full Sense running as well. For Paper X, not sure if that's even the right comp. Let me double fact check that.
Yeah, I think it might have been Devi on the Chamber, but even if it isn't,
Yeah,
I'd love to see
last time they played it was Chamber, Neon, Omen, Phoenix, Sova. So it's a comp that they played a lot in the past.
Yeah.
We've seen them have a lot of success with that. Maybe less so with the Neon because they were playing the Yoru Phoenix double flashes. So it's a style that they're very familiar with. I want to see if they run with that, and I'd expect something to come off the Neon and play something different. Maybe just straight back on the
And
Jet.
come on, Devi was just so happy to be on that chamber.
Yeah.
I want to see him
Put him
frag
on it.
out. Oh, this is going to be so fun. But again, GE running with a double sentinel. They're also looking so good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a style that they like, so I'm very curious if they go back to it, and I think they might feel like it has a lot of stopping power for the aggression of Paper X.
I'm a little bit worried though because I felt like Hyunmin and KRX really figured that out and rammed them around the map a lot with the Jet.
Yeah, well, Ho Chi Minh, it was wild yesterday. Let's keep the party going. We're sending it to the stage for Global Esports and Paper X.
Welcome back to the best damn region in the whole damn world. Some great teams, some great coaches, some great players have all come together. It feels like we're going into a renaissance here in this region.
It was insane match.
I expected today's matches is gonna be hard because T1 they have a lot of experienced players on, but towards the end I think we managed to stay composed as a team.
When we are in upper bracket, the life feels like a bit easy, you know. We are a bit too chill. Meanwhile, in the lower bracket, we are just all leaning the game.
13-8, Paper X cannot be denied the global stage.
This match, I think we came prepared. They gave us our two best maps and they were the better team today. Reset. I don't think the team's that down. We're still happy with what we did, but of course we didn't get the win. I think for the next game we just go into it with nothing to lose mindset. We already made it to London. There should be no more other pressures and we just play our own game. I think we will hit some shots.
Last time when we played versus them, it's a bit too tense because it's the match for qualification. Meanwhile, for them, it doesn't feel like they are scared of us. And right now it's opposite side. We are not scared to play versus them. We are ready to fight.
But especially when it comes to rematch, I think we are quite good. So yeah, stay tuned and let's have some fun, especially Batman.
Paper X, it'll be the 5th time to go against them and we finally beat them. So we all know in ourselves that we can do it. Same thing we did last time. We won't fear who they are, hit our shots and just play Valorant.
Global Esports.
Pacific, we hope you're ready for this one. Global Esports facing Paper Rex, a rematch built for the big stage. Global Esports coming in as the underdogs in this match. The misfits of Pacific, as we previously called them. They might have taken a hit yesterday, but we know they can roll with the punches.
We know they've been able to beat Paper Rex before. They've upset the odds before. Hell, they upset all the odds by even being here and qualifying for London. This is just another domino to knock down for this squad and prove they can deserve the hang.
Absolutely, but this is a finals weekend, and what is a finals weekend without Paper Rex? Very few teams in the world can stand up against the W Gaming squad, and they've just qualified to Masters London. There should be no stopping them now.
Yeah, Paper X have really led the way for Supremacy in the past, and now they've got a couple of friends to join them in the top 3 at VCT Pacific. They've got 2 things to settle now. They want a spot in that grand final and another Pacific title, and they also want to make up for the Masters Santiago final over at London and get that W and get another Masters event here in the Big 26 on the way to the championship.
God, look at that walkout right now. You have Global Esports with a lot of fans in the audience, but there's just no denying this sea of Paper Rex jerseys in the audience right now. They are just screaming for this team that has been known and loved throughout the entirety of VCT. Let's party, Alex!
Our desk is literally shaking with how loud the crowd is here.
It's not live. Is he vlogging? He's vlogging.
You know, he's live streaming this?
He's live streaming the walkout. That's amazing. It's a live stream within a live stream. Oh my gosh.
I love this guy.
POV about to lose to Paper Rex.
Oh no! Wait. Hold on. We can't get that out just yet. I mean, look at these teams. You know that they are feeling good. And they are about to get into one of the toughest matches that they are about to play.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge matchup for both of these teams. I think Global are trying to prove that last time wasn't just a fluke. It wasn't a one-off and that they're here to stay. Paper Rex are proving that once again they have earned a place in the final, that they are the top dogs, that they are the kings of Pacific. And, you know, it's been that way for such a long time. Is it time for some new blood today? Ulsense have already made it all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, GE, they've already proven that in a huge pressure game over Paper Rex to qualify for Masters London. But to further illustrate the point, a full best of 5 on the stage here in Ho Chi Minh with so many fans screaming and cheering for Paper Rex and cheering against you would be even more legitimizing and give the team a ton of confidence going into London.
Absolutely. A win today would be insane for the confidence of this GE squad as we move towards London.
But look at that. I saw the camera close up on Javi. I like that fire in his eyes. That's very, very dangerous. But even more dangerous is Paper Rex in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
You heard it from the players. They were saying like, okay, upper bracket, it's too easy. We can't win that way. We want to take it the hard way. We want to take it in the most challenging way possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think what is Paper Rex without giving their fans heart attacks? That's what they do.
It's part of it.
Exactly.
There's a contract for it that you have to sign as a fan, and that's included.
For sure. I mean, it's almost like they do it on purpose. They always find themselves down here, but they're so good with their back against the wall, and they always rise to that pressure. I think that's why a lot of us are so confident in this Paper Rex squad today. Global, I think this is the first time we're seeing them have to do things like this. The first time in front of a large crowd like this on the big stage. And we saw inconsistencies from them yesterday. We can't hide that. I think we have to discuss it because I want to see them bounce back. I want to see them be stronger on that stage. Show some composure and get yourselves ready for London so that you can have a big performance there.
Yeah, every true competitor goes through this at some point.
Yes.
You have to learn to play on the big stage. You have to learn to perform in these big games. The anomalies are the players like Primi that are able to just step up and do it right from day dot. But most people have to grind their way there and be able to conjure some self-belief and some consistency in these big games. And I think this is going to be yet another character development moment from GE. They've already had a couple of them so far this event. Starting off here on Haven, it's a map we haven't seen for a while from Paper Rex, a map that they have run the Neon on and since have moved away from that. For GE, they love to be tricky. They love to change up the approach, change up the comp. We've seen a lot of double Sentinel from them. I'm wondering if they're going to stick with that.
Yeah, I mean, the question is very much, are they on that deadlock? It's a style that they've been leaning towards in that map. Frost teams have been playing it in years past also. And speaking to him, he thinks it has so much stopping power in this current meta. So I'm very curious if they go there. You know what? Let me see a Sage.
Interesting that the defense win rates are looking like this because GE in particular, I felt like they kind of got outplayed a little bit on their defense. But their comp has a lot of defensive potential. especially if they're going to play Deadlock Cypher. I'm a little bit worried though, because especially if Paper Rex do mix the Jet in and they run them around the map like KRX did, then that's something that GE may have some problems with.
That's by far the biggest question. If I'm Paper Rex, I'm putting that Jet in, no doubt. We saw how it caused so much headache for them because you're able to get up and over that utility. You're not held back by it like you are on the ground. Taking a look at
okay.
Whoa.
What?
GE attacking side double duelist Autumn on the ISO. This is going to be very different for Paper X to play against, who themselves have gone back to something that was working for them in the past. Something on the Jet instead of Yoru, and once again, it's time for Unk's Chamber.
I love that they're bringing out this ISO because we saw how we just saw how effective the operator was for something yesterday. ISO is one of the best counters in the game for that weapon with his shield. So I think this is a cooked up anti-strat from Frost.
It's okay, girl. We got you. You don't need him. You don't need your boyfriend here. You have Paper X and GE on the stage. That is all you need today. The Pacific Pride is on the line for this rivalry here. It's been 5 times in a row. Divide definitely ready to play with all of his heart. This is for the grand finals. Vietnam, let's give it up for your casters, Quack and Elfish.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, of course, a big game going forward again today. A rematch of what we saw in the opening round of the playoffs, Quack. It's going to be quite an exciting prospect given the history between these two teams.
I know. I feel like you can't really talk about these two teams without going all the way back to the history books. I mean, just the fact that this is a team that was spawned out of the dead ashes, the dead Phoenix's ashes of Talon. That's why we have full sense in the upper, in the grand final already waiting. And then we have Global Esports here to play as well. 5th time, Elfish. I mean, can they really beat Paper X a second?
Well, I mean, I guess that's the question, isn't it, right? They've already shown the ability to do it once. Why should we not believe that they can not do it again? I suppose the first answer there is that we're on a bigger and better stage, and this is the kind of environment that Paper X really thrives in, right? I feel like they've gone from strength to strength throughout the last couple of weeks. We saw them playing on the stage yesterday, and I mean, T1 was absolutely no match for Paper X, let's be real. GE coming in with a little bit less momentum, now getting stymied, of course, by Full Sense, who were able to just kind of batter them in that opening game as well. So we talk about, you know, the equilibrium between these two teams. Is there an argument maybe to be made that Paper X is on the rise and GE is slowing down a little bit?
That's what it feels like, I think, just from yesterday's games. But in all that time, within the maybe 12 hours that they've had just to come back onto the stage again, you're never quite sure. If anything is indicative of it, you would think to look at the agent composition so far. I mean, best of 5, it's a whole different arena for sure. We're starting things off on Haven, where Paper X did suffer a loss against Genji way back in the group stages. But then again, now you're switching up compositions. You just really have to simplify things and think back to what other player head-to-heads that we have, who's looking in top form right now. And I think the big name for all of us so far has to be something.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think he's had a big turnaround as well, and maybe that's why we've seen Paper X kind of on that rise. Obviously, we saw him a little bit earlier in the season playing a lot of Neon, and that obviously wasn't working out for Paper X, and then he went back over the Jet, and obviously things started to pick back up at that point. So, I think Paper X have found a really nice timing to try to sort of hit their peak, and again, we'll see whether or not they can do it again, essentially, on another Pacific stage, and obviously we'll see how things end up going when they do both of these teams make it over to London. But obviously, a big game ahead yet to decide, you know, how things are going to look, obviously, going into tomorrow, into that grand final, and of course the seeding going into London. Let's find out as we get underway with game number 1 of the day.
Straight into Haven. It's the 5th time that they faced off against each other in the year 2026. Paper X, the tyrannical monarchs of Pacific. Meanwhile, Global Esports, the new kids on the block, just here to try and to take them down. Different compositions being brought up. You have to think about how that's kind of possibly play out again. ISO being brought in, a possible counter to something. But at the same time, maybe a conversation between Autumn versus Divine. Both operator players now onto this match.
Yeah, certainly a risk, isn't it? Obviously, making that kind of a change on this kind of a stage, it could potentially blow up in your face, but it is very Frost-esque. And what I will say, Quack, is that, you know, my gut feeling typically when you're coming into this kind of a game is just keep it simple, do the fundamentals better than your opponent, and exploit the mistakes. GE have gone a much different direction with their ethos, and we'll see whether or not it works out as we get underway here with the pistol onto Haven. It is GE They're going to start things off over towards C when there's really not a whole lot of defense over there for Paper Rex.
Yeah, none whatsoever. You do have something marching all the way down, though, maybe trying to set up some kind of a late flank. Meanwhile, however, the entire team now just on for the retakes, which is honestly going to be a little bit tough. You do have Crystal, who's already set up all the bits of utility that he has. Meanwhile, a couple of fights going through outside Garage as well.
Decent start, back and forth, 1-for-1, but that plant going down for GE is going to have time working in their favor, and this is where something needs to activate. You spoke about him, it's Jing off screen for a double and something too as well. Both of the duelists getting involved early on in the piece for Paper Rex, and that is a very scary sign for global esports.
Just as the map begins, I feel like that's always going to be a conversation between these two teams. Just the fact that pacing is always going to be a matter, and even though GE managed to take that side rather easily, they didn't see anything. They wanted to go a little bit deeper, but Paper Rex were already in that position, ready to trade, ready to duke it out. And duke it out they did. Look at Jing with the fragging onto that bandit. That's going to be a big weapon now onto the next round, and this is the best possible start for a Phoenix player. He's going to be able to build up those ultimates back to back to back. Meanwhile, GE, again, going to have to try to find some kind of entry, some kind of momentum, because you want these players to be able to start off the right foot. Go in with recons, but Paper Rex this time. 2-3 split across the map and spam through the smokes, Jordan. Oh, God.
Yeah, not the start that GE wants. By the way, Jing picking up the orb on the other side of the map. He's 1 away from the run it back, as you highlighted that being a pretty important piece of the puzzle here for Paper Rex. He might even have it next round. Jing with the cross forward. He's got it online now. I'm not sure that he's going to need it for the rest of this round. It is looking like an easy cleanup. Patman with a decent trade onto Forsaken, but I mean, the damage is really done here. 4 on 2. You shouldn't get too much done. Nice recovery from Davai, who once again is back over onto that chamber. We saw that being a big talking point as well on the desk quack, that I think he's been phenomenal on that agent in recent times. So things could get pretty interesting here. Paper Rex have a lot of firepower on this lineup, and it looks like all of it is online at the moment.
Just insane momentum now being picked up off of it. You can only imagine how the next few rounds is going to look. I mean, the money, obviously great. At the same time, they've probably managed to conserve most of the weapons going on to the next round. Only one player after all. But thinking back to GE then, you know, how can they possibly come up into the rounds? They haven't really shown us their entire playbook yet. And that's where I want to keep my attention onto right now. Autumn on this ISO. Looking for possible duels against strong lines being held, but sudden peeks out and something going on an adventure.
I think you're going to see Paper Rex try to dictate this game early on in the piece. Harvey copping a bit of a tag, not too much damage done back onto something. Yeah, no, solid start for Paper Rex, but with Yudotan finding that pick onto Jing, obviously the runner back is out of this round, and Jing is as well, as the ISO starting to come into play. Autumn surviving nicely. Yudotan making that space for the team, and GE already starting to pick Paper Rex apart now that they've got guns in hand.
Heck of a lot of space, but take a look at something and Forsaken out towards the back. It's going to be simple trades, though, more than likely on him to build up that confidence early on in the map.
There's something stuck in the corner now. Not sure that Autumn is 100% aware of it, but very unlikely Paper Rex get too much more done in this round. It's a nice start for Yudotan as well. That's a really good response from GE. It's exactly what you want to see from both two teams. Paper Rex comes out the gate strong in the pistol. You've got your fraggers hitting shots, and then when the response is available to GE, they do the same. I think we're going to get a very good game ahead of us today. I mean, it went the entire distance earlier on in the playoffs, all the way to 3 maps. It was a real barn burner, and now we've obviously got a potential 5. So strap yourselves in. I think this is going to be a long day.
Really does feel like it, doesn't it? I mean, how can you not, especially with these two teams, Paper Rex, the number of accolades that they have alone. 3-time Pacific Finals champions. 2023 was the first. All the way in 2024 with Stage 1, 2025 with Stage 2 as well. Meanwhile, GE, this is their first ever deepest run in Pacific history. Now we go back in towards C. GE tries to step across. A bit of a fake being sold perhaps. Convergent shield going through, but Paper Rex happy to sit and wait for now, especially with something holding such a deep line and Divine. Watch for any potential crossings.
It's a great story for GE, isn't it? First playoffs run, already qualifying for an international event, and How much further can they go? Can they go into that grand final for a rematch against Full
no.
Sense? Paper X are hoping not, as Something and Envy start to pick them apart. This entry onto A has gone all wrong. Forsaken is now there as well, and there is nothing to be done for GE in that round. They are cut to pieces as Paper X come back with a full buy of their own.
A trifecta in round number 4. You were asking if GE was even going to be able to make it back to that grand final. It doesn't even look like they're going to be able to walk in towards site A right now. Just the fact that Something was in that lurk position, gone unchecked. GE trying to pick up the pace, but unfortunately getting caught towards the end. And that's all the information that Forsaken needed. Peeking through the smokes one by one like that. What are GE doing?
We have to hope to find an answer for that pretty soon. This round maybe not going to be quite so easy for them. Awesome can maybe isolate a duel somewhere. But the rest of the weaponry not looking too crash hot. Patman is in there with a weapon as well, and it's Something down early on in the piece. Unitown making good usage of that shoddy. Here's what I'm talking about, but Autumn is just deleted by Envy. Back to the 3-on-3 though, the shots coming through thick and fast will not be enough for GE. They've walked into a pretty hefty stack on B, and Paper X swat them aside like a flea.
I mean, it's just so much to break down, but this is Paper X when they're feeling their best. Just right out from hot from the press off of yesterday's games from T1. Everyone's starting to peak out. Everyone's starting to find the best possible beginning to the rounds. Just getting so much information and then being able to take down those goals right outside of B, even though Yudotan does manage to create that space again. It's just how they're all able to corral back in towards this B site where multiple angles are supporting Paper X because they have both sides under control.
Yeah, I think the really tough-looking thing here for global esports right now as well is that pretty much everyone from Paper X is online. It's, you know, first round is Something and Jing, and then we saw Forsaken having a round to sort of hold on to A, and now we've seen Envy over towards B. It's as if everybody has stepped up, showed up, and for global esports, you know, they're getting choked out of this game at the moment, 4-1, and that's why they're calling this tack timeout early on in the piece. Frost wants to have some kind of impact. You can see him in that coaching chair. They've cooked something with this composition, but at the moment, it's not working out.
Not seeing it. Not on the attacking side, at least, but that's why we love Frost. Every little timeout that he had yesterday always converted towards, you know, some kind of a positive impact. Hopefully, we're starting to see that right after this one, because round 6, if you don't start to find rounds, this is where you're losing your hold over the map. Paper X already having some ultimates, pretty strong ones with the Nightfall, but GE potentially with Hunter's Fury, if they do get that spike down, Yudotan maybe to just go all in. Balls out with that overdrive to straight in the garage for now.
I mean, the disrespect is so much there. I mean, Darfai is just walking down middle right now, getting so much space, so much information, and if GE aren't quick, they're going to be in trouble. Forsaken holding on for the 1-4-1. It'll be an easy second for him as well as they start to filter their way out that dark cover. The flank obviously coming into play as well, and Something rotating across too. GE are stalled at the gates once again. They've got some space in middle, but they don't have the spike. So how can they find a way to win this round?
Not entirely sure, unless these duels are somehow isolated. You take down Something, pick up the spike, go somewhere else.
Not ready yet.
But take a look at Forsaken and Envy as well.
Yeah, interesting that Forsaken's gone back over to A. Trying to get some info, I suppose, as to what GE is up to. Spike has been retrieved. Patman hoping to make that happen.
And if you do somewhat end up on the B side as well, you could try to buy a bit more time away from the spike, possibly first onto that Steel Garden. Self-flash, but we don't mind that because we're not seeing anyone else make a move from Paper X yet. But I get the sense that they're doing that because they know they have
left.
3. If the spike goes down, they go in for that retake. It's 3v2, Elfish.
Yeah, and space already starting to be taken here by Something.
Spike
to make his way in behind, and you've obviously got both Envy and Forsaken starting to make their way across as well.
Envy has the util too.
Last player standing.
No, not needed. Patman instantly dealt with the rifle instead, and that leaves Crystal solo. He did win a 1v3 against Paper X earlier on in the playoffs, but it won't happen this time. That is 5-1, and off the back of the tactical timeout as well for GE. Things are really starting to look rough.
No immediate pickup just yet. I mean, it was really hefty buy, so this is definitely going to hurt GE. If you think about the long run so far on this map of Haven, it was a bit of a conversation as well, you know, in the press conference, thinking about Is it experience? Is it nerves onto this stage? Crystal said no. They have been on big stages before. Back in Thailand, back in Japan for Crystal, having played in Vietnam before, perhaps in other games. But that's not what we're seeing right now, especially when you're playing against a team like Paper Rex. This is quite liable to happen.
Yeah, is the occasion getting to global esports? That's the question that I have, because you can bet your bottom dollar that it will not be a problem for Paper Rex. They are so experienced in these kinds of environments, but it seems as though global at the moment are just crumbling under that pressure a little bit. They are a tenacious team, though. They might still be able to make something out of this game, but they're going to need more on this attack to do so. The wall going up will just about save GE there, but information is given. Envy on the hunt, can't land any shots, and so Autumn will take him down, and GE, or they might be back into this round, or they might not. Let's see what Forsaken can do. A double, and we're back to a 3-on-3.
Right up behind, it's Yunotan! And then Paper Rex, they don't relent. Look at how they're pushing up A short.
Jing is in the key position right now. He's trying to make something happen. Wants to isolate the fight against Autumn, get that done. Now we're back to 2-on-2.
Out with lesser utility now, though, so hopefully you would think GE with the ults, with the positioning that they do have, maybe it can some kind of slow down the momentum that Paper Rex is going off of. Ultimates, stuns, walls. This should be GE.
Yeah, it should surely be GE's round, right?
Bring me the arsenal!
That Steel Garden dropped by Crystal. It's going to make things even more difficult for Paper Rex. They'll wait it out. Fast lane as well, obstructing some vision. They'll try and brawl their way in. Jing on the defuse, and Davai with the coverage, but the defuse now pretty much has to be stuck. Jing going to try and force the fight against Crystal. Time is running out. He's got no idea where Crystal is coming from, and GE finally get themselves another round.
Oh, with the Red Bull clutch, just punch that ticket through Crystal. Why don't you? Look at the way that he hugged the wall around B. Just a dive on top of the spike. Always the team player, always the stable Russian that we have on the server. In contrast to something, of course, look at how he just dove across. That has been the game plan so far. And I imagine maybe this is what that timeout was about. You leave Crystal separated from the rest of the pack. And that's going to be potential late lurker, catching potential players who continue to push outside of B. Out with that bias wall as well. The next round comes up and it's GE just looking to launch another quick assault into C site.
So quick. Rowan going to be leading the charge, starting to maybe give the game away. Paper X starting to wonder what's going on here. But they're happy to play for the retake on C.
And they do have a lot of ults and pieces of utility to work around, but it's all going to have to happen outside of C-Link. Oh, big smokes, presence all spotted. At the same time, G is just noting that nobody's pushing outside of A lobby for now, so quite happy with the information that they have.
I like the setup for GE. Patman on the late lurk could be a real thorn in their side if something is not able to clear that out in middle. Jing, meanwhile, starting to get entries. Where has that come from? Jing just out of nowhere for the triple, and well, that'll be the round for Paper X, and that is a bit of Paper X magic for you.
Several multi-kill rounds now already coming up from Paper X. None so far from GE. I mean, what is this?
Should not have been that easy. GE had a good setup. They had the 5-on-5 post plant, and you're letting Jing walk his way out garage and find 3?
They had a judge as well. Yudotan was sitting on a corner, but I have to imagine instant flashes, and that is exactly how it all happened.
Flash coverage was insane. I mean, you get the curveball, you get the paranoia through there as well. Nobody could see a damn thing.
Just painful. Bit of recovery now, but then again, you find GE with broken economy. You go off to the next play, and Paper X is feeling confident.
100%. Why wouldn't you be at this point? Again, they're going to try to assert their dominance on the round early. They're pushing their way out of B, and goes just sliding straight into a headshot. And like I said, Quack, earlier on, it just feels like everyone on Paper X is having a day at the moment. There's just only so much you can do when that's the case. A triple kill for Davai now as well. Everyone getting involved. There is no weak link at the moment for Paper X on this defense.
None. Absolutely none. GE trying to scavenge whatever they have left. Trying to get some picks off at the very least while something just continues to hold space. Paper X know they have every single possible entry point on towards the extremities of the map for now. So just quite happy to once again wait for the eventuation of the 3v2.
Not a great looking one, obviously, for GE, with Harvey being tagged up so much. No armor to their name either. It's going to make the job a little bit more difficult, but they do have a rifle at least with some sharp shooting. There might be something in here for GE.
Okay.
Get that plan on B.
Smoked off now, though, and at the same time, this is where Paper X starts to do a bit of scouting in B to begin.
Oh, this Sheriff absolutely has to connect its first bullet, but Patman now being spotted out is going to make life much more difficult. Needs the 3K here and needs 3 clean headshots. Won't even get the chance for 1. Paper X are looking too good at the moment.
It's a best of 5. That's all I want to say right now for GE. It feels like dire straits. This is not how you want to begin. I mean, even yesterday's game against Full Sense, they didn't start off, this down low. They were pretty neck and neck against Full Sense on that first map, a split. Both teams starting out a split of all things as well, which is why this map veto is really lovely. But onto this Haven, if you're just allowing Paper X to play and operate at their own space, and you are coming in with a new composition, but it's not working out, I just don't know what else to say.
Well, you're going to have to really back the GE defense. That's really the only fallback now for Haven. See what they can scramble together now for the attack, see if they can put any kind of stable platform or not.
Oh, come on.
It seems as though the answer may be not, as something is continuing to look for some fights.
It's you and me. Ooh. Pulled into the gulag, though.
He'll get one. Here up against Autumn, which he's unable to win this time. So Autumn some success with the ulti this time around. It does allow GE into A.
Spike planted.
Now they get to set up. Surely Crystal being able to get all the information they need, but his Jin was running back.
Not going to be too successful with that. Autumn just shuts him down, but he'll get another crack at it. Envy dropping the Prowlers out from heaven. Forsaken, an opening duel onto Autumn as the retake begins. The numbers start to thin for Paper X. Envy has to try and make it happen. Davai's still on the rotator. You've got to be questioning, where is Davai in all of this? Envy buying as much time as possible, and Davai in from behind. It's Paper X with another one.
Say it one more time for me, Jordan.
Davai.
That is how you pronounce
Who's Davai, man?
Look at him. Oh, you gotta love it.
That guy, that's him. That's Davai. Davai.
Gee, they were thinking about it the whole time. Yeah, let's go. In Russian, of course. But that's exactly how this round began. There was a double op as well. And I'm wondering if that was brought over to the next round. Paper X. At the same time, though, you do see how the ISO can somewhat counter it. Something's trying to get the flick on, but the shield was there as well. So that's what ISO can do. 8-2, though, still. And Paper X goes again.
Yeah, GE once more onto the breach, really, is how this feels. They just have to keep on trying something. Same line, this time unsuccessful. And the Hunter's Fury is going to try to chase him down. Seems like he'll be okay. And has a second crack at it as Patman just walks straight into the crosshair. It has not been GE's day today. And it seems as though that is not going to be changing, at least on this map. Autumn does get a good kill back in onto something. Will allow another plant down. Yutatan for 1. Fast lane, still isolated duel there against Forsaken. Who's going to TP back into a different position. All of a sudden, now you're wondering, is GE, where actually is this retake coming from? Autumn is all over it, but does he expect a second player? Davai again from behind. He might have been hurt. It doesn't matter. The shot will connect, and it's down to just Crystal, who is sitting on the heaven. Pops that steel guard, and it'll matter largely now for Davai, as he has to try to make something happen. He still hits the headshot. It does not matter. Paper X are operating on a different level right now.
Cool as a cucumber. Look at that guy. Steel Garden, no matter. I've got my Headhunter. And just round after round again. This feels as though we're going back to that 2023 quintessential Paper X style. The original Misfits. Everyone kind of forgot about this conversation.
One enemy remaining.
Back when every team and their cousin was running double initiator. Paper X pioneered this double duelist, and something on the Jet is a very big factor for that. Going back into it again now, the last round of the first half, and Paper X has swapped over to a 1-4 setup. Just a Vi and a tour de force and a shotgun. Is that going to be enough to fend off GE?
Well, if I was a gambling man, I'd probably say yes. Given how things have been going so far for Paper X on this map, it's looking pretty comfortable. Davai doesn't quite get it done this time. Yutatan drops him on the way into C. So Divide out of the round now, and Forsaken having to try and hold on to a bit of control on C-Long. There's 3 players. It is a shooting gallery for GE. They might just be able to put one more together right at the back of the half, give themselves at least a third to play with. The retake still yet to come through from Envy, Something, and Jing. All their positions are now noted. Something only able to trade 1-for-1 is not quite enough. This is a good round from GE. Something has another one, but I surely don't expect him to get this done. No! It was starting to get interesting. But GE will get their third. Is that enough though, Quack? I have to hazard the guess that that is going to be really tough to come back from.
Without a doubt. You would think at least it's just a bit of hope. Maybe you can enact some voodoo onto the curse with the scoreline being this way. There's always some form of hijinks, especially thinking about G's defensive side as well. The retake will be strong on the composition that they are running. But again, look at the form, the performance. It's a little bit early to crash out, I gotta say though, Illich, chill.
It was a nice try though, it really was a nice try. You felt as though if he was crisp with it on that 4th shot, like on that 4th kill, there was definitely something on offer there. A 1v5 obviously is, you'd think on a stage like this, a little bit too much to ask, but hey, maybe there's still something. By the way, there is currently a fan event exclusively for the Pacific viewers, so don't forget to join in on that one. And you can get involved with all this sort of fan art and meme cams and stuff like that. It's good fun here.
A lot of activations outside within this City Hall Convention Center as well.
I had a bit of a walk around earlier. It was very nice to sort of say hello to some of the fans, catch up with some old friends as well. You know, it's a good vibe. I think everyone's having a great time, except for maybe the GE fans at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, I was told like it's fully sold out for the final 2 days that we have. We're talking about, the desk was talking about the cameras shaking and everything. You can kind of feel it, but it's definitely a bit more saturated on the Paper Rex side of things in terms of the scoreline as well. Some hope for GE though.
Yeah, I think you have to be looking at this pistol and say, well, they need the pistol, right? Like, that's Captain Obvious kind of a statement, but they are really down. Are they out, though, is the question. And I think that pistol round will really decide that for us. So, an important one, again, on offer here for Global Esports.
For Paper X, though, they're just confident to go, pushing up, dry walk, pick up the orb, end up back on towards AG, just hoping that they have the right angles, the right crossfire setup.
There's a lot of players in the right spot here for GE. Ready to defend a push into A, but it seems as though Paper Rex have kind of got a bit of a spider sense tingling, so they're not committing to it, and GE are having to force that fight. Spike will be retrieved. Autumn in for another one, doing some great work right now, but there's a huge push in here from Divide all the way in through C.
Numbers supporting GE, though, that's what I'm keeping my eye on. So far, so good. They still have possible flashes, relay bolts coming back in. It all depends on Divide.
Yudotan has surely seen him. He has. Good tag through, but Divide still standing and might still be able to make some magic happen. Paranoia. Not quite going to be held here by Forsaken. Needed to come a little earlier, and Yudotan would punish them. GE, they're not done yet.
Starting off with the pistol. Just yesterday, they weren't doing too hot on these sorts of rounds. They had some trouble against Full Sense, but perhaps, this is a way to keep themselves back into the game. Yudotan, let's get that from his POV, because that is exactly what you want to have.
Yeah, really need Yudotan to come online on this defense. Yeah. Disappointment, obviously, from the Paper X coaching booth, which is probably to be expected out of a round like that one. You had numbers disadvantage. A lot of players tagged up. It was always going to be a tough hold, but it is going to make closing this game out quite a bit harder for Paper X now. Ooh, that is nice. Perfectly timed shots from Patman. He's also been a little bit missing in that first half. I think it's fair to say he had been the standout player for GE coming into this playoffs, and if he's unable to activate on the daylight today, then it's going to be really rough for GE. That will be a big lack in firepower for them, but maybe he can come online here on this defensive side.
The ACS leader for the team, after all.
Insane clutching as well. Yudotan starting to build up toward that overdrive now as well, and Drones can spot a number of players starting to try and make their way in towards B. The wall obviously isolating Something. Now GE are on the hunt. Forsaken looks to punish for 2. So that'll be a little costly for GE in the end. But hey, a round's a round, and I think at this point you just have to take it one round at a time as GE.
One round at a time, one map at a time. We'll see how it goes. This might have been GE's pick, but as long as they make it close, I think we can still keep our heads high for the next several ones. You're already kind of seeing how GE intends to control the map. Controller, it's default things. Pat on towards C, the rest of them just trying to control bits of A as well.
I mean, the pressure is building on that stage, as you can see. Everyone is so invested at the moment. To be a little bit of a faster hit towards the A side of the map for Paper X, trying to take some space.
Oh.
And is tucked in the corner.
No tag. They don't know that he's in there.
Wonder if he lets them pass if they do decide to walk past, or to just take that first kill.
There's also a bit of timing as well. Divide just toying with the C site for now.
Oh, they're checking.
I'm out of here.
Nope. We're good.
Oh, the chase is on. Oh, no way! Yudatan doesn't quite get 2. Oh, it looked like the perfect opportunity, but Forsaken survives on a sliver of HP. Now it's Invi's turn, and the headshot will deal with Autumn. Forsaken flanked by Patman. He is looking for more, but he knows now that his position is noted, that everyone's going to be looking in his direction, so he'll slow things back down.
Trying to buy as much time as possible. 50 seconds if you keep Paper X here long enough. Maybe, just maybe.
It's timed this to perfection, I think. Invi's got no idea. And something hasn't spotted him out either in spawn.
I think there's a slight inkling. Something cleared it out. He's expecting it, and there he goes. Back to numbers advantage for Paper Rex, and now they have their pick of the sites. GE have to try to go in for a 2v3 retake, with the only thing to work off of being Crystal and Javi's signature abilities, the Recon and the Flash. It's not going to be easy, Jordan.
No, certainly not, but they are making good time as they start to rotate their way across, but they'll first have to take this fight against Davai, and he is holding strong for 1.
He's just too good.
Javi, now isolated in the 1v3, is not going to have a chance. A big round out from Invi as well. So, what can you do when all of Paper X is firing?
I guess not much. Do we have another timeout?
I think they do.
I don't know if they're going to be calling it soon. I mean, it started out kind of okay. You have this judge. He's swung on a great timing. And they almost managed to, capitalize off of it with Forsaken being incredibly low. Pat coming out towards the back lines. But after that fact, after something clears out, it's just Paper X again operating and imposing their will against their opponents. Trying to take things a little bit slower this time, and that's going to bait out GE's utility. They don't like what they're seeing. They're hearing bits of prowlers out towards Garage, and suddenly the rotations go off.
Dark cover into... Garage is not going to be too much of a concern for Paper X. They were already out in front of it, but I like the push here from GE, who take a lot of space outside to C. The issue obviously being that A is completely left open at this point, so it's going to be another retake that's going to be required for GE.
That's the problem. GE has no idea what's going on outside of Garage, and by the point that Crystal comes back in to clear it, it's a little bit too late. Paper X, they're holding up. Device got the angle into its sewer, and that's going to be a problem.
Well, just going to have to win some aim duels here if you're GE. There's no two ways about it. Retake's going to be a tough one. So much space being held by Paper X right now. And Invi is looking crisp. He very nearly deals with Autumn as well. Maybe the shield just saving him, but setting up the rest of Paper X to close this round out. King will drop. Batman starting to come online in this round. He's just TP'd straight into Forsaken, and Autumn's dealt with as well. Oh, dear.
Why are we doing that? Oh my goodness. Big kills traded back and forth, but it comes down to a wild TP play. Feeling a bit too antsy perhaps to just get back into the site, thinking that Paper X had pushed all the way outside of mid lane. But no! They were still onto the site. Forsaken was on top of a box. And at that point, that might have been the map lost. Big ultimates brought up now, but I don't know if it's possible. 11-5 is a big gap.
Yeah, huge recovery required now. And we're going to get another timeout for GE. You sort of asked the question of whether or not they have another one, and this is it. This is the all-important words coming through from the coaching booth of GE to try to save their map pick here. yes, you can say it's a BO5, but starting off the BO5, losing your map pick to a inform-looking Paper Rex, I mean, this could be a really tough day at the office for GE. It feels like you've got lots of time in a BO5, but you know, you can just as quickly be swept aside 3-0 and you walk away 2 hours later and you go, what happened?
That's the question that we're all asking right now. GE, they had this composition. We saw bits of it with how they want to operate around. That was another discussion that they had in the post-game press conference yesterday about how they don't seem to do well. They kind of struggle a little bit when their opponents are operating at their own pace, when they're not playing towards GE style, when GE is not able to slow them down. Clearly right now, with all the duels that PaperX are enforcing against this squad, it's not working out too well. Yudotan, though, trying to push his own assault in with a nightfall and the contract.
Oh, I love it from Yudotan. Gets the double straight out with that overdrive. That's exactly what GE needs in a round like this one. Davai will bait out the shield wall.
That's a really quick call from PaperX then. Just to quickly cancel off the initial push. Try to look for the pivot back into C.
Maybe something still on for this one. Patman, usually pretty solid. He's going to have to get at least one here. Shots give away his position. The double swing should come through. Oh, no. Patman really needing one and doesn't get either. Just a little bit of damage. Davai almost caught on the timing here by Autumn, who's just going to try and push forward and take a little bit of space. Actually takes Davai's head in that meanwhile. So GE, I wanted to say in with a chance for retake, but it's just not happened. Oh no, again. Just when you think GE are starting to come back into their own, there's always one more PaperX player somewhere to crush the hopes and dreams.
And isn't that just how this map feels? The number of, do I even want to call them hero plays? At this point, it's just individual prowess coming out from several players from this PaperX core. As soon as they start to see that push outside of A, immediately they try to peel back over onto C side, which they manage to do so, almost getting caught out, but then this happens.
Something kind of knows that he's getting in the heads of GE. 12-5, it has not been a particularly inspiring performance from GE on the stage today, but of course there is the opportunity still to come back in. Lotus Ascent yet to come. Got to just try to find a way to slow a bit of this momentum down for PaperX. Maybe they can take another 1 or 2 or 3 rounds out of this map and build a bit of confidence back up. That's a better start again from Yudotan and Autumn this time as well. Having some early impact, he wants to push for more and he gets himself the double. So that's what I'm talking about. Just try to slow things down for PaperX, get a few rounds here. Yeah, you probably have already lost this map, but at least stop PaperX from going into map 2 with oodles of momentum.
Oodles? I do like some noodles as well in Vietnam, but apart from that, just getting that read, I think. We've been thinking about Javi and his calling, and I think this is one of those rounds where he's managed to do just that. Figure out where PaperX is trying to push in from. Then you get the plays going out with Yudotan and Autumn getting activated on that C side. The last one going down without a question. You need so much more of that to win out, not just this map, but this entire series. We had a brief conversation about it, Jordan, where, you know, let's say we sack Haven, let's go over onto Lotus. Lotus was where PaperX just had their time of day the last time these two teams faced off. I think the desk was kind of talking or alluding to it a bit as well, that
one enemy remaining.
If GE wants to have potential to really make it to that grand final, get that revenge match against Full Sense, they need to drag this all the way out to Ascent.
Another aggressive play here for GE. Looks like Yudotan on the aggression on this defense has been where they've been finding a lot of their success, and I wonder if PaperX can start to adapt to that. They were waiting for it, and they knew eventually GE would come again. And unfortunately for GE, that is the last roll of the dice for map 1. 13-6, they have just been picked apart, and PaperX are doing what they do best. It's another lower bracket run in the making.
Already cooking up a storm. It's just the first map, and they didn't even let GE get towards at least halfway. 6 is just thereabouts. But when they're operating at this form, I mean, how can you possibly answer back? The timeout's called, but no answer. It's just plays from Defy, from Jing, from Forsaken, from something.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the really big concerning point here for GE is that Paper Rex are undoubtedly hitting their level, but I would certainly question whether or not GE feels like they are hitting their own level. There was a couple of moments there, maybe the Crystal 1v1 against Defy, where you thought, oh, this is a winnable round, doesn't hit his shot, and that's not, you know, to bag on Crystal at all. It's just a symptom, I think, of a greater problem at the moment where GE just feel like they're not at 100% today. And if you want to beat Paper Rex on a stage like this one, you probably need to be at 110%. So GE, I know they've got better in them. So they need to find a way to get to that level that we saw from them earlier on in the playoffs. Otherwise, it's going to be a quick day for Paper Rex. But luckily, they've got 2 maps in the back pocket to do that still.
Definitely. Just get those reps in. You want to look pretty good going out towards Masters London as well. So let's see a lot more of that. But for now, we'll toss it down over onto an interview or the desk.
Vâng ạ, rất kính chào các bạn thân mến. Bên cạnh tôi là thuyền trưởng của Paper X, huấn luyện viên Alex. Và hãy cùng nghe xem những chia sẻ của huấn luyện viên Alex về cái màn trình diễn thật sự là hủy diệt ở trong mắt thi đấu vừa rồi là như thế nào. So coach, that was really crushing. That's the word. Everybody was on point. So walk us through the confidence of the team.
I think we just tried to learn from past mistakes. I think we made sure that we come into this game, like you said, confident. You know, I think we had a good talk last night, made sure that everyone got good sleep, and I think that helps a lot.
Chúng tôi đã học hỏi những cái sai lầm từ trong quá khứ. Chúng tôi đã có những cuộc nói chuyện rất là hiệu quả trong buổi tối ngày hôm qua. Chúng tôi đã thể hiện điều đó ở trên sân khấu trong cái buổi chiều ngày hôm nay. Thank you, coach. See you in map 2.
Thank you.
Get good sleep and arrive with confidence. That seems to be the formula for success here for Paper Rex, and it seems to be working here.
Yeah.
Paper Rex just doing Paper Rex things once more.
I mean, it makes it sound so simple. I'm not this good after just one night of good sleep.
I get a lot of good sleep. I am never.
I wish coaching was this easy for me the whole time. I mean, this team are just unbelievable. They go from strength to strength. They've not missed a beat here on the stage, but on the flip side for G, once again, it's a slow start. We need to see them warm up on this stage and really bring their best self. Otherwise, the series might get out of hand.
This is the double-edged sword of GE, really, is they have all these ideas, they have adjustments game to game. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't, unfortunately. And it is difficult when you're picking Haven into Paper X. They get to play this defensive-sided comp. They've got the big, they've got the chamber, but those aren't even the agents that you necessarily needed to be worried about. It was more so Forsaken. Great game from him. He's just kind of been okay on controller for the most part, but this is finally like another one of those big games on the Omen where you can tell he's really feeling himself, and something, of course, continues to deliver in fine form as well.
Well, this is Forsaken in his, in his element. This is Forsaken in front of a crowd, and he is in the lower bracket. This is him at his most dangerous. So I think here, Paper Rex, they have to be feeling good about this one, and they have to be feeling good about this series. By the way, we do have a special guest here on the desk. We have Jovi from RRQ joining us. Woo! Of course, this is kind of personal for you because on the side of Global Esports, we have Frost, and you worked with him for quite a long while last year. It's a very, very memorable partnership. So what did you think of that map?
It was a little rough, I'm not going to lie. I think
A little?
Yeah, a little rough. But
Yeah.
it's map 1, it is a BO5, so
Right.
they do have a little bit more time. But it is Paper Rex, so every round does count. So, I mean, they need to start winning a few more.
Yeah.
They really want to keep going.
Definitely, definitely. I think that, here on side of Global Esports, they need to be able to shake this off.
Yeah.
Like, it never happened, and you're going into another map 1, right? Starting from 0. And that confidence that needs to come out from Global Esports, that's exactly what they need to find coming into the second map.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I need to see them wake up, man. I need to see them settle in. Because when this team is at their ceiling, they're an incredible team. They've not qualified for no reason. They're good enough. They've just not found a way to bring it out on the stage. So, Jovi, if you're backstage right now, if you're working with Frost again, you're in those back rooms, what are you saying to the boys here?
It's a warm-up scrim at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Right? You just take this one as a warm-up scrim, you take it in the chin, you wake up, and you already see how hard they're hitting. Now you got to start hitting back is the main thing. So just start going little by little.
What did you think of the comp adjustment coming into this game? Because I've kind of said this all season about GE. They love to change up the comps. They love to catch their opponents off guard. Can be a double-edged sword in Valorant. Like, is it hard to like bed these comps in game to game with the players, especially if you only have like a tight turnaround? I mean, it's been a while since they played Haven, but like, yeah, if things don't go well, or maybe Paper X is causing a couple more problems, is it hard to kind of get things rolling with the comp, or how have you found it?
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, if you're not really practicing it enough, you're not going to see many scenarios and things like that. And also the skill of Paper Rex, they're going to come out swinging, right?
Yeah.
But I totally see the vision of coming behind with the ISO, with the Vice to try to slow them down.
Right.
Especially the ISO wall, right, to stop the chamber and the jet ops.
Right.
So I can see the vision.
Yeah.
But it wasn't executed as well as they probably hoped.
So you think they picked it into them knowing they'd start attack side first, and they're trying to break like a lot of the chamber stuff and things like that, right?
100%.
Yeah, however, it's Paper Rex, right? And you saw it, like before any util could come in, they're just shooting heads already.
Yeah.
Do you think we're in for more surprises here in this best of 5?
Oh, 100%. Knowing Frost, he definitely had he had comp spread for this. He's waiting for this moment, even though they played I think four times now.
Yeah,
I think
this is the fifth.
Yeah, this is the 5th.
5 times. Okay. Definitely has things prepped. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see something out of the blue.
Yeah, okay. That looks really, really promising. That's a little bit of a teaser. But of course, when we talk about all of these players, right, we look at the ones that really did pop off. Autumn was hitting a lot of amazing shots, and Envy definitely putting up the numbers as well.
Yeah, I mean, just everyone across the board on this Paper X team is impossibly sharp. You never know who's going to be the guy to take over the server, because all 5 of them have been able to do it. On the flip side for GE, Autumn once again having a good performance, because we know he's used to these big stages from that CN region, but we're not seeing the rest of the team really get themselves comfortable. I do think they're still in that adjustment period. You know, don't get me wrong, now is the right time for it. You're getting it out before London, but I'd love to see a map where some of these lesser experienced players start to pop.
How is it playing against this comp when you have to run into like, you know, Phoenix, Chamber on Haven? Like, how do you deal with that? Is it annoying to play against? Because I can only imagine, like, you never really know what the setup is, where the chamber is. You know, they're very flexible with what they want to do.
Yeah, no, definitely. Especially when they're on defense, you really got to see what they do on A to really have like a total understanding. Are they setting up the chamber on the short? Are they trying to fight the A? If they're not doing that, maybe the chamber can be towards C, so you like caution it a little bit. So the start of round, the comms have to be on point of what they're doing to really have an idea. And then on attack, you just can't let this chamber walk and get free kills. Like that's like the main thing. And not let the Phoenix farm orbs. Like that's like the double-edged thing about it.
I mean, I think like when it comes down to these players, they definitely, sure there's a little bit of that composition there, but there was a lot of like, you know, I saw Patman getting really, really egoistic about some of the plays that he had. He was like, I really want to take this guy down.
That guy just sends it, but it's impossible when the Omen on the other side is putting together rounds like this. You know, we haven't seen the best Forsaken this stage. We know how brilliant he can be, but he settled into this sort of role player smokes role. But this was the kind of vintage game from him. This is the guy who we know can be an international MVP, and he's just proving that form.
Well, that's the thing. The Omen can definitely be a playmaker. So if your Omen is feeling it, and we've even seen it from Patman on this map where he's just gone ballistic. So unfortunately this time it was Forsaken's turn, but for Pat, we'll see if he can pick up the performance, because he has been the key against PRX for a lot of the other games they've played against each other.
Yeah, Forsaken's he's a late game kind of player, you know? Like, wait for me in the later half of the stages when we get to the big stage. That's when I'm really going to pop off. And I think for GE, you have Patman as that player, but it seems to be a little unstable. So I'm wondering how they're going to balance that kind of confidence and all those emotions as they come into map number 2. Lotus, another 3-side map. What are your thoughts?
Oh man, they got to keep their composure. If GE can keep their composure a little bit and just play a little bit more together, I think it's going to be a little bit easier on their end. You just can't be giving Paper X those one-on-one fights, those like, that's what they want. That's where they thrive. Don't give them a chance. Don't play into their chaos. Don't play into their tempo.
Yeah.
Try to compose yourself and play how you want to play.
Yeah, I think that like Patman mentioned that the key to winning against Paper Rex that one time was that he had to meet the aggression where it was. He had to say, nope, you're not dominating this side. I am here. I am going to stop you right here. So I think that they have to find that in them to be able to solve this problem that is Paper Rex, right? But of course, it's a big match here. So I want to see what the coaches have to say. I believe we have Frost standing by here.
Oh.
So let's send it down to the stage.
Excited for this one.
You're excited.
장점이라고 하면은 저는 이 마우스를 사용했을 때 양손잡이고 또 어느 그립의 사용자든 편하게 사용할 수 있을 정도의 호불호 없는 마우스 그립이라고 말씀드리고 싶고, 그리고 또 펄사가 굉장히 마우스를 잘 만드는 회사인 만큼 센서도 굉장히 좋고 그런 민감도나 정확도 그런 거에서 굉장히 뛰어난 성능을 보여준다고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Nơi khoảnh khắc truyền cảm hứng, nâng tầm từng trải nghiệm. Thành công được tôn vinh tỏa sáng, ghi dấu sự kiện hoàn mỹ. Skyho nâng tầm trải nghiệm trong từng khoảnh khắc.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific live from Ho Chi Minh. We just saw PaperX take map number 1 with relative ease, but this is a best of 5. We still have a long way to go. Mika Fab's here on the desk with Pilski, Big Time, and Jovi as our special guest today. He has a very beloved relationship with Frost, of course. So what's it like seeing, you know, a team that your former co-coach is coaching, and like, are you stressed for the side of global esports?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I want to see them succeed. I want to see this team succeed. They've been working really hard, so I just want to see them win.
Well, let's see how he's feeling. Let's send it down to the stage for an interview with Frost.
Vâng ạ, xin kính chào các bạn thân mến. Bên cạnh tôi là huấn luyện viên Frost, thuyền trưởng của Global Esports, và chúng ta hãy cùng xem là Frost sẽ cần phải có những thay đổi gì, hay là fan hâm mộ của GE hãy cứ tiếp tục tin tưởng. So coach, looks like they're not gonna slow down. Do we need any changes, or are the fans gonna just trust the process?
No, we definitely have to trust. First half, we lost a lot of close rounds. If we win them, it's probably 6-6 score. Second half, we had a round where we had 2 pushing down C, and for some reason, my 3 on the other side decided to lurk also, so I had 5 people lurking instead of 2. So it's just like, oh man, it's these small mistakes you can't make with the scene because they'll just punish you. It's tough.
Tất cả những gì chúng tôi cần đó chính là tin tưởng mà thôi. Ở ván thi đấu vừa rồi thì có rất là nhiều những cái sai lầm. Chúng tôi đã có thể đưa tỷ số về thành là 6 đều sau khi mà first half kết thúc, và đã có một tình huống mà chúng tôi đã có tới 5 người đi lurk và để ra rất nhiều khoảng trống cho bên phía của PaperX. Vậy nên chúng tôi sẽ cần phải sửa chữa điều đó ở tại map thi đấu thứ 2. Thank you coach. And wish you the best in map 2.
Yes sir.
Well, hopefully those small mistakes don't pile up here on Lotus. This is our second map. What are we expecting here?
Yeah, I mean, I want to see a recovery, but the problem is you're moving into Lotus. A map PaperX have been so fantastic on throughout their whole career. It's so tough to beat them here, and it always has been. So I really think the bounce back has to come now, or this series might really start to slip out of GE's hands.
Yeah, PaperX have really defined how to play double duelists on Lotus. Their only loss comes to a bad performance for something. He's not going to be having one today, and he's definitely not going to be playing a Neon. They're just trusting that double duelist comp, Jet Rays with the Sky. I don't think Paper X need to change up anything. They are very solid on this map. This puts the onus on GE, who have already played 2 different comps on this map. And this is a 3rd different comp. Jovi, what are we seeing here from GE?
Oh, I am so excited that they're bringing out the triple Senti out of GE. They really want to counter Paper X. They're bringing out the Deadlock. They're bringing out the Sage to be able to delay as much as possible. I am so excited for this.
Wow. There's no duelist.
This
You
is
the on the
crazy.
stage.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. There is no duelist.
Yeah, I mean, so I think their defender half, you expect it to be solid, but this attacker half, they're going to do what you were saying. They're going to slow it right the way down, right? Do you think this is how you beat Paper X?
100%. You have to completely counter. They have the Sage slows to try to drop the set. Yes. If obviously if played correctly, this is the way to go.
If played correctly.
If played correctly.
There's that disclaimer there. There's that disclaimer there. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to see this. It could go so well,
or just good luck, have fun next map.
I don't know. I'm feeling kind of nervous about this, but I do want to see how this plays out. Let's step into Lotus, over to Elfish and to Quack.
Man, I don't know why they do this to me, Quack. What is this? What is going on? You got triple Sentinel, no duelist. Look, Jovi seems to be pretty impressed. He seems to be pretty locked in on that composition. What's your take? Because to me, this seems like madness.
It does. But I want to say, let them cook. These guys are the chefs. They know what they know. And maybe, Lotus being a bigger map, that's where they can operate, having their own pace, go with it. But you really need the strongest start possible. Going into attack without a duelist, I don't know.
You say let them cook. These are the guys that made you baked beans on toast for the entree on map 1 with that composition. And it's reminding me a little bit of what Morgan eats on the buffet breakfast, which is such a letdown, I have to say, from his perspective. But either way, man, look, I'll give him a chance. I'll give him something. I'll see what we're going to get here because I like a bit of a variety. And I hope this works because I want to see a good series here between GE and Paper X. But so far, I don't have a lot of confidence at the moment for GE. They're going to have to change my opinion throughout this game of Lotus.
We'll see with this composition of theirs. All the Sentinels to boot. For now, they start things off with Gravnet. And there should be some information off of it, but Paper X hang back with the range that they have. It's just going to be GE to try to build up on towards alt points for now. Only one to maybe hold off the B side would be Javi, but he does have a trip supporting.
Yeah, it's going to have to be. This first half that looks good for GE. They are on the defense now, so they're going to have to maximize. Autumn surely caught out, but he does very well to get himself the 1-for-1. The ball's going to go up. Entry into C-site will be denied. For now.
A bit of vision maybe as well, but this being a chaos map, 3 sites after all, is another thing where Paper X loves to play around, but already you can kind of see what this comp does. The walls coming in, rot the clock quite a bit, and have some information off of that as well. Oh, Pat has to stay on.
I kind of wonder at a certain point, though, does it really matter as Paper X can send a couple of players over the top of those walls? Maybe they're not going to be too concerned, but we'll see how that plays out.
30 seconds
deeper
left
into this game. Here's the push now on to A. Crystal pushed away, but Patman standing and delivering just for the 1. Crystal now needs to put something together and can't do it. A side taken.
Now a lot of space off of it as well, so they're just continuing to hold down the line. Maybe you push all the way up through into spawn if you don't see anything else. GE depends on their approach, how silent you're going to be, what you do with the smokes. The door kind of gives off information now. They're trying to work in shoulder to shoulder. Doesn't work though.
Just a contact play, timing looking great here for something, and Envy providing a distraction, something usually so clean on the pistol, whipping a couple of shots, whipping a lot of shots. But it's okay, because Envy is there for the triple in the round, and Paper X win themselves another pistol.
Which Again, just doesn't really bode too well for GE. I mean, already the idea kind of looks fun and pretty good against Paper Rex, but if Paper Rex are just still walking into sites like that, you know, all the ability kind of, you just think about that another time. You know, this is one of those where they just had all the information.
I'll find those
Shots
ciphers.
whiffed.
Yeah, not happy with himself, but I think happy with the result. So, job done.
Yeah, good to go. Back over onto trying to slow down the pace of this map as much as possible. Maybe playing a long game with Crystal's ultimates. You want to stabilize throughout round after round. Meanwhile, for GE, I want to say at least they get some points. They get one gun away, although it wasn't a big gun. It almost doesn't matter. You think about what Pat mentioned yesterday in the post-conference as well, that he kind of struggled to reset mentally now. Map. He got kind of way too upset in the initial loss, so you would hope that that doesn't matter today. But right now,
I must wait.
Quick information, try to set up those walls once more.
GE a bit more proactive on this defense. Yudatan going to try to push his way forward, but it's Autumn that will strike first onto G.
Quick swing, not really seeing too much else off of it. Paper Rex thinking to end up on towards this A site, but Pat is close by, still has the haunt, and at the same time, Crystal, excuse me, does have the barrier mesh to really slow things down, allow for the rotation. To come over, and that's exactly what G intends to do.
Yeah, you can't play too slow here. Rex, don't worry about it. A headshot will be the difference maker there as Crystal's just plucked out of the round. A site taken, you've got a very, very late lurk from Divide.
Spike planted.
Maybe too late.
Maybe too late. I think that's a lot of ground to cover. But Envy, just the 1-for-1. Something has got to make sure that he does not fall here, because that could really bring this round back into an awkward position. He's got that push available, and there is Divide able to strike. So it was better late than never in the end. It looks like Paper Rex should be getting through this round, but we'll see what Harvey can do. Walks his way in on this A site, but it's not going to work out this time around. It's just a little bit too weird of a round, really, from Paper Rex, isn't it?
It feels that way. It really does. But this is just the most Paper Rex thing. Starting off against the back foot, they might have gone down to the opening picks. But for all of GE's util and plans, it doesn't matter if something just swings, takes down Crystal, and then the rest of them just to play around the spike. The duels always the 1v1s. Jovi just talked about it. Big Time just talked about it. Let's not see that too much. Now they've got to play tighter, play together. After this round, though, you don't imagine it's going to be too much. They're just trying to clash against Paper Rex around Rubble. Oh, okay.
Good shot from Yudatan. Something's out of that picture early on in the piece, and with that, Paper Rex have been rerouted over towards C. Morales going to clear it out as well, so they are aware at this point that Paper Rex have exited.
Could be okay. Maybe some kill trips possible, but searching locations as well. I mean, the main thing I'm thinking of is just one gun robbed.
Envy trying to hold the line at this point, but I don't know that there's too much that he can do about it. Of course, Jing done, and Harvey in from behind as well. GE, they just steal around out of nowhere.
Oh, slap my tail and call me wrong, Jordan. Let's see that again. I mean, I wasn't expecting Javi to be able to win out the 1v1, just trying to pick his timing around the positioning towards the back of Mound. Affords him a second, well, another gun picked up by GE. But ultimately, what comes down to it is, even though Jing pulled out that showstopper, just the ult from the deadlock puts him into the coffin. And that brings all the initiative back towards the team, and you can still see what this composition can do. Thrifty brought up now, and hopefully more rounds with it. Paper X, though, just back at it again.
Yeah, but it's good to see some signs of life for GE early on in the piece. Once again, a faster play from Paper X. Out Rubble, it is Something and Jing that are leading the charge. And kind of like what I was saying, does it really matter if you've got this fancy wall, that fancy wall? If they can just go over the top of it, Paper X are still going to be able to pick the pace up, and that's exactly what they've done in this round. GE
Last player standing.
are fighting, but they are not winning.
They are just bruised up right now. I'm trying to think, like, how could you possibly slow this down that much further? Maybe a big, well-timed grab net, but when you haven't really seen Paper X play at this pace, I mean, you kind of felt it once back in that playoffs game. But at this point, Paper X just continues to want to run it down A or C perhaps at some point. It's just difficult. I think you really need to position the Sentinels just right. Otherwise, fancy walls will be just that, fancy, and that's it.
4-1. Map 2 heading in the same direction as Map 1 at the moment. And again, a little bit of a cause for concern for Global Esports. So I imagine we're getting the attack timeout shortly. Is it happening right now?
Really has to be. Because if not, I mean, Paper X is just going to run the same thing again. I mean, the round there is just dropped, and instantly you have both duelists shoving it all the way up. One out towards stairs, or on towards A site. Meanwhile, it's another duelist out towards baby door. Now we're going into C. No timeout called. G will just have to try and go again. This time it's the Cypher with the trips and a Sonic Sensor to try to slow down Paper X pacing, but they have other plans in mind. Pick up the orb, go elsewhere. Jing's building up to another ult. Meanwhile, something's just peeking around it.
Yeah, he's just lurked out. Rubble have to take that space. Another staging ground for Paper X for their next offense.
Would it be, though, then for G to shift towards something more retake-centric? Pat picking up an alt orb or a kill. Could be Nightfall, could be big.
Could be something in this one for GE if they get the right timing on the push. There's two players waiting for it, but that's two frags waiting for Harvey. And GE are back in a big way for round number 6.
Massive skirmish out for a semi-high low. And now you're wondering about the other choke points in towards Link. And it's Crystal.
Envy trying to put this one together. It's a decent start. Costs a bit of HP on Envy, but they are finding their kills. And Paper X are one of the best teams at putting these kinds of rounds together. A 2vx starts to feel doable as it's now back down to just the 2-on-2. Paranoia pushing through, but Envy can still see. And he will buy some time for Jing to recover for a third. No, GE, no, not like this. A 2v1 now for Autumn to try and put it together, but that is criminal.
Your heart just has to ache for this team. On paper, everything should be theirs.
How can you let that round slip?
They had the numbers. But that's again what Paper X intends to do. Down to the 1v1s. G needed to set up. They were trying to set up the best possible time to retake. Go off of the flash on the Omen altogether. Sharp shots are sharp shots, but Paper X has them too. And as soon as you try to step back in the baby door, Paper X greets you right around the corner. This time again, 4-1 in towards A site.
Really surprised we haven't had a timeout just yet for GE. I think they need it. But I suppose they don't have much in this round to really work with, so might not get too much value out of it coming into round 7. They're looking a bit rattled on the stage, I have to say.
You really want to look to the coaching, but it doesn't feel as though you have the opportunity to do that. Jing's still holding into position. That's going to be a gun now. But Paper X has the C site. I mean, these two teams, you think about it again. Paper X, the initial pioneers of the double duelist. GE now playing something that looks batshit crazy. Triple Sentinel.
I mean, you can get points for doing something a bit different, Quack, but it's got to work. And so far it's not. Map 1, it didn't work. Map 2, it's also not working here for GE. So I'm not convinced, certainly. Forsaken doesn't know how close he is to a bullet in the side of the head. Harvey actually does get Forsaken. GE have been more competitive in these weird rounds than anywhere else. But now it's on the shoulders of Autumn solo again against 2. He couldn't do it in the last round, and he is really waiting down the clock here. Catches something. I think he's timed himself out of this round. Davai waiting and gets the freebie in the back of the head. So Paper Rex up 6-1, and yeah, points for trying something different here as GE, but they're just not showing up on stage today.
Always have that one, Davai. But yeah. For whatever reason, you know, you have to think some kind of a mental thing as well out to these duels, but when Paper Rex are just feeling that fiery, that relentless, round after round, every single corner peaked, there's a player just right around. It's one of those things, it's very hard to quantify, but that's what Big Time is talking about exactly. Let's play against this team. This is what happens.
I need to get a coach cam here, surely. Come on. I need to see.
There we go.
There we go. I mean, cannot be happy sitting in that chair right now. This has been a poor display from GE so far. You can't be losing a 5v2 on a stage like this against Paper Rex. That is not even down to the coaching. There's only so much you can do as a coach in that situation. That is just fundamental errors from GE. They have to find a way to fix it, and they have to do it in the next, you know, maybe a couple of rounds. Otherwise, this is going to start to become insurmountable. A reverse sweep will very nearly be required here for GE. Just how often do you see that happen?
You want to see at least, hopefully, a round or two. It would mean so much to the team right now on the stage to just take one round, get fired up, get going. I want to see rage. I want to see Pat back in that form, back with that slight ego. You want to take down your ex-team.
Come on. Oh, something on the stage today, please.
A big TP from Forsaken has a lot of information now. They're trying to get a couple of pot shots through, but GE with an intention to go with a TikTok wall. Or not.
Boy, off the back of the Seekers as well. Flag goes down. Nightfall doesn't quite connect onto any of those Paper Rex players, so they're feeling pretty okay about things. And Davai again is on the late lurk. He's on the flank. He's been doing that all game long. Paranoia, not a problem. Something covering things off. Envy eventually does fall, but time is of the essence now for GE as they start to push their way in. Unitán is making the difference. He gets the reds across as well. Davai is dealt with. Unitán coming alive when it's needed the most. Can they get the better of something and get that defuse? It's all good. GE have a round.
And they will fight back. Unitán, the ice to Jing's fire. I mean, this guy is another one of those original duelists for the team. Known to be a Raze, his name literally meaning homing missile. And he's the one, of course, to take down the duelist of Paper Rex. Comes back in, swings on a swivel, and suddenly you have the res back. A quad kill out for the rounds, and this is exactly what they've been needing. Just the mental composure, have that trust, get in with the flashes and push in for the retake. Doesn't matter what Paper Rex has.
Yeah, they need more though. They need another round here, Crack. It can't just be a one and done.
It feels like they should be able to. Paper Rex doesn't have the guns right now. They only have positioning around A, and it's the same wall again. They're going to be thinking about Unitán possibly taking through. A stream, but something has an entry.
Yeah, something out of nowhere. He'll be shut down before it gets too exciting for Paper Rex. Now it's Davai's turn. Oh no. The double from Davai. Just as GE start to look alive again, now it is very much hanging in the balance. Autumn holding strong. Can't quite hold the line. Jing half HP below that, in fact, and it's Crystal in another clutch.
He has an ult.
It's even going to be required. Only a couple of bullets away from death. It's slowed down now. Jing off the side. He's going to take a risk. I like this a lot from Jing. Crystal will not find him.
Just right off the back. But he's going to trust in the ult.
Jing's going to walk in behind him and shoot him in the back of the head. Crystal's got no idea. Oh, another one for Paper Rex. And GE, they just cannot get any momentum in this series at all.
It's mental, I'm telling you. The number just continues to grow. He had everything in the toolkit to work with, and Paper X had absolutely none. Just the Sheriffs, and Device somehow finds another multi-kill for all of Autumn's efforts. Down to the last, GE seems to have lost composure right at this juncture.
You can see even on the player cams, like it's not even a big deal for Paper X. Jing's not getting too excited about that, and just a cursory fist bump, you know, but I think Paper X know that they are so in command of this game right now that they just got to keep on going.
Both timeouts called in the first half. Paper X just comfortably breezing through.
Well, I mean, the worst part about this as well for Global is the composition that they've built is designed to do work on the defense, and they're not doing that. They're not even doing anything on the defense. So you go and think, well, we're going to move on to the attack now.
Yeah.
What tools do they even have? This is where they're supposed to be cashing in on this composition, and unfortunately, they're not getting the payout that they want.
Theory can only do so much. The practice on the actual server itself is a whole other thing. And sometimes you really just need to get your players feeling good, feeling comfortable, feeling enraged. Right now,
it's the nature of the beast though, isn't it, right? First time as a team on a stage like this, you're up against perhaps the most experienced team in the world pretty much on stages like this. And a core that's been together for so many years, you're not expected to come into this series and absolutely dominate, but GE have to take this as a learning experience going forward. Hopefully they can learn in this series, but so far we're just not seeing it. Paper X, another double entry. There's really nothing to be done here for GE at all, and Paper X are running rings around them.
I mean, what's the lesson here, Jordan? Flawless from Paper X. And these guys, well, they just show up against GE like school on a Saturday, which is today's day. No class. Just push them down. Instant shots through the smoke, something.
Yeah, I mean, I'll pick it up. I'll pick up what you're putting down. I would say, actually, though, that Paper X looking all class at the moment. They are just on point. They are delivering the level that you would expect.
This is so much disrespect.
Yeah. No escape.
Next round again.
But, you know, if you can get away with it, then, yeah, disrespect away.
That's the game. Don't hate the player. Ops brought out again, and Alts online. GE trying to play more defensive positions. Multiple trips all the way towards the A site. And Avi to maybe try to play towards the off angle from Baby Door, but that's information to Paper X now. A first time that we have a slow round in this first half now. Just for Paper X to run circles around. We're back into B.
Well, something. He's up to his usual tricks on the other side of the map. But
Bring them down.
you're right. Break starting to push their way forward toward B. Or at least put some pressure on that with the util. They actually haven't committed to it. Trying to see if they can pull something out of GE, and they have. It's Utatown pushing his way forward. Devi will spot that out. But he himself will be pushed away. 40 seconds on the clock here. Paper X are going to have to lock in for something soon. It's Jing with the showstopper. It's not going to find anything just yet. He goes through the cage. Autumn, that's a really bold move. When you know the showstopper has been pulled. Crystal, only a 1-for-1 again. The A site cracked open without too much drama here for Paper X.
At least so Avi has the flash, wants to go fast.
Straight through it. Utatan gets himself one. It's not quite going to be enough. Harvey's position noted as well. Envy spotting him around the corner and something. Locking in onto Batman as well. What can you say about these rounds? But it is a demolition.
Just blown to pieces. The showstopper. You applaud the boldness, the courage to even try and go for it.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I think you kind of have to be taking some risks now as GE, because playing standard clearly is not working for them. They've got to try something different. Throw a fox among the hen house, throw a spanner in the works, see if you can find a way to unsettle Paper X. But the thing is, like, now it seems like Paper X are just so far ahead. They're riding so far on that wave of momentum.
Just spear tackling them through and through. Now it's the Vi out with an Odin, and they're marching down C. Autumn trying to slow it down.
He's doing a pretty good job of it, actually. Autumn eventually does get brought down by Forsaken, but the reinforcements will arrive here for GE and filter their way out through the door. The Paper X pushed away, and a res as well to try and secure this final round of the half. A 9-3 would be something for GE to work with. Unless Forsaken, of course, can pull off a minor miracle in winning this round. He does have the spike, that gives him opportunities. He's playing Ring Around the Rosie with GE pretty nicely. He's hoping to isolate a duel here, and he's been able to do that, but down to 31 HP.
Gets one more, he has the TP. Maybe he could go somewhere. Be risky, but it could work. So much time to work off of as well.
I don't have a lot of faith.
Confirmation that Forsaken's still lurking around waterfall position, and that's where Javi has his crosshair strained in.
Yeah, rotation.
That's the confidence. That's the form. And after that, just knowing that it would either have to be the spike or Forsaken another kill. It's G trying to keep themselves cool, level-headed back into the game. 3-9 though, and as you go into the second half, you really have to wonder, how does this circus of a composition would look on the attack? And they're without timeouts now, I have to say that as well. If they don't start off just right, Paper X, I think we're thinking about a possible 3-0 now. The only question mark left would be, what does the composition look like then on Ascent?
No, the real question right now is, are you a fried spring roll or a fresh spring roll guy?
Yeah, we're healthy. We go fresh.
No way, bro. I'm going fried every day.
I like lime sauces, so that's me. But you know, fans clearly kind of. Agree with me, so
yeah,
you're
like
wrong.
Everyone's going fresh.
Okay. All jokes aside, though. Definitely the crowd favorites, Paper Rex and Fresh Spring Rolls. Maybe that's what G will look like at the end of the map as well. Completely fried. You don't want that. You do not want that. First ever deep run in Pacific playoffs.
Oh, I mean, look,
this is the dream.
Well, the dream is turning into a nightmare right now for GE. However, I think you have to say, even if they were to go out here, top 3,
it's not bad.
Really not a bad shout in your first playoffs. So I think we still have to kind of keep that in mind a little bit. But again, GE obviously coming into today wanting more than that. They want more than what they've been able to deliver so far. They've picked up only 9 rounds total over the 2 maps. And that might be continuing, although Invi whipping a couple of shots gives the opportunity back.
And how you kind of hold out. The spike clearly planted the safe spot for Tree. Just a Sheriff and a Dream.
Vi's been able to put together a few good Sheriff shots so far in this game, but doesn't even get the chance to shoot a bullet. So GE holding on for the second half pistol. Same story as what we saw in the first map. 9-3 first half. GE wins the pistol in the second. They only picked up 6 rounds in the end over on Haven. We'll be definitely hoping to improve upon that here on Lotus.
That's just what we all want to see. Keep the dream alive. Go in. Guns blazing outside of B. Oh, but the crowd loves the reactions on the coach cams. Still, though, off to the next round, and this is where you get to build up that speed. 2 marshals, and they will be the money men, just trying to look for picks and bits of information. Meanwhile, the main forces down towards C. Just trying to play off information on the flash. Not really seeing too much, but he's going to call confirmation. And that's rotations now. Paper X all getting across.
Bring them down.
GE will be slowed down a little by that dark cover. Looks like they're going to go through it anyway. Vi here to try and hold on. Good for one always.
Spike
Well,
down. C.
starting to get a little bit worried for GE that maybe Paper X can put something together. How did something get multiple shots off there? And now Jing coming into play as well. That's the spike dropped, and Autumn is nowhere to be seen.
Jing has a gun.
He's got no idea where Autumn's coming from, though. He thinks maybe there's even a flank coming through.
Autumn's just going to have to either find a headshot or really find the right peaks. You know, one shot, peek back over the next.
No armor for Jing. He is tucked nice. Carefully until he decides to cross. Again, he's got no idea where Autumn is. Here's the peek. Spotted. 30 seconds for Autumn to try to work with a bold peek from Jing, and he gets it done again for Paper X. They are just making no mistake at the moment as they continue to put GE in the ground.
What more is there to say? You think about Paper X playing to their peak form, and that's scary. Paper X playing this fearless is just straight up terrifying. No armor, but Jing just doesn't have a care in the world. It feels as though everything is starting to come crashing down. We go back into it again, and there's no mobility whatsoever. They try to sit Paper X down with utility, but it's more peaks.
I mean, it's just crazy. Something just does not want to go backwards, does he? He's always looking for these fights. I mean, think about it. Primi versus something tomorrow, if that ends up being a matchup that we get to see. Jet v Jet, Op v Op. That will be a crazy final. Paper X are going a long way to securing that possibility.
It has been a couple of years since we've seen a full Thai squad into an international. We'll stay focused for this game for now. Paper X with all the guns in the world. High-low.
Jing's making it a little bit too easy right now. Forsaken can't hold on for the double, so Spike is allowed to transition its way toward A.
He's instantly thinking to wrap around towards the back, get that 180 flick, but there's just no chance. Envy, on the other hand, is just so comfortable. I mean, that's another thing. Both teams cut from the same cloth. Just always playing Valorant with a dream. Paper X initially, people were laughing at them for that double duelist. And then they show up in this way. One Malaysian representative in Davai. Envy as the next Filipino star. GE, similar signs, but not the same level of experience, not the same level of performance. For the little team that could, to finally take down Paper X in the playoffs, in towards map 2, where they're finding themselves in a 4-11 scoreline. They try and they try. They're sitting back for now, but it's Paper X to control all the space. One-ways and 2 players outside of mound to hold. Another one-way setup.
They will continue to try for yet another map as well if this one ends in the favor of Paper X. Remember, it is a best of 5, so GE are not done just yet. It doesn't feel like they've come online at all so far in this lower bracket final. It is 1-for-1 to start off round number 16, and GE are going to try and take some momentum from that. Prowlers forward, allows them out to mount.
Think carefully, though.
Big rotate from Paper X. Right now for GE, Crystal's going to have to try to clutch it out. Pops the Annihilation. He's got that wall up as well. Devi's been caught. Forsaken, gonna have to get this one done alone. Tags through.
Forsaken set.
Still has to find one of these.
Come on.
Eventually, but it will not be this one. Another for Paper X.
How? How is this happening? Round after round. Another big entry, big first blood. Padman fires back. You actually gain space into sight. You have the conviction to go through with Nightfall. Just a crumble in the post plant, a showstopper, a big dive, out with Defy as well. Just down to the 1v1 where the headshot angle is the last thing you don't expect.
Yeah.
12-4, and now Economy in shambles. Paper Rex look primed to send this to Ascent.
Yeah, and it's looking like it's going to be an even cleaner map here on Lotus than what we saw on Haven. So even more mentally draining for GE. Forward hold on B. Worked out for something. Again, in the mix early on in the piece. Defy waiting for Harvey. Can't quite get it done. That's Steel Garden in the mix as well. But Forsaken is running amok amongst GE. He will eventually be brought down to heel, but I don't think it's going to matter at all. It is just Patman up against his former teammates, and surely nothing to be done. 13 secured for Paper Rex, and right now they are making it look way too easy against GE.
Just another bloodbath again. The last round. Just confusing, trying to find any lead possible, but time and time again, it gets wrangled and tossed away by Paper Rex.
Yeah, it's time for some real soul searching here as GE 2 maps into this lower bracket final, 1 more remaining if things continue in the fashion that they have been. So GE have to take a break here, have to have a chat with the coaching staff, have to dig deep, have to find a way. Otherwise, this very first playoffs run they have managed to get themselves into will be over.
The best chance would have to be that Ascent. They haven't shown their composition so far, not a single time. Meanwhile, Paper Rex seemingly struggled a little bit against T1 just yesterday. We do see something right back in on with the Yoru though, and he had some lovely plays back there, so you never quite know. This could still be a clean sweep.
Yeah, we've got a lot of Paper Rex fans in the crowd here today. You can see all those signs being held up, and they have been given a bit of a treat, but the global esports fans need something to watch as well. Hopefully, Global can deliver that on map number 3. Looking likely the scoreline, but we'll see whether or not things change on map 3. First though, we'll go to an interview, see how things are feeling down on the stage.
Vâng ạ, thưa các bạn thân mến, đối đầu với cả Ben Sentinel nhưng mà không thể ngăn cản được W Gaming. Vậy điều gì đã thúc đẩy cái điều đó? Điều gì đã bơm thêm năng lượng để cho bên phía của Paper Rex biết rằng là Jing hay không? Hãy cùng nghe chia sẻ của huấn luyện viên Alex. So coach, against 3 Sentinels, we still can't stop the W Gaming. What pushed that? Is it Jing?
Yeah, I mean, having Jing play like 25 kills is obviously going to give you, against any comp, is going to be good. I think we have seen the comp before. You know, so we kind of know what we need to do around it. So when we saw it today, like we had a good idea of how to play around it.
Với việc mà Jing chơi như thế rồi thì bạn chơi bộ com nào cũng sẽ có thể hoàn toàn xuyên thủng được 3 Sentinel thôi. Chúng tôi đã nhìn thấy bộ com này trước đây và chúng tôi hiểu rằng làm sao để khắc chế nó. Vâng ạ, đó là những chia sẻ của huấn luyện viên Alex. Thank you coach. See you in map 3. Thank you.
What can you do to stop 3 Sentinels? You just Paper Rex it. That is the answer. And that is exactly what happened. It is 30-4, an even farther scoreline than the first map.
I mean, we heard it from Jovi before this map. He said, in theory, this comp should cook Paper Rex.
In theory.
Paper Rex don't care about your theory. They're so good. They're so sharp. And I feel like GE, you know, with all the good planning in the world, if you can't make it work on the server, then things aren't going to improve. You know, we've seen this composition in the past. We've seen the idea of triple sensing, and I think it's great on paper, but to play it in reality, especially against such a strong team like Paper Rex, it feels impossible to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, as well as you see how the first half and second half started. You get bonus 1 as well as pistol by Paper Rex, and then second half you see GE with a much needed pistol, they immediately get ecoed. It's just one of those games where not only are the double duelists at Paper Rex, you know, just full force running at you, Jing's on his signature agent, but also you have a bit of a disastrous half start in both of those halves. So even if you have all this prep, even if you have all these great plans on the gun rounds, you don't get the chance to execute them as cleanly as you would have wanted to, and then the game falls apart.
Well, you know what? Jovi hyped up the triple Sentinel way too much, so we decided, you know what? Never mind. He doesn't belong here on this test. We decided to bring up Benkai to replace him. Benkai.
I'm not gonna hype it up. I'm here to clown on it, man.
all right. Let's hear me clown
GE
it.
was not fighting today on that map. They were struggling. It was GE struggling today. I thought it was me and Morgan again on that team.
Yo, that's a flashback. No, but I think you're right. I think it's just, I get the idea behind it, and I get that you're trying to upset in this best of 5, so you have to be the ones to innovate, but it didn't look well prepared. That is the, like you said, that's the flip side of trying to play a lot of these comps and try and make a lot of changes on the fly. If you're not well drilled with it, it's not going to look good on the stage when the pressure's on.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, and you can see GE also starting to crumble under all this pressure. Sure, you had map number 1 where you can just shake it off and okay, get those nerves out of the way. This was map 2. It's starting to get real for them, and this next map coming up could be their final one. We see just how far away the stats are over here, and for PRX, they are still just smooth sailing over here.
Yeah, I think with GE really needs to get their discipline together. Like, there was that one round, the 2v5 that PaperX won. PaperX had no business winning that. And GE just picked into them one by one. I just didn't know what that was.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, even on the game planning, like this is a comp that should be able to win A on that defender side, and they were never able to do it, even if they're throwing all that util. And then half the time they had Crystal on his own towards A, he's tripping up backside. Like, it just doesn't seem like it's well coordinated and well put together. But ultimately, it's PaperX that you're having to play against, and PaperX are so good at disrupting your timings. And I think for this GE team, they're still not looking settled on the stage, which is a worry. I mean, it's a best of 5. It's a long, long day in theory, but that's only true if they can start to turn their performances around here.
Yeah, I mean, this is just classic PaperX. This comp is very flexible. They can kind of mid-round their way out of a lot of situations. MVP obviously goes over to Jing. It feels like there's less and less maps in the pool where he's going to be able to play the Raze, but Lotus is always going to be a staple from him. So I'm not surprised, despite the fact that in a couple of these last few series, we haven't seen as big of a performance from him. But as soon as he's back on that comfort role, on the comfort map, he goes straight back to putting up the same numbers that you saw at the start of this stage of Pacific.
Yeah, he is just one of the best Razes in the world, and if not the best Raze in the world. And this is exactly why, when it comes to these kind of matches, he's always the one to watch out for. He always pops off also, and he always delivers on this agent. You had Padman really trying to fight on the side of GE. However, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game just got out of their hands too quickly. You spoke about it yesterday, Ben. PaperX are one of the best momentum teams in the world, right? So, I mean, if you're on the flip side, let's say you're back in GE for a second, PaperX are getting that momentum. How are you stopping it?
I mean, with all these Sentinels that GE had, I would have tried to at least play for time and just try and cut down on those entrances with the Sentinel utility. That's what I would have done.
Yeah, I mean, look, honestly, the thing I wanted to highlight about this game is, I mean, these 2 rounds are a perfect example of what PaperX do to a team. At the end of the day, this was a 4-on-5 bonus, won by PaperX that got them a ridiculous amount of momentum in the first half, and then the clip to follow up this one is going to be a 2-on-5 that you've seen. I mean, you see vintage 2-on-5s, 2vx clutches from PaperX. It's really what they do best. You put them in a situation where they need to read the game, and they're able to do it. But I also want to, highlight the comp that GE are playing. This is a duelist-less comp where you need perfect spacing, because at the end of the day, you actually have a lot of guys on this team that are just a guy with a gun. I've thrown all my center util down, but when we get into the mid-round, I'm a guy with a gun and I need to be next to my teammate, and if I'm not, I'm going to get picked apart by PaperX. Yeah. And this is what you saw in this round.
And I think this is something GE in the past have been historically so good at trading each other out. We've praised their fundamentals so many times on the desk, but PaperX picked it apart here today.
Yeah, it was just, I wish we could see how this comp really would work. But unfortunately, today's just not the day. There's just too many factors in here. But now, of course, we have Ascent on the horizon. What do you think? Are we expecting anything? Any surprises there? Jovi hyped it up again, but I think I trust you now.
You trust? I mean, for GE, I wouldn't be surprised if they brought out like a funky comp. But I also wouldn't be surprised if PaperX brings out Jing on the Race for this map. Like we've done it before in the past.
Okay.
Yeah. It kind of worked, but I would value something Yoru over the Race here, at least on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, I think from T1 yesterday, we heard KDG speak about how they went back to that old school comp, that default comp, because they thought it could be PaperX. So I'm curious if that's a kind of angle Frost wants to take, if he wants to work that KO in there. But in my mind, knowing Frost, I think he's prepared to go weirder than the old school default comp.
I mean, we'll see what they come up with. At the end of the day, I think PaperX in both of the games that they played on Ascent thus far probably could have got more out of their defender side. So especially with the Sage Vice, I want to see that happen. I think Jing is going to be happy about his performance. I remember when they played KRX over at Champs, Jing had a big game on the Sage, but he honestly hasn't been playing that well on it. So I think hopefully he's going to be feeling a little bit more comfort, a little bit more momentum coming off of that Raze game on Lotus and have a bit better of a performance this time around. Because once again, you will see picked by GE and PaperX will get to start out on the defense with the Sage Vice.
Oh my gosh, it's 13-6, 13-4. Ascent is where I need GE to come alive here. Otherwise, this could be it and PaperX advances to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, their playoff run would come to a screeching halt. Don't get me wrong, they're still in London. Still plenty to be excited about. But this is a team that wants to win Pacific. They want that rematch against Full Sense. But you can only do that if you really start to play to your ceiling right now because they've not shown it in this series.
Dude, if there's any time to come back, it has to be this map right now.
Yes, exactly.
Because even if they win this map, I'm so scared for GE for the next map after what PaperX did on Split.
Yeah.
Yeah, against the last two teams that they fought against on Split, I really don't see how GE is going to come on top of that.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, to be fair, GE in the past have been quite comfortable and good on Split, and even in, I believe, Kickoff, they pushed PaperX very close on that map. It was an OT banger, so GE will have to rediscover some of that form, but Bear taxes, you've got to win Ascent to even make it there, and it would have to be some kind of ridiculous reverse sweep. Not only would they have to peak when they've looked a little bit shambolic on the stage so far, but also PaperX would have to fall asleep a little bit, and they've just been on today, and I don't see it happening.
I do wonder if PaperX, you know, what if they get a little bit complacent on this map? What if GE is able to come back from this? Because again, this could be the last map, right? GE, I need to know what you are planning here on Ascent, and let's not forget that Frost here, he's cooked up some really weird comps on Ascent, right? Really, really strange ones. I'm curious to see what he has to say about this current series, so let's throw it to him on stage.
Kính chào các bạn thân mến, rất là có ý tưởng để có thể kéo chậm tốc độ của W Gaming lại nhưng Global Esports vẫn chưa làm được. Liệu rằng khi mà bây giờ lưng đã chạm tường rồi thì GE có match với cả tốc độ của PaperX hay không? So coach, you try to slow them down. It's really tough. Now your back's against the wall. Are you gonna match their pace, or we still have to trust?
Okay, so I just watched us 4 rounds in a row, a fight with Triple Sensi. So at this point, I don't know what is going on. Don't ask me for questions because that was not supposed to happen.
Điều đó không nên xảy ra. Tôi không biết rằng có điều gì sẽ có thể xảy ra được nữa. Bây giờ tôi không nghĩ được gì cả. Tôi không trả lời được gì cả. Hãy cùng chờ đợi map thi đấu thứ 3 mà thôi. Thanks coach.
I mean, if Frost doesn't know what's going on, what are we supposed to think?
I mean, he's saying exactly what we said. How are you losing the A fight?
Are we pressing the panic button now? I think we need to press it. We need to press it right now.
I think the good thing for GE is if they're going to recover, it has to be now, right? And when we saw them beat PaperX last, there was a big hunger difference. I felt like they wanted it more. Now is the true time where they have to bring that back. If they can muster up that courage, the cojones that they showed in that series, then they'll be able to turn this around a little bit. But they're looking complacent and they're looking scared. Right now it looks like PaperX that wants it more, and that's what worries me for GE.
Yeah, and you just can't come into this match with that kind of mentality, you know, especially against PaperX. To them, the job is done already. They've already made it to London.
Yeah.
So right now, they're really just having fun. And whatever they get now is just a bonus to them. So
exactly. And PaperX, they're so scary when they have fun.
Yeah, and what does GE have to do to try and like beat that mentality? You know, they're just so, I just feel like they're so afraid right now.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. It is definitely scary when you see PaperX having fun and definitely in the sort of flow state that they usually get into in these very, very important matches. We see that each of these players also, they're just incredibly calm as well. Like they haven't really peaked yet. And you see the side of GE, they're really struggling.
I mean, exactly. I mean, you saw the interviews this morning. Divine made it to his 14th international with this. It's routine for him at this point.
He literally looked like he rolled out of bed, which I'm sure he did to come and play this best of 5. Either way, though, Ascent is going to have to be where the narrative changes for GE. It is reverse sweep or go out here in Pacific. Yes, the job's done. They've already upset PaperX before. He's been looking like that. He's been looking like that so far.
Scary.
Borderline demonic.
mean, that's him with the Yoru ult right now. He's gonna be masked on in this game. I'm really looking at Jing and Forsaken though. Forsaken was phenomenal in this first map of the series on Haven on the Omen, and I think he's key to holding that A main control on defense. The Omen is a very key agent in that regard. But Jing coming off the back of that Lotus game as well, after he's had a couple of rough games on the Sage, an agent that he's played a lot in the past, not only on this map, but also on Sunset. Those are going to be the two players that I'm looking at to be heavy hitters for Paper Rex. For GE, I mean, we have no idea what they're going to come out with here. I mean, we haven't seen them play Ascent yet at all. It's something that they've kind of kept in their back pocket. But even if they have some tricks up their sleeve, if the players don't step up in the server, none of the theory, none of these comp changes is going to matter.
That's my worry, because it doesn't seem like the players have that same fire that they enter the stage with, right? You saw the look on Javi's face, that sparkle when he was walking out. And now, into map number 3, he's looking puzzled. He's scratching his head. He has his hand, you know, over his head, and he's thinking, what am I going to do?
I mean, it's so hard not to be demoralized in this game because you cooked up these great plans that I'm sure have been, you know, absolutely frying for you in scrims, and then you bring it out in the server and you get 13-6, 13-4. It's hard to go, well, it doesn't matter what we do, and it's easy to get in your own head and feel like you're just not able to go toe-to-toe with them. But you are good enough if they bring it back. It's a Sage mirror matchup.
What we wanted to see.
Yes, and I love that they're bringing out the KO. We saw how well T1 were able to do with this to neutralize what Paper Rex were bringing here.
Sage mirror matchup, it is. It looks like we are getting what we asked for in this match. But the question is, can Global Esports make this comeback, or does this series already belong to Paper Rex?
I really want to see how GE are going to get into the bomb sites, man. They don't have any agents to dive in.
Yeah, and you're going into Vice Safe.
It's going to have to be the Phoenix Burst. Like, they're going to be stuck in the chokes. It's going to have to be curveball or underarm KO flash, something like that to try to break it.
Well, GE, you got to give us something here. This can't be the way it ends after such a miraculous run here in stage 1. And for Paper Rex, you got to keep going. Show us what you've got as we toss it on over to your casters, Elfish and Quack.
Yeah, it's all about this for GE. They have come in with the fantasy run into the playoffs. First time ever. And we thought, wow, this team might be able to put something together. They beat Paper Rex in round 1. They make it all the way through this event, and then all of a sudden it starts to come crashing down. Surely the dream cannot turn into a nightmare.
Surely not, but then again, you never know. Look at how many signs there are out there. PRX 3-0. By the way, if they do actually make it to the grand final, it would be the first time that they face off against full sets so far this year. It hasn't happened before.
Wow, that's a big story. I think you could definitely set a few up there. Primi maybe the best player. Paper Rex maybe the best team. What kind of a matchup that could be if we get there tomorrow. GE, of course, still trying to play spoiler in this best of 5, but they are down at 0-2, needing a reverse sweep. How often do you see that happen?
Let's not forget, you don't see that happen too often, but Paper Rex were one of the first few teams to do against KRX back then in 2023. But for now, let's all remember as well, Frost being the OG creator of the zombie comp, the tempo comp where you have multiple lives. Autumn Phoenix, Yurutan, Sage. For now, though, silent approach through middle. The smoke somewhat telling. Paper Rex starting to think about holding out towards A short, but it's a bit late.
That made their way into 3, and actually some pretty good ground here. Autumn is already taking a lot of space. Crystal pushing his way forward, a 1-for-1. Something straight down for Divide.
Pretty nice. You found the hammer, you get a kill at the very least, and that's a pretty decent start. A lot of information and time being held off as well, thanks to the walls. So you know where one is approaching, the rest possibly as well. Now that you have Hat back on the controller just to try and hold.
Ooh. Tag in onto Jing. Something already dropping. This is coming together for GE. They haven't started with a pistol round until now. So that's a break in tradition for this lower bracket final.
Something that you definitely are welcome to taking. I mean, that's, again, another theory about how this composition could work. We're seeing it in practice, which is something that we haven't seen so far today. You have the wall. That slows things down. You get some information off of it. The door kind of works as a wall as well. You know where Paper Rex are approaching from. So big ups to Crystal for being able to take that opening duel. We need so much more of that for the rest of this series.
100% GE.
Two Marshals, one Ghost now.
I mean, you can still see that that means a lot to them. They're still locked in for this game. They're still doing everything they can. That belief is not gone. And that's what's going to be the most important for GE. Even if we don't believe, they have to believe.
Right here. I just love that so much for this team. You lose a Guardian now, though, but on the other side, just try to shove it into the side, get the spike down. You know Paper X are on the approach.
Just spotted multiple players outside of B, so they're not going to take too long to clear out A. Still got Batman and Autumn pushing for this flank, and, well, slim pickings for Paper X in this round. Really nice anti-eco for GE.
It almost didn't matter that Forsaken had a gun. Last player soon to be found with Yurotan in position. Okay, there we go. You had us nervous for a second there, didn't we?
Ngồi coi 2 tiếng đồng hồ.
But that's again.
I've just seen so many things
Không nói gì, lạnh
on a
quá.
dime like that.
Yeah, so far today.
Like you just can't afford to make a mistake.
Mình cũng siêu đấy, để ngồi 2 tiếng đồng hồ mình đéo nói gì, đéo nói một câu nào.
So,
Cỡ vậy.
again, I mean, just thinking about GE as a whole team. So far, the entire org's history throughout the inception of Pacific, you know, no offense to Big Fan Morgan or even Benkai on the desk, but they've always struggled. This is the best form that we've seen so far. I want to believe in the dream for them to be able to make it to the grand final. Players who have been plucked from Tier 2 haven't had their time to shine. This might be it, and they will shove it straight through with a dive, sort of, on the Phoenix into sight.
That's nice. Again, we talked about that on the desk. How are they going to get out onto these sites? Well, it's going to have to be the pop-in. The runner back in this case. On Autumn, and it's worked out quite nicely. GE are navigating this round nicely so far. Decent contingent of weaponry, despite the fact that Forsaken's got a kill back in there. There's really not a lot for Paper X to get excited about. Global Esports looking pretty good so far on Ascent, so maybe it's not over yet.
Yeah, they're in control of the spacing. Something trying to look for a safe backing out towards the A site where he should be the safest. Still, though, never to quite know. G could begin to hunt crystals. Recon could come back soon enough. Apart from that, however, it's just pace again. I mean, you start the first 2 rounds exactly how you need to, and then you have the ultimate, which, you know, we haven't really brought up as a point. Autumn is on to 8 kills right now, only a single death to his name, and that's just exactly what this team needs. You go in with a full force and fury of Global Esports straight into the B side, and Paper X just has no answer. You can continue to bring up rounds like this, then we'll have a real conversation.
Yeah, I mean, this is really looking quite nice for GE. Autumn uses the runner back in this round, and he's already halfway there to his next one as well. It won't be long before we see that again.
Hopefully more.
Bit of a save out for Paper X here as well. Half buy coming through. Opportunity for GE to continue the pain here on Ascent.
Possibly. Shadow flashes, but then again, Paper X have somewhat of a similar composition as well. The Sage, always a big factor.
Oh, they're going to contest through the one-way, through the slow. Still going to try and take that space. Flash in, helps Forsaken out. He can't get out. It's just the 2 for 2, which, look, if you're Paper X, I don't think you're too mad about.
Yeah, that was just a Sheriff. And now you've got something under a strong position.
Very strong position, in fact, and he's got a rifle that he can make some good work happen from. Yudokan not able to clear that corner, and this is where maybe it starts to fall apart a little bit for GE. The decoy.
You need this duel.
Getting the better. Crystal was spotted. Doors broken or something. What is that? Harvey just punishes him for it.
Just an uncharacteristic dive, but now spike planted and a crossfire set up across the sites.
A big crossfire indeed. That drone. The information that is required. Nobody out from tree just yet, so Crystal feeling pretty comfy to start to push his way out onto the line. Stops a bit of damage. Shock dart out, trying to slow things down. That's awkward. 1v1 now for Harvey. And you're up against Davai, who is running out of time, so he's going to have to go back and try and sit that defuse for a second. Flash around the corner. Prompts another tap here. Davai cannot win this for sure. All over at this point. Yeah, easy for Harvey. 4-0 GE. Starting to come alive on map 3.
I'm not going to lie, though. I definitely held my breath for a second. Javi, thankfully, being able to play off of time. But Crystal on the 1v1s, he hasn't been so hot today. Kind of want that Crystal to come back in this series. At least the rounds going this way so far. Being able to find the recovery off of 2 initial big losses. That's the GE. That's the composure that they need to bring back to the game. I mean, just finding the right calls, finding the right plays. Paper X starting to Ooh, feel a bit of nerves as well.
First time in this series that we've seen the initial timeout in a map go the way of Paper X. Also the first time that GE have picked up the opening pistol. First time that GE have been able to front run. So we're sort of in uncharted territory now on Ascent. Things are maybe changing up for the better for GE, which is what we've been asking for all this whole series.
4-0 is a hot start.
Yeah. Feels like the first time they were actually really asking any questions of Paper X so far.
Which is then some work for Coach Alex to do. I mean, you have to think about how G has been approaching round after round. A lot of the orbs on this map are somewhat positioned for the attackers to pick up. So clearly needing to work around that, and that's what they tried to do a little bit towards A main, which is very clear for oftentimes Omens to do, with a bit of support from Jing as the Sage this time around. But if GE just having the ability to cycle through the ultimates, having the same kind of approach off of flashes, the slows, they can just shove you back. We're not forgetting the fact that Javi onto this KO can be quite a threat as well, not just in terms of information, but just that. Just stifling abilities.
My ult is ready.
And now you might have entry.
Yeah. Bonafide A hit here for GE. Just going to try and test the defense of Paper X, which is not looking too good. Forsaken is stuck, and he's got nowhere to go. So he'll be chased down by Patman, and again, not a bad entry for GE, but Paper X with that third, or rather that second kill. We'll bring it back to a winnable scenario here. Autumn's going to try to pick the pace up. Is he aware? Yes, he is Envy. And in the blink of an eye, that round is over and done with. GE up to 5-0.
Bang on. And that's just going to continue rolling. I wonder what Paper X's economy is going to start to look like then. I mean, they tried to shift towards a more, I guess, default-ish setup, but clearly that's not going to work out if GE intends to play pace, intends to continue to be flexible. 7 rounds where they just Phoenix burst into side, exactly what Pilsky was talking about on the desk. And you're seeing so clearly right now. The flash in, the willingness to continue to push past in towards spawn. The next round coming up.
Back available.
Mày sao cười lật mẹ rồi.
In that direction again.
Thắng cho chót đi 2-0 rồi. Thì còn mẹ đùa.
We're not seeing that so far right now, which means G has their time to kind of clear things through carefully with the flashes, peek around the corners. Soon enough, they'll see the wall. Enemy man. They have to be careful. Traps set up.
Spots one, where of course the Phoenix is here as well off of the sound cue. Paper X pretty determined to hold on to this B site, maintaining 3.
Trigger the wall.
Kind of allows them to take a little bit more space, but it's going to be actually getting into the site that's going to be the problem here for GE. Really taking time about it, aren't they? Concerned, of course, about a retake or a rotate. Now, that hit coming through. Paper X, 3 on the site, looking to defend, and they are doing a pretty good job of it, but eventually they will be run down. Forsaken cannot take that TP in the end.
Still a 2v2 though, and something's already around the corner.
Oh yeah, something's in a pretty interesting spot here. He might not actually deny the spike retrieval. In fact, Patman just going to really secure it. 13 seconds. Covered well by Harvey. And this could be a 6th on the trot for Global Esports. Forsaken will, again, opt to try to play spoiler, but Global Esports, they feel like a completely different team here on Ascent, and Paper X do not have an answer for it. Not cover out, TP into it as well, just to try to change the game up a little bit here for Forsaken, but he has got no idea where these GE players are. Harvey found, but Patman delivers. And GE are starting to deliver as well, 6-0. This is what we wanted.
Let's not forget that this round began without much weaponry for Paper X. I shudder to think what could actually eventuate if they did have guns sitting all the way towards the back of B side, but thankfully for GE, they did not. A few kills stolen and robbed away, but then the composure to stabilize off of smokes and the spike getting planted. If Pat had someone...
Pha này Envy làm đau.
Yeah, what a brilliant call from them. There's just so much space to be had here in mid, and they're going to take it for free. Autumn info gathered as to the position of the op of something. Devi's been able to push his way forward, but he's deleted as well. Like I said, GE, they're looking like a completely different team right now. Forsaken and Envy, though, pulling it back. Not back quite far enough, though, as that A side's still going to be taken, and GE happy with it. 3-on-3 post plan.
Yeah, there's just so much space. I mean, information for sure, but they always had the option to cancel, and right now, with Autumn in such a strong position as well, he could always be that sleeper agent activated towards the end of the round.
He found out. Has to give away his position, and so Envy will dig him out. Dimensional Drift in play as well for something, looking for a little bit of information there out onto the side. The res is through as well. So GE are trying to hold on now to a 2-on-4, but Crystal with a nice late flank. Not sure that he's going to be able to have much of an impact in the end, though, as that coverage, well, it's not looking too good. Devi was not looking. Dart forward, tries to get the info. Defuse being stuck. There's nothing to be done for Crystal. Finally, Paper X have their first round of the map.
It'll just keep their spirits in the game as well. Not too bad, though. Pretty smart from Global. Again, they cancel off the initial approach, always trying to sell that fake, but it's information for Paper X ultimately, which leads to them slowing down the pace, back in with numbers for the strongest retake possible. I mean, taking the dual, multiple pronged approach against Autumn really cements their initiative into the site. Had they lost players towards Autumn, that could have been a different result, but thankfully, there you have it. At the very least, though, GE still feeling confident in their approach now. Wow.
Yeah, that's interesting that Paper X would pull a timeout off of a round win.
Should be something that Alex is not liking.
It's not even talking. GE maybe getting a bit more value out of this one, it would seem.
You never know. But I have to imagine it's something to do with how the Paper X players have been operating on the map so far. I mean, yes, a lot of confidence in everything for sure, but as we all know, complacency can kill. And sometimes when these guys, that's why they favor the lower bracket run. If they start to feel a little bit too comfortable, they've been there, they've done that, they've been to 14th time this time around, internationals. They start to get a little bit too used to it. So you want to see how this setup can work. The operator line brought up at 4, it gave them a lot of information. So maybe running the same thing again, or do you expect G to find some kind of counter soon enough? That could be the answer. So instantly spotting out on towards something, and he has to reposition. Meanwhile, G continue to scout out towards the rest of the map. They want to rob away some of that Vi's utility, possibly.
There's a lot happening in this round. GE all over the map.
Yeah, just very careful. Maybe you see if Paper X starts to go out on an approach, you start to take down the numbers. Just careful though, but you don't quite expect it.
Forsaken gets the better of Autumn. That's going to pick the pace up for GE over towards B. In fact, they're not quite going to commit to it. Envy in there as well for a kill onto Crystal. It's kind of fallen apart a little bit at the seams here for GE. Maybe they've tried to cook a little bit too hard in this round.
It's just unsettling.
And Paper X have the answers for it. Dart. Why actually scan Harvey there?
Oh, he can't get the orb. He wants to. Either he dies and gets the ult anyway, or...
Yeah, I think it's a moot point, really, isn't it?
Yeah, he's going to get surrounded soon enough. I mean, again, it's just unsettling, unnerving. Paper X slow down the pace right back against you, and they try to wrangle back control, impose their will against you. And that's where G starts to struggle. They weren't really sure, where the pin was about to drop. It could have been B, it could have been A. Instead, it was kind of both. Jin gets off of the wall, but at the same time, it's the sudden peek out from Forsaken. For now, we'll listen in on towards Team Comms, though.
Shutting them down.
Flash!
Cover going out.
Just trying to pull off the retake now. Paper X already in position, but with the Sheriff still, G hold.
That's not down just yet, so there's still a little bit to be done here for GE. The 1-for-1, it's unsettling. Batman on this line, an important one with a sharp shot onto Envy. Something can't find the trade. Hunter's Fury out here as well from Crystal to dissuade Paper Rex from this retake for now. That took a long time though, so Paper Rex also have quite a bit to work with, and you can see Something is trying to take advantage of that with a very long flank. Maybe even a little bit too long. We'll see what gets put together here. Jing is fighting solo, but he is finding what he needs. A headshot onto Patman.
Would it take a little bit too much time?
No, I don't think so. Something perfectly times it. Crystal has no idea. And Jing, he's just walled him off. Something covers off nicely. The defuse will be there.
The fuck?
Paper Rex, have they got enough time for this defuse? Yes!
36. Và tí thì 36. Of course.
Absolute savagery! For the long flank to come back through, you wall off Javi inside of hell?
Yeah, that's just straight BM, isn't it? I want to see this wall from Harvey's perspective, or from Something's at least. Might get it from Jing's POV. Let's have a look. Oh, we don't get to see it. Yeah, it covered. I mean, you can see it on the minimap. It covers the entire position, and so what can you do? Either way, a little bit more trickery out this time, and Patman, oh no, he can't see anything, so high in the sky is not going to be quite so valuable in the end. But Paper Rex now, you know, they're kind of starting to feel a little bit more like their usual selves, which is concerning, of course, for GE.
Right, just Paper X remembering that they are Paper X after all. But you go back towards the defensive setups, and GE, with some ults potentially being able to bulldoze down through sides. What is that shot?
Don't worry about it, Rez in there. Straight away onto Patman. Oh, how much use is it really going to be as GE are losing players left, right, and center. Patman cops his second death of the round. No entry into A, no entry into B, but a bit of an avenue into middle is slowed down by Jing, but no more. V4. Not much to work with here for GE.
Truly, none. Try to maybe cross over this wall, get over onto the A side. It's Forsaken in an off angle.
Wolf's going to isolate Crystal, but he also isolates Forsaken. So, an entry onto A that might make this one doable. Divide takes a ballsy fight and loses it. And now all of a sudden we're back to 2-on-2. Again, there's that flank coming through, but again, it will be a little bit too late to do anything about the plant. And maybe a chance in here for GE.
Crystal clears out towards the top of heaven, so he knows exactly where Paper X could be. Just watching out towards the door now. Ooh, repositions.
GE taking some nice space, but Crystal caught out in no man's land. That's a little bit too easy of a death. All onto the shoulders of Envy, who's now been spotted out as well. A double swing from Paper X. They make no mistake. And they're back up to 4. The comeback is being built.
Just
quality one, my good.
Starting to sound off now. Worst possible time for GE to have this happen. I mean, look at that. Surely we can get some slow-mo at some point, but apart from it all, it's just the way that they continue to push through off of it, trying to find the right mid-rounding. But then again, you have to think the way you approach Valorant, what tools you have, how you can somehow scrounge out together and approach without, you know, the dive, without the spacing that they had. It's just not really possible. You try to go back in through middle, but as soon as you meet a roadblock, it's just either you continue to dump bodies into it, which right now isn't working. The res takes a bit of time, and that
Này ở trên thì nguội, dưới thì nóng.
position and reinforce the A site. It's what didn't work out for them. So we'll see what Coach Boss can hook up with the team.
Yeah, really, really big timeout here for GE. They were in control of this map. Paper X starting to come back into it. You've got 2 rounds left in the half, and the half kind of still feels like it's very much hanging in the balance. Paper X could push this back to a 6-6, at which point I'd very much be favoring them to close this out. And the alternative, of course, is GE, who they pick up these last 2 rounds, would still remain in control, go up 8-4, and Paper X are obviously at a pretty hefty deficit at that point heading into the second half.
We'll see how that all works out. With 2 rounds remaining in the first, we'll listen into Paper X.
Let's start Ilya here, guys. Like all the way, guys. I will try flash beam after. I'm gonna flash. Can we flash? Can we flash? Can you
Phỏng hết cả miệng à.
Let Ilya play the round này.
Okay.
Just let Ilya play the round.
I'm gonna wall this beam in. Okay.
You wanna go where? Ilya.
I go A short. It's okay.
I'm joining mid. Can you help me mid? I will be mid. We'll go find mid, boys. No, I'm going with Ilya.
A short
I
to
can
load.
play with you.
One mid. I'm holding.
It's always off the drop, and they start off with numbers advantage again. They're already reading the rotations across the map from GE.
What a crazy read from Paper X. You got 4 players stacked on A already. Oh, this cannot go well for GE. If they commit to this side take. Autumn though with the run it back. Mental Drift is at the moment kind of being gatekept by that wall, but Paper X, they know everything now, and so GE, well, they're going to be stalled at the gate right now. You would think Autumn has got one before he's pushed back away, but there's just so many players here to defend. There is surely no entry allowed for GE, and that will be the case. 5-6.
Anh something làm hết ạ, đỉnh còn mẹ.
Putting the pieces of the puzzle together here, and they're almost about to secure a 6-6 half after a 6-0 deficit.
Right off of Coach Frost's timeout. What happened to the composure that was starting to build up? They had some kind of game plan in mind, but as soon as Paper Rex comes back in to throw a wrench in their plans off of this top shot, they start to scramble again, try to go in for a quick push into the A side. But Paper Rex reading it all too clearly already slowed them down. You saw what King was doing. Now he's doing it outside of B.
Oh! 1 for 1. That's okay. You get the sense though that Paper X are on a roll again. They're making those moves, they're playing confident, making good reads. Very dangerous for GE if they cannot stop that momentum somehow.
Get that Russian
Oh, big crossfire set up. Yeah, not a bad shout at all for either side.
Ui giời ơi.
Over on beat, and he is locking it down. So it's on to Crystal to pull off another.
Ui giời ơi. Bảo xài đéo trịch cọc.
6-6. Massive recovery from Paper X, and they are on their way toward the final now.
Just ridiculous. Off of a 0-6, you answer back with 6 of your own. Paper Rex. Tyrannical. Is 6 enough for GE to send it to a possible reverse sweep? Or is this done? It's now or never. The round haven't looked upon GE too kindly. Not since the beginning of this map. Just a quick approach back into the trades and the duels. And Paper X getting the right reads at the right times. They put themselves back on that throne.
Mẹ cười làm quả chán nói cứt.
Zero fan signs are getting thrown up in the air right now.
Rồi ạ.
Certainly a lot of Paper X fans, there is no doubt about that. I'm choosing the Vandal. But again, like I'm saying, Crack, I'm seeing a lot of Paper X fans in the crowd. Everybody that we see is holding up a Paper X sign.
Definitely are the crowd favorites. I mean, can you imagine from 0-6, maybe to a 13-6? It's not impossible.
It's not impossible. I mean, that would be rough for global esports to handle, but you know, I think they've definitely showed us a little bit more on this map, right? So you have to back yourself going into that second half. See if you can push this through to a fourth, 1 round at a time. I think 1 map at a time for GE. Don't get built up in the big picture. Just take it 1 step at a time.
And that's why they have this composition as well that could work quite nicely. We saw it against T1 with how the KO could work on the defensive side. For now, it's walls, though.
Yeah, nicely timed wall as well.
Do we have counter wall?
Cover going down.
They're thinking about it, aren't they? Paper X set up in a line, but in the end, they decide I'm just going to break down the door. Brought some attention back across from middle, but GE recognizing now they're going to have to back off. Although Autumn has been dropped off at the bottom of mid. And this is a pretty unorthodox position. So let's see if he can land his shots. That's really what this is going to come down to with that ghost in hand.
Or does he get flanked upon? He hears the footsteps.
Yeah, again, off angle. It's going to be cleared though by Forsaken, and Autumn out of the picture early.
That's a ghost now afforded. Paper X once again running all around the map. They have their options, their pickings. They are hearing GE on the rotation as well.
Crystal doing some good work. Back to 4-on-4, but the B side is where the real fight is going to have to happen, and Patman is holding on nicely. Wall up, it's something and Forsaken that will strike and take the B site.
Revealing area.
2-on-2. The plan is achieved for Paper Rex. A tag with that dart. Forsaken 66 HP, but
Javi's flashes, it's not impossible.
What they can do. Crystal's got that power weapon in hand, so too does Harvey. High-low. Sheriffs versus the Ghosts. Jing and Forsaken, like you say, on the high-low. It's going to be a shooting gallery. Paper X will take the second half pistol. One step closer to the final against Full Sense.
If they show up to that grand final again, just in this form, can you believe it? The peaks, the movement with how he's able to check around corners through airstrafes. I just don't imagine that happening. Autumn just did not expect that whatsoever. A round win, but Alex still not the happiest about it. Either way, though, they continue to go back in. Strength to another strength to buy. Just control outside of B main while the 4 from Paper Rex look to run it down.
Oh, this feels like the worst case scenario for GE. They've stacked B. They're stuck behind the wall, and Paper X are taking the rest of the map, and there's really nothing you can do about it. If you try to push forward, they're going to be aware of it, Paper X.
Yeah,
all does get triggered.
And then they know they have a site open somewhat.
Well, Forsaken didn't quite get the memo as he's dealt with.
Maybe you tried to fish for a little bit as well. Fortunately now, just having to watch out for the guns, but that's already been picked up by Pat. So you work around the spike instead.
Bit of a role reversal now. GE looking like they're on the attack when really they're on the defense for the retake right here. Gonna tap away through that dark cover, but no connection so far. Still, the crossfire establishes such a good one. Something is pivotal, and he will hold on for that opening kill. Here's where maybe it starts to break down if something falls, but you just can't deal with him. Headshots getting handed out. 3 haircuts from something. I don't think there's any way back in here for GE with the time that they've got available. They've got to hunt so deep into the defensive spawn to try to find something. And you can see how much time that's taking Patman to eventually clear out. Now, Paper X will win themselves another round. They're up to 8, and GE with
if you're not a good shot,
a lot of chances starting to go begging again.
I wanted to see if it was possible, though, Jordan. I mean, the peaks, something was so low. He tried to do the same jumping right click that I think Forsaken did back again. That pistol round, but unfortunately it didn't quite happen this time around. I mean, the shots from the Paper X team are just on point today. 18 kills and only 7 deaths, and he's 2 away from a dimensional drift. He had some big bamboozles against T1 in that game yesterday. Would do it again as well to draw out some big ults. Right now, it's just a one-way smoke. Forsaken trying to keep them invested, while the rest of the team from Paper Rex start to bait out more pieces of utility.
Quite off more than you can chew there as Forsaken, but he gets out okay. Crystal looking for the info into middle. He spots a couple of players, but did not see something who had already progressed up the angle. And so gets his head ripped off. Good trade from Harvey, still trying to hold on to that position. And Autumn just kind of tucked away with Unitán coming in from middle on the flank.
Down mid.
That's a bit more like it for Global Esports. Rex not getting away with too much in this round so far. There's still a chance though. Forsaken's picked one back up. Spike irretrievable as of yet. Unitán somehow walks away from that one alive thanks to Harvey.
Mẹ thắng thì thắng, thua thua cho chót mẹ đi. Thắng thua giờ địt cổ thế.
Global Esports, much needed. Controlling all its strategies down towards middle way. Gets the read against Paper Rex. And this is what Frost was talking about as well. Although they might not have exactly the same amount of experience that Paper Rex has, Frost told Javi, welcome to the big leagues. Now you're playing against the best especially in the form of Paper Rex. But this is exactly where he belongs. This is where he's comfortable. He gets the read against them, figures out where they're trying to end up, and as soon as that flash goes through, it sends them out to a bit of a stall where Unitán comes in on the flank. More rounds like that, please. Autumn now close to an ult.
Placing wall trap.
PaperX still has the buys. 1-3-1 once again as they try to get a good read for what G's intention is.
Tantalizing prospect on offer here if GE can start to put together a string of rounds on the defense. Fourth map on offer for them, certainly.
Euro TP red. Fortunately, 0 Point was already tossed out as well, so if Javi wants to check in towards main, it's going to have to be a bit of a jump key. Meanwhile, just the walls tear off outside of B main. PaperX can switch things up on a dime if they want to, and Javi might be none the wiser.
Enemy mark. Autumn spotted out in middle. Batman though, on the alternative angle. So it was a bait and switch, and GE, holding on for the moment. Dimensional drift is something into the site. That's a problem as the flash connects as well onto Batman. And now the site's starting to fall. 3v3, still not a done deal just yet for PaperX, especially considering the proximity of the GE defenders, who are now starting to be pushed away by that util. The orb forcing them away, plan secured.
Autumn just get one kill. That could be huge. Running back in the site.
Yeah, the drone not finding the information that it needs. Autumn's got the wall.
Going up.
Go. Try and isolate a couple of these fights on the site, but the dark cover comes through really nicely for PaperX. Makes it awkward as they try to push their way in onto Jing. He dislodges a couple, and again, it turns onto the shoulders of Crystal, who once again will have to be the clutch master for the team, and it just feels like the odds are insurmountable against him. PaperX go to 9.
The clutch gene just escaping Crystal when it's needed the most.
It's crazy because he pulled off such a nice 3v1 clutch earlier on in the playoffs against PaperX over on Pearl, if you remember, but just not having any success today.
Oh, the map was banned out. Look at this. I mean, it's just so many beautiful approaches from PaperX. They kept G invested on multiple ends of the map with drones, with utility, and then to end up back on A. Javi tried his best to slow them down with a pretty good molly, but something with the dimensional drift. And that's now big momentum for PaperX as they continue to go through. G is broke.
Whoa, Autumn. Yeah, set up nicely. Does get pushed back away, but you'll take that as a start. It obviously forces the res out of Jing. In fact, 2 kills in the round, but you wouldn't know.
The wall at the very least. And then all the information outside of AG wants to wrap around.
PaperX taking that space quite happily. GE need a little bit of a miracle here. They don't really have the weapons to work with. Autumn on a close line. Flash is going through. Paranoia as well. Now a drone. It is too much to deal with for both Autumn and Harvey as they are just picked apart on the site. And Yudatan trying to come in as a reinforcing flank will not have any success either. PaperX will be the first team to hit double digits on this map as well.
Spike planted. Last player
It doesn't
standing.
seem likely for Pat. Unfortunately, final kill collected by Forsaken. And it's just one of these moments where it's heart aching again. They had a possible start thanks to Autumn's efforts, but I mean, can you really blame them? They felt as though it was possible for them with Crystal's ult to be able to slow down PaperX and come back in on the flank, but they didn't have the guns. And then the duel's all lost as PaperX just stormed the front into B site. Unfortunately, this is one where it could really be that straw that breaks the camel's back. PaperX up to double digits. GE with a weakened arsenal. Final timeout.
Yeah, and you're starting to get the feeling right now as a GE fan, that maybe that sinking feeling in your gut is going to be realized, that there is no great comeback, that there is no reverse sweep, that there's no one that's going to save the day. They've got a last few rolls of the dice, obviously this TAC timeout being one of them. But chances are now running out, and the story becomes less about global esports and more about PaperX.
Multiple players showing up on the PaperX side. A little bit less to be said for GE, looking pretty cooked. I mean, Alex was talking about it after the recent loss against GE that a big problem was Pat. He knows how we operate, you know, the system and the timings of it all. He didn't know the exact plays, but he found gaps within PaperX's approach. Where is that Pat today? He's been trying, but it's a big but.
Yep. They call him Postman Pat, but there's no post on Saturdays apparently.
No, they're on break. PaperX, on the other hand, off the timeout, just to take the slow and default approach. The wall comes up, and they know how they want to work around it, just to break down.
Well, Yudatan trying to find a duel against something at the moment. He is having a very rough map.
Off to the other side, though, PaperX peel off in towards middle. Crystal hangs back.
They're getting so much map control so easily at the moment. Wall will provide safe passage in towards B. He's going to go past it. That's unorthodox, and it hasn't worked out. Forsaken down as well, so all of a sudden maybe there's some life back in here for GE. They look to continue to try to hold on to B. Dark cover, allowing passage forward for something. We'll see if he can be the X Factor right here. Autumn deals with him, curveball around the corner, catches Envy, but Device saves him.
Last player standing.
Will not seem like it will matter here. A 4v1 is too much to ask. GE are not going down without a fight. You have to give them that credit. But have they got enough in them to push this through to a fourth map?
You certainly hope so. The score is still close. Shifting to a way more defensive setup. They almost got peeled off of it. But thanks to Javi's wall and calling, he found out exactly what the plan was. They managed to get in close enough. The players hold up inside a boathouse, and they managed to gun down something and Devi. That's what's been needed. 2 rounds now separate the two teams. GE fans, do you believe? As they try to set up 2-3 setup, B made nothing found. Just a pop flash, maybe a swing.
Already it's been disrupted by PaperX. Rez straight away onto Patman, but Hunter's Fury looking for it. And Harvey can't get away. There's nowhere to run against this PaperX team right now. Autumn also taken down. GE are on their last legs.
One enemy.
Easy pickings. PaperX across the map. They are just picking GE apart. Oh dear.
I mean, how do you break a round like this down? Every second, every step of the way. Nowhere to run, and there's nowhere to hide as well. As soon as you find quick contact outside of A, Forsaken's TP'd all the way across. And he's found another kill somewhere else. Something's trying to hold up with position, and he gets another player down. GE, try as they might, they're getting their legs and limbs all cut off. A flawless brought up, and then one away from series points. This is the last possible buy that GE has afforded to them.
Now or never for Global Esports. Like I said, that fairy tale run into the playoffs, they did such a great job to get here. They pushed it all the way to a top 3. But it might end at the hands of PaperX. Autumn suspects otherwise. Picks up a 3K, keeps GE in the fight. Spike's dropped there as well.
They're around. Big information onto where Forsaken's as well. Just a Vi to try to sneak through, and unless he's somehow able to come up with a colossal multi-kill, this should not be happening.
You see a 2v5 on Lotus from PaperX. Surely you don't want to see it again. A couple of isolated duels here. Forsaken is looking for them. Can't quite get the better of Crystal in the end.
Position locked in. Devi surely soon enough. Everyone's sitting on that spike, waiting for the round win to hatch. No shot.
Walking out of smoke. What can you do?
And it's another round that was brought up by Autumn's efforts. The sole OCE representative. A guy that has been carrying the region on his back, you might say, out to China. Now back onto home ground Pacific, where he's been saying this is his best team yet. The chemistry is just off the charts. He's loved every moment with how they've been able to qualify for the international. You would love to see him at least take this map off of PaperX with the team.
And then over till it's over. GE are fighting hard. Still trying to throw a spanner in the works, but Yudatan is just not getting it together on this map. Goes down early on in the round, down to a 5-on-4 again, favoring PaperX, so GE have to find a way to dig themselves out of trouble.
At least Autumn has to run it back. But look at what Forsaken is doing, breaking down the wall, keeping 2 players invested. Meanwhile, maybe potentially soon enough, all 5 into B. Orange is the 4. Autumn goes in to check.
Yeah, not going to be seeing anything, which is starting to give away the game that this might be a B hit. dimensional drift, and something is already into the site. Crystal onto Divide. Doesn't even matter as there's that resin.
Yeah, it just might be a little bit too late. The Hunter's free to try to bring things back in as well, and Paper Rex just has all the advantage. The spike, the initiative, now they're pushing in, getting the kills towards spawn.
Wall is going to give away the position of Patman as well. He might get a freebie onto G. He won't even get that. It's all falling apart for Global Esports. Paper Rex are looking for that series point. And it can only be Autumn to stand between them and that, but a 1v4, what can you really expect from one guy?
Not too much. He's tried and tried, but unfortunately the burden a little bit too heavy to bear. I mean, you really applaud the effort to try and get the read off of the run it back, but at that point, it was way too late. Even with the Hunter's Fury, by the time they got close within the site, by the time they figured out what was up, it was way too late. They didn't have space. Within range of closing out the series now.
Flash around the corner. GE are still trying to be that proactive team.
Scuffled by. They've taken a lot of space outside of 8.
Oh, that's a good kill for Crystal to grab. Divide down early. He's still in the fight, up close and personal. Patman, judge in hand, and something position is going to be noted. So this would get a little bit awkward. He continues his way forward, but he's better of it. Knock Dart doesn't really slow Paper Rex down all that much. They're still trying to make their way out onto B here. TP forward. Yudatan inside of the smoke. He picks his timing nicely, but Crystal has fallen on the site. So Spike Plant might be available here.
Be picked up, but GE trying to buy time for the rotations to come in.
It's not over yet. Jing in the 1v3. This guy is an absolute menace. And the type of player that could get this over the line for Paper Rex. It's been smoked off on the left side, but can still peek out the right. It won't matter. Patman gives GE another chance.
Shows up at the right place. It almost comes close to it, but thankfully, just being able to control, cut off something as he tries to open up other parts of the map. And Crystal finally showing up with the little 1v1s thanks to this setup. I mean, this is another one of those very crafted rounds. You have the wall, it's a bit of information, it's a bit of an angle for Crystal to work around. 2 more, and we might have our first overtime in Ho Chi Minh, or Paper Rex takes it off of a mistake. Crystal, shieldless, and Odin. Is this gonna work?
Flashbang.
A very disparate looking GE, even though they've just won that round. This is where, as a GE fan, you've got to send every prayer you know. See them get into this OT, something under a bit of pressure here. He's going to try to gate crash out. Looks like he'll be safe in the end. GE certainly doing a good job of unsettling Paper Rex in this round, though. With that said, they're trying to walk their way out onto A, and Forsaken, it will not work. Crystal waiting patiently. Drone v drone warfare as they go past one another and get the info that's required.
And now you have everything needed. A lot of information, but at the same time, not too much towards the rest of the site. You only have that wall blocking off B main, so you expect Paper Rex to be somewhere towards middle. It could be another A short, it could be a pizza play, and G has to time this just right.
Paper Rex are walking their way up mid again.
Here.
Done that a number of times in this half. Harvey does not want to be getting picked out. One mistake could cost GE this game.
Everyone holding an individual angle.
Jing caught on the timing. Yudatan having an impact when it matters the most. What? Patman will fall. Crystal, oh, caught on the jump. No, not like this. Paper Rex are making their way into the A site. Harvey is trying to hold on as best as he can. Flash will delay, but he cannot hold on for long enough. And Paper Rex now have that A site. This round is falling apart for GE. And with that, their hopes and dreams of a rematch against Full Sense also going with it. Yudotan will hold on for one. Gets the AWP forward. Invi will tuck his way into safety. Vi on that crossfire angle as well. It's a good setup here for Paper Rex. Can they hold? No is the answer. Global Esports will go one more.
Just one more for overtime. The slows, the plays, everyone had their job to do and performed it, they did. It came so close. A couple of kills brought back by Paper Rex. Some slight whiffs. Batman desperately trying to shoot himself back into the game to get activated. Thankfully, his teammates back him up. Finding that performance needed. Just one more round now.
Oh. The emotions are high on both sides. Harvey trying to pump his team up here. One more round and then we get an OT.
Res available. Paper X somewhat broke. It's all light shields and G should have this every other week. It's 1-3-1 setup and they have information now.
Look at this push from GE. They're going to walk right into Devi. He's holding for it, but surely can't deal with all of them. In fact, he might deal with one of them. Batman, though, falling, and Devi's still alive. He's getting help from his teammates. GE, this is maybe where it ends. Yudatan trying his best, can't do enough. Jing for one more. It's madness! As Jing will finish it with the 3K, and Paper X are one step closer to their eventual throne. You said they were the
Hết lời đéo muốn nói gì nữa.
of Pacific. Well, now it is just the usurpers of full.
Mặt ông Thùy Anh chán vậy.
Holy shit!
Mặt ông Thùy Anh nhìn chán vậy.
Holy shit!
Không biết giờ làm chờ thằng Kiên lúc nào nó mới đến, lúc nào nó mới xong nữa, trời ơi.
Didn't know where to look, didn't know where to
Sập rồi. Lại.
turn, and the round that ended it all was one where Paper Rex was broke.
Chịu.
Yeah, what a chaotic round. I have so many thoughts about
Chịu
the
với thanh
storylines
niên.
for this matchup. Obviously, Paper Rex going forward. I don't know that that's too much of a surprise. They have been one of the best.
Nghỉ ngơi half time tí rồi, tí nữa mình sẽ ngồi bắn Valo nhá mọi
Long
người.
way to proving that again. Of course, we have to wait until they get to London, but at least here in Pacific, they are standing tall and they've made their way through to that grand final. It's going to be a banger tomorrow. Full Sense versus Paper Rex.
Nghỉ ngơi thôi, tí nữa bắn Valo thôi. Thằng kia về chưa đây? Vẫn đi tắm à? Tắm hơn 2 tiếng đồng hồ đi. Còn mẹ.
Hay tôi đến là để chính thức xin lỗi. Ăn cúi đầu thật sự. Để thay đổi hoàn cảnh hiện tại của tôi. Nếu như Yên mệt mỏi nói, có thể đi xin lỗi anh Lâm. Nói với anh ta, 2 năm qua, anh ta vẫn luôn lại xảy ra chuyện như vậy. Trong lòng ta thực sự rất ngủ. Ghét việc anh ta xuất hiện trên giường mình bị chụp ảnh. Lại vừa cảm thấy anh ta không giữ vậy. Nếu cần, vì xuống anh ấy, thấy liễu như Yên không. Cái khôn, liệu công ty có thể không? Hoàn cảnh gia đình cái khôn. Tình cảm sẽ không làm khó. Cảm ơn tổng và đồng liệu. Vẫn ở mình.
Что за...
Tài liệu như Yên. Nạn nhân, việc lên chụp ảnh rồi tán nhanh phải là năng lực làm được. Nếu như Yên phải ra bạn cho Thái Khôn 200.000 để một số này cậu khi một công anh tai tiếng nào Thái Khôn để đi ai ngờ điện thoại chỉ có một màn hình khoảng nếu như có phải là một họ sẽ cảm bất lại nhận được cảm xúc phá hoại hôn khoản chuyển khoản 200 nào trong và một chiếc điện và
Match found.
Go. Let's go. I know your tricks, Wind Girl. You're not faster than me.
Watching here.
Fight.
Flashbang.
It's true.
Keep up.
Flash. You want a piece?
Misclick rồi, trời ơi.
Let's go.
Flashbang.
Here.
Trời ạ, đúng thật, đoán Physical và phím nhỏ nhỏ mà rẻ rẻ khó chơi. Thằng lùn này flash bản thân đi con mẹ. Cắm đầu xuống đất thái bác. Đát rồi đấy. Con này ping thấp, con này bắn mình toàn bắn trước. Sợ thật. Ping thấp bắn mình toàn bắn trước ạ. Con mí. Mình cầm cái đéo gì đây. Con này ping 9, ping 8 thì con mẹ ping sao dài thấp thế. Thịt con này. Tao đát rồi đấy. Ping 9 đi. Con này ping kém quá. Nhất thiết phải để một đen không ta này. Bảy bảy nhá. Đi. Tao còn chưa kịp nhấn nút nhảy. À nhấn nút đát. Đi. Con. Thịt mẹ solo ấy bọn lồn ping 9 ping 8 à. Thịt mẹ chưa kịp nhấn đát nó bắn mồm rồi. Đâu ấy? Còn mẹ. Thịt mẹ. Ping 9 ping 8 ấy thịt con mẹ. Đây đây chưa thịt con mẹ. Còn chưa kịp đát nó cho một vòng rồi. Đi. Đi về. Nó phát cho một mồm. Tao đéo làm được gì ấy chứ. Ping 9 ping 8 nó va tao như con ấy. Mà tao cái thằng Plat duy nhất trong cái elo này cơ. 3 thằng đều đã Ascendant. Một mình tao Plat. Tao bảo một mình tao Plat. Địt còn mẹ, một mình tao Plat và địt bắn 3. Đâu tao vẫn vá được bọn kia nhưng bọn kia nhanh quá. Nấu gì ăn đi tí nữa mà bắn. À ơi nó va tao như con ạ. Sợ thật.
Match found.
This covert ops thing, I kind of like it. Let's not mess that up. Go, go, go! I'm out of here. Go, go!
Anh em địt mẹ giúp đi ơ. Em
Dropping smoke.
ai lồn con neon. Đời neon đi bộ. Neon đi bộ. Đéo gì đấy nữa, ba đứa này chơi với nhau à. Neon đi bộ, địt còn mẹ. Khó chịu. Neon đi bộ, địt còn mẹ, khổ vãi cứt.
I will kill their healer. It's the only way to keep them all dead.
I'm out of here. Go, go, go! Gotta go! I'm out of here.
Biggie, Sova.
Hitting the brakes. I'm all out.
Revealing area. Found them.
Anh em. Đéo cover hộ tao cây. Địt con mẹ. Mày game 5 năm có phải game 1v5 đâu, địt con. Ôi giời ơi. Ý là game 5 năm luôn đấy. Địt mày phá hộ tao cái. Phá hộ tao con. Ôi ôi.
Spike down A.
Đéo giờ tôi thấy mệt này. Đây là game 5 năm luôn đấy, địt con mẹ. Mấy đứa đứng ngoài nhìn recon ạ. Vãi cả cứt vào phá recon đéo phá cho.
One enemy remaining. Where is everyone hiding? My ultimate is ready.
15 viên nọc đạn. Tham rồi đấy. Nhặt bom xong chạy về để. Ôi giời. Trời ơi, tao khổ vãi luôn anh em ạ. Đéo đi trước. Mày muốn làm đéo gì làm, mày đéo đi trước. Khổ vãi lùn. Bắn đi mẹ đéo ai phá recon đứng ngoài nhìn mình vãi lùn. Vãi cứt. Bắn thì mẹ khổ quá, bạn này mệt mỏi quá anh em ơi.
Don't miss me too much.
Ê, tao chưa kịp nhấn về luôn đấy. Ê, buồn. Trời, lúc con gì nhỉ? Lúc con ini lúc con Dulit thì mẹ tìm bết phải cứt. Đấy. Sova còn dư cả drone cả shop đạt. Rồi, đứng làm gì nữa?
Headshot.
À thế là nó móc được đến đây. Nó cũng ra bắt mẹ thằng Omen đi. Đấy. Bắt thằng bóc frog tìm nó. Trời. Một ốp, một đeo gì cơ? Lúc này à? Ôi trời ơi! Cô vạt thì mạng thua cũng đáng. Wow. Bạn bắt tao toàn phải entry, tao đéo entry được thì con mẹ tìm đéo có đổ vào entry cùng cơ. Con neon thì đéo entry cùng, buồn quá rồi.
Go, go, go!
The hunt begins.
Em có ra cover tôi không?
Gonna fall back here. Slow down. My God. Line them up. I'm going in. Out to go.
One enemy remaining.
Gonna fall back here. There.
Ôi, what is...
Bye-bye. Switching sides.
Respect the work respects you. Gotta go.
Thì mẹ đã biết tao còn cướp ấy của tao không chịu đây nhá.
There. Be right back.
Cậu vâng! Anh ơi bay luôn! Thịt con mẹ mày! Tao khổ quá anh ơi! Ba đứa đừng có sai thịt con mẹ mày! Thịt con mẹ!
Spike planted.
Đéo khóc được cái chứ.
We know more than we did before. Let's use that.
Show yourself you can. Back in a flash. Hitting the brakes. Later.
Spike down B. Spike planted.
Cái đít mẹ tham mình thế. Mày bò từ mid lên à thằng lốn. Mẹ tham mình vai cực.
Last player standing.
Ôi giời ơi, bắn cả tham mình vãi lồn. Đít.
Everyone having fun? If you're not, you're in the wrong line of work. Doing a thing.
Đèn thế.
No peeking. Careful here.
Yeah.
Last player standing. Spike planted. Long.
Anh em ơi. Ổ tao quá.
Ingat ka. Don't get stabbed. Bad way to
B.
Need a drop. I'm out of here.
There.
Now, where to set up shop?
Get out of my way. Let's go.
Vừa bảo xong.
Go, go, go.
Spike planted.
Don't miss me too much.
You will not kill my
Cover đi. Địt con mẹ.
Gotta go.
Còn là mid hai.
Last player standing.
Like I never left. My ult's ready. Dancing bastion.
Con mẹ cover hộ tao cây. Tao khóc mất.
Sudden death.
You know the drill. Gear up and get back out there. I don't want any sass about it.
Go, go, go.
Còn đấy mình bắn 4 viên người không xuyên tường mà. Game củ lồn này nữa.
There. There. Doing a thing.
My camera is destroyed.
Out. Nice and slow now.
Con mẹ. Rồi đứng nhìn một chỗ. Ôi giời ạ.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Get out of my way.
Ôi xồi. Chịu rồi. Đau lưng thế. Wow. Hello RK nhé. Nay thấy sủi rồi, giờ thấy quay lại Welcome back. Tắt điều hòa thì nóng, bật điều hòa thì lạnh. Thấy cái vé gì ở cái làm VTuber hay sao ấy, nhìn đẹp phết. Không biết là cái đấy là model 3D đúng không ta? Giống cái hồi trước anh thấy của bạn anh ấy, kiểu khuôn mặt nó giống á. Nóng quá, nóng kinh. Ừ. Thấy ngay thấy em đăng hay sao ấy, đúng không ta? Anh nhìn nhầm người ta. À đây đúng à. Ngay thấy đấy, cái em đăng trên đấy nhìn giống kiểu model 3D ấy, kiểu đấy vì tại ở bên kia cũng có mấy cái nó chỉ giống cái khuôn mặt thôi, còn lại là những cái khác là nó sẽ khác. Anh cũng không biết nó như nào. sao sao lại chat lại dịch sang tiếng đấy ta, thì tiếng Anh rồi ta. Không phải hơi nóng đâu em ơi, nóng vãi không ấy, nóng điên, nóng kinh khủng. Nóng, nó nóng một cách kinh khủng. Sao có cứ dịch, sao dịch tiếng Anh có chữ ấy nhỉ? Đang Uầy, mấy ngày nay ốm không like được. Cứ bình thường ngồi like thoải mái mà. Mấy ngày nay ốm quá. Ốm xong rồi lại bị cả ngộ độc thực phẩm nữa. Không, thành ra chỉ có nằm ngủ thôi. Nghỉ hè anh nhớ là tháng 7 mới được nghỉ mà đúng không? Cứ thoải mái thôi, làm được đến lúc nào thì làm đến lúc đấy thì mình muốn cải thiện gì nhiều thì cứ cải thiện. Chứ sao không không ừ. Đờ ta. Nó cứ dịch cái comment của em xong toàn đọc theo tiếng Anh. À đây rồi, ok. Tính làm sau này làm VTuber à? Ra vào đại học làm VTuber đúng không? Vào đại học mà làm VTuber ơi, tiếng vào gì nhờ? Vào like, vào subscribe. Chắc vẫn dùng cái tên Haru rồi đúng không? Cái lưng. Còn anh tháng 7 mới được nghỉ hè ấy. Ôi cái lưng của tôi. Ây da. Ôi cái lưng. My back. My back. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, 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 ow. Nếu mà ở trong server Discord rồi nếu sau cần gì hoặc là đấy thì cứ chat anh cả ngày đúng rồi cả ngày anh chỉ ngồi trong Discord thôi nhá. Anh đúng thật cả ngày một là đi học hai là ngồi Discord mà ngồi Discord cũng một chỉ ngồi kiểu lên thuyên ấy. Không làm gì mấy ngồi nghịch 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 xong chơi game. Hoàng ơi xong chưa Hoàng ơi? Mày nấu cơm hơi lâu ấy nhỉ? Sao mày không ướp mẹ từ trước đi? Sao mày không ướp mẹ từ trước đi? Đến gần giờ ăn tối mày mới ướp. Thì mày tao mà ướp là tao ướp từ trưa ấy, tao bỏ trong tủ lạnh tao ướp từ trưa ăn ngon vãi cứt ra, mày ướp thì phải được 1-2 tiếng đồng hồ ăn đéo gì. Tí nữa có ai bắn cùng không đấy? Tuy mấy giờ? Lại 10 giờ. Ok. Có gì tao đổi ạc phụ. Ui, đấy, cái bán đặc này mày còn đánh nổi tao đâu, thì con mẹ tao phải gánh hôm qua từ 1 giờ sáng mày kêu tao dậy bố mày phải gánh mày. Lờ. 1 giờ sáng bố mày đã ngủ. Đéo phải chửi mà nó chơi kiểu nào nhỉ? Nhân nhờn quá. Giống giống ông Damit ấy. Ông Damit chơi cũng khi nào nghiêm túc đâu, toàn chơi nhởn nhởn thôi. Toàn cười xong nghịch. Đến cả ông Layla ông còn đang chửi kìa. Mày coi video trước của ông Layla chưa nhỉ? Của ông Damit chưa nhỉ? Layla ngồi phàn nàn vãi cứt ra. Anh thì tày rồi. Chơi game ít nghiêm túc. Mẹ hôm qua ổng gọi tao này. Ông Phương chứ ai địt mẹ tao ngủ tao thấy máy tao rung. Hai đứa gọi tao địt mẹ ông này. Paper Rex thắng 3-0. Thắng thì nhanh thì chơi thêm nữa mệt. Mẹ tí tí thì thua ngược đấy, còn mẹ tao coi chán vãi lờn ông gì nhờ. Có mấy pha bắn gần thắng rồi mẹ lại thua ngược. Địt địt Paper Rex. Mai full send đối với Paper Rex để xem anh Firmi làm như nào nữa. Firmi thì mẹ bắn với T1 à đâu? Bắn hôm trước bắn với ai nhỉ? Hôm trước bắn với GE đã 2-0 rồi. Mày bắn là Kachi Grid à? Tưởng bắn Hoàng hết cả lử. Tí nữa ông Huy mà lao vào tiếp vãi lục. Hôm nay điều hòa tao sửa rồi Hoàng ơi. Cả bắn đọc chính giặc nào, tí nữa bắn đọc phụ. Bắn ông Huy tao bắn đọc phụ. Bắn tí gì nhỉ? Bắn tí Skirmish Ascension. Đeo có tiền. Không, mày lại lốc con Z của tao. Con Z con đát mà. Đó TP, bố mày cần đát cơ. Đi mày Yoru à? Yoru thì một là TP, hai là flash. Đéo biết là chưa chơi. Vãi lồn. Địt mẹ đi 22 cho cái clone, what the fuck? Địt mẹ cho cái flash ngon hơn không? Ở đây TP đây rồi, TP. Đâu tao mà TP. Vãi lồn. Có này. Hai thằng bắn đấy, địt con mẹ đùa. Thì mẹ hai thằng nó bắt hai bên. Map này dày phết đấy nhá. Địt mẹ hết hồn ạ. Thì mày nhìn con clone hết cả hồn. Địt con mẹ dọa tao mày cứ. Địt con mẹ. Mày còn bắn cái clone cơ. Ôi vãi. Tưởng hết đạn rồi, tao tính ra cái dao nó. Một viên tao đi thẳng, tất nhiên nó gõ được mồm tao rồi. 5 này. Mẹ đục luôn mà, thằng kia yếu rồi. Hai với hai em tỷ lệ thắng 100% đấy. Em bắn địt mẹ, nãy em gặp hai thằng ping 7 ping 8 nó hành. Địt còn mẹ đéo gì nữa. Không, anh bắn càng nhiều toàn gặp mấy thằng củ lồn gì ấy. Ping 8 ping 9 địt mẹ vừa ra đang lướt trên đường lướt cho một mồm. 3 thằng Ascendant, một mình Plat. Đây thấy rồi đấy, mày thấy rồi đấy. Biết tao đình chúng chưa? Ê, cho mày bắn đi.
Don't miss me too much.
Đây. Đinh rồi, yếu rồi. Đấy. Đinh xuyên cục đá luôn mà, địt còn mẹ xuyên cục này dày vãi cứt ra. 1138 anh ạ. Nó bắn mình 4 viên người. Mình cứ cố mình nhắm đầu nó bắn mình 4 viên người. Ping mình thấp hơn anh ạ, ping mình thấp hơn. Em cố nhắm đầu nó mà nó toàn nó toàn sấy ấy. Nó toàn người, con mẹ cay vãi lớn. 40 à? Chết rồi. Con mẹ. À không phải, cái clone. Nhìn cái tên tao hiện ra biết là clone. Nó không báo hiện là enemy ất gì, nó chỉ báo hiện là spotted enemy là biết clone. Ừ, có mà. Ê, cái địt. Tao tưởng mày thấy thằng Z rồi cơ, địt. Tinh linh huyễn tưởng ký anh ạ. Với tinh linh huyễn tưởng ký phần 27. Thì mẹ mày làm tao bắn tầm 84 mà nó nhiêu đấy. Vậy. Bộ đấy em nhớ AI là lên màu đấy anh ạ. Rồi. Bốn viên hai đứa bắn nhau lâu vãi lồn. Nó qua rồi. Mày nhớ hôm qua mày lừa đảo tao như nào, tao lừa đảo mày như thế đấy. Một 10 cái địt mẹ mày. 40 này. Địt mẹ với thằng lồn thằng Trần. Đấy toàn ngồi rồi anh thấy chưa, khó chịu vãi lồn. Đâu nó dùng ác chính của nó. Con mẹ đùa. Nó bắn đéo trúng viên nào tao luôn đấy Hoàng ạ. Nó bắn đéo trúng tao một viên nào luôn đấy. Tao cũng yếu đây. Địt con mẹ em. Một 40 thật không? Đi. Nó đục sau nó đảo ấy anh. Ê, địt mẹ gánh thằng lồn này. Z deep quá. Em chịu anh ạ. Bắn gánh thằng Hoàng Trần rồi đấy, con mẹ. Tim nó bắn đều mức nào mình thằng lồn Hoàng Trần nó. Anh phải chịu rồi. Tí nó vào chửi nó rồi ấy. Tí nó chửi thằng Hoàng Trần rồi. Anh sẽ được nghe em gì nhờ? Anh sẽ được nghe em bắn rap. Rap gì đấy? Asen à? Ngon. Lốc dần đi Hoàng ơi, lốc luôn đi. Tiếng bắn đấy cũng nét phết nhỉ? Tiếng chơi em. Có dính đấy không ta? Quảng cáo. Nhớ quảng cáo bật rồi mà ta. Hay là quảng cáo tự tắt à? Vãi bịp. Ồ men à, vãi lồn. Mẹ dạo mày cũng bắn con mic mẹ đi. Ngày có phải là 4 second đâu Hoàng. Cường địt mẹ mày. Anh Cường đéo thể ngu như mày được. Này phải là leo pass. Mà leo pass smoke là mày tự hiểu rồi. Thằng này ấy, nó dùng chiêu E của con Omen nó còn đéo biết là dùng như nào cơ. Địt con mẹ. Nó tắt cái đấy xong nó smoke kiểu gì anh? Nó nhìn video nó smoke à? Lúc gần mày có khi nào smoke cho tao đâu. Đi. Đi con mẹ. Sao? Mày biết rồi. Hoặc không em giết luôn thằng cứu roi. Đấy hoặc không em giết luôn thằng cứu roi. Làm bot thì em nghĩ nó đặt mid thôi. Cùng lắm round đầu nó đặt ở đấy thì thằng Hoàng vào trước cho nó chết. Ui, cái đi còn mẹ. Ui rồi. Bắn đi, bắn đi, bắn đi. Đeo bắn luôn mà, nó đứng nó nhìn luôn mà.
Right here.
Một thằng nữa. Vai biết ngay. Về đây hai rồi, về đây. Đi ra mid với tao này. Market với Ste, market với Ste. Đây thấy nó kìa. Không, đóng cửa đi. Một lôi nha. Cái lồn mẹ mày. Hoàng ơi! Địt con mẹ mày! Smoke đá lôi mày còn TP lên chưa? Địt con mẹ! Nó đéo kín luôn đấy chứ. Lửa kín ở đéo gì. Nó còn đéo kín luôn đấy chứ. Địt mẹ biết thế mà chơi mày con mic đi Hoàng. Địt con mẹ. Có hôm em gánh anh đấy, địt con mẹ. Chỉ một heaven. Từ từ chờ cái smoke rồi vào. Ui dồi ôi. Reyna đi lướt hay lắm. Close.
One hundred forty. Kill.
Cái lồn gì đây? One flank, one have mid.
One city.
Đừng chết. Đừng có phá. Mày phá con hột cơ. Tôi lạy mày Hoàng ạ.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
Rồi Paranoid mày dùng chưa? Đó mày dùng ở đâu đấy? Ôi vãi lồn, thế sao mày không dùng trước khi tao vào sai đi? Vào... Đây! I cannot cover you for that. 3 here, 3 here, 3, all 3 here. Just go back, just go back. Come with me. Tao giết được người mid rồi, thằng kia áp cả rồi. Vào đóng cửa đi. Mày còn phá cửa nó nữa. Lại chúa, tao ra ngoài đây tao yếu lắm rồi. 3 last. Mẹ yếu vãi rồi.
Sai.
Team Ace.
You all are wonderful.
Sọc đạt.
Lola was right. Weeds are difficult to kill.
Thằng mic ở Heaven mà liên quan gì đến Tree? Tao chạy ra lâu rồi nhá. Thì nó có dính đâu. Mẹ thằng KO nó cầm kìa, mày quá, mình bắn 3 viên, mình 4 viên. Đi cũng được. Yếu một thằng. Mày drone first. Cái địt mẹ mày. Thế là 2 thằng ở Ste, 1 thằng ở cái đéo gì đấy. Đấy. Chưa vào được. Sao mày sao tao vẫn thằng dính?
Xuôi.
Vào thôi đấy. Rồi xong nó ngồi phá con tơ đét đéo chứ. Tao tí tao replay, tao đăng lên TikTok. 65 on Waylay. Em cáu quá.
30 seconds left.
Em sôi mẹ máu luôn anh Dương ạ. Đấy, địt mẹ nó thả nó chơi mẹ con mic đi. Đéo. Last scene inside by the way. Mẹ thằng lồn thằng Trần. Di chuyển chán thế. Thử không sai mẹ đi đóng cửa làm đéo gì chơi. Mẹ đứng bốt hao ngồi nhìn ngồi nhìn một góc là được rồi. Ai giời, nghe thằng chó Hoàng Trần. Bắn quả turret hụt hết. Bắn mày thì địt mày, tao nhảy vào tao bắn trong sai, mày vẫn đứng ngoài mày bắn. Mẹ solo thua êm cơ. Wait for me. 4 by the 3 by the way. 3 A. Oh A.
Go.
Yeah, I'm going B.
45 Killjoy.
I'm planning on stair.
Planted. My ult.
Let me scan.
Scanning ahead.
One. Không. Vì nó mà rồi, hai. Nice one. Quả đấy dính thằng Em bọn này stack hết mà. 5 thằng. Nếu tính thằng Mick nó đứng ở đây thì nó có 5 thằng đi. Quét gần chắc ăn. Lap là em tự nghĩ ra này, lap này quét đẹp. Nó quét hơi chậm tí thôi. Đấy. Ê! 3 here. Wait. I think at least 3. Block kìa. Đeo quay kịp. Nó lắm flash quá. Mẹ nhiều thứ quá. We can come back.
2
No. 3. Nó com tốt.
Revealing area. There they are.
Căng. 2. Sorry.
One shot.
Không vì gì nhờ thằng Neon. Chơi trong sai đi. Còn smoke không? Smoke. Mày tao tính bảo smoke bên phải đi đỡ, chỉ cần nhìn bên trái được rồi. Bên trái nó phải drop xuống mà. Bên phải đó. Bên phải nó phải drop xuống anh ơi. Ít còn mẹ em quả flash kìa. Ai lồn chưa? Rồi, ok. Thấy tao rồi đấy. Địt con. Mất thế súng kìa. Nó bắn tao mà. Đấy. Nó thấy cái súng tao mà, đứng góc đấy nó thấy súng tao chắc chắn luôn mà. Đục tao gần chết luôn. Mày quá. Mày đứng. Từ nãy giờ em chưa thấy cái flash của nó đâu. Vãi lồn. Cái địt mẹ mày vãi cứt, đeo ai phá luôn cái dao mà. Anh ơi, em nghe tiếng của em đấy. Mất một thằng. Này. Một thằng last in stair. The hell is that? Kẻ quả tường chán quá. Mà team chưa vào được sai mà Hoàng khoan nó smoke. Mở lại cái mẹ. Đi con mẹ khổ quá rồi.
không đâu.
I can buy. Who needs one?
Để ngoài
Gun
đây
here. Go, go, go. Gun here.
Watching here.
Kiểu vậy.
Ê, mà chính ra cũng với tao là cái thằng gì vậy? Mình nghiện dao hồi phục nhá. Thề.
Em
Cái món dao hồi phục vậy.
đeo ai phá hổ cái rào đéo ai phá.
Không phải, thằng kia ấy, nó nghe tiếng
Này rào trên này này, có ai phá đâu. Địt mẹ, thằng thì đứng smoke. Cái địt mẹ đùa à? Anh em nó trả cả tỷ đô đấy nữa. Close. Phải lực. Three here, three here. Ơi, four here, four here, four here, all four. Smoke mid đi.
Đéo còn.
Phải lực. One right, two market.
Đóng cửa, tao này chơi sai.
nó đi học rồi. Em hỏi nó làm gì?
Planted.
Lại TP đấy. Mày đứng đây đi. Tao ra ngoài tao chơi line up với sốc đặt.
Revealing area. There they are.
Quét đi, spawn đi, spawn đi.
Để phe nó phá cửa chạy. Thôi để tao chưa phải được.
Playing lineups and shop ulti.
Địt mẹ mày phá cửa.
Shock dart. I am the hunter.
One enemy remaining.
Đó.
Be at rest.
Hay vãi lồn luôn em ơi.
Đấy, nó bảo có sốc đạt, nó bảo map này map tủ tao mà hoang lo gì.
Anh quên mất là mẹ mày hồi xưa mày bắn map này thì mẹ toàn lay up.
Map này toàn lay up Sova mà.
Anh quên mất map này hồi xưa mày toàn lay up. Mẹ.
I have money.
Con này chính ra nó mắc cái tủ của tao.
Giờ tao mua cho à. Map này hồi xưa em chơi, tính ra hồi xưa em chỉ chơi đúng con Sova, con Brim. Giờ em chơi nhiều hơn rồi.
Cái map này là nói à, mùa tiên tao kể rank tao gặp map này thôi, từ những mùa sau tao bị tội. Không phải
Đéo nữa.
không gặp map này nữa.
Một market này.
80 nhá.
Scanning ahead.
Ra đẩy luôn kìa. Mày còn đứng sờ mốc nữa à? Tao tưởng mày ra bắn, tao ngồi tao bắn cùng mày đấy. Both on market, one market, market. Địt mẹ, tao thấy thằng này đang bắn, em ra em hỗ trợ nó, đéo.
Son này nó có bắn đồ nó kia thì ác lắm.
Cứ sờ mốc bên lên đi. Sơ te, có thằng kia. Sơ te, nó sơ te. Đừng ra. Ủa mày vai, thằng này nó rùa. Mẹ nó chưa thấy thằng lồn này ấy. Em thấy thằng lồn này đang bắn thằng ở market. Em nghĩ em ra cover cho nó. Đéo, nó chạy về đây nó smoke. Mẹ cáu luôn. Bắn toàn để chửi thôi, đi con mẹ.
Anh thương em mà.
Thương địt mẹ mày à.
Anh thương anh mới cover em như thế.
Cover cái địt mẹ mày. Tao biết nhà mày đấu thằng lồn nhá.
Nhưng mà mày chưa biết chọn mới nào.
Thế à, địt mẹ, tao hỏi thằng Khanh. Đéo quét chúng. Rồi ôi. For here. Thằng Phoenix nó ở đấy luôn. Mình back về nhanh. Anh em có ăn nổi nó không đấy? Một khẩu Marshall thôi mà anh em.
Mẹ đừng đẩy tao, đi cụ mày.
Hiểu cảm giác của tao chưa?
Ăn mỗi thằng
Đấy. Em ra em gõ nó một mồm đấy. 2, 3 and 1 mid.
One A short, really.
Yeah, okay. No, 2 A short. Bây giờ ai kê cho tao? Đâu, em ra em có một... Ui, cái đéo gì đấy?
Spike planted. Revealing area.
Rồi, sao? Mày kê kiểu gì đấy? Nó đứng đấy, nó thấy được mày đấy thằng lùn. Cái tay to nó đứng heaven, nó nhìn thấy mày, nó đéo thấy bắn luôn mà.
Nhưng mà mấy tay to kiểu bùi thì mà sao chúng nó ra chỗ ngồi cho bắn mỗi thằng thằng Cypher thì đéo nhỉ?
Địt mẹ đúng Leopard. Mẹ mày ra solo với thằng lùn gì nhỉ? Mic solo hơn 40 giây. Mày thằng lùn Cypher, thằng lùn Reina, thằng nào? 3 thằng đấy.
Nó bắn cho chết một yếu mẹ hai ông gì á, đi mẹ mày nó bắn cho hai chúng mày yếu rồi nó bắn vào mặt thằng Reina.
Địt mẹ.
Có xếp override công cánh nhỉ?
Lại nửa lắm đồ thế. 3.
Scanning ahead.
Kill A, kill A.
1 3 and 1 mid. Đây này. Tao yếu rồi. Đây trái. Đéo biết. Đây. Em thấy vãi lồn đấy chứ. Đéo gì nữa đây này. Địt mẹ cái đéo TP vãi lồn Hoàng ạ. Có mình ta cắn tội. Đéo thèm ném luôn, đứng nhìn. Gần thì ném mẹ súng đi, địt con. Tao nói thằng lồn kia, mẹ đứng gần thì ném mẹ súng cho tao, đứng nhìn. Quả đấy mình thấy thằng KO thằng Neon lao vào, mình ra bắn với nó. Thằng Hoàng TP đi đéo đâu ấy, để mẹ nó đứng nấp vãi lồn. Được đúng 2 thằng bắn.
Đâu quả TP thằng flash.
Flash rồi đấy, nó flash trong khi team đéo ai contact cùng cái flash anh ạ. Đâu cung đây, em quát đây mà. Quát gần mà. Quát gần. Này, đây quát gần này. Vai luôn. One side. Đây phá được 3 viên, phá được rồi đấy. Xong. Want to go in or Killjoy is probably B though. Just go away. Ném flash ra làm đéo gì nhỉ? Smoke này nó nhìn được cái cáp nhá, bị con. Đấy.
You should run.
Revealing area. I am the hunter.
80 này. Vậy.
Mày không phá được hết cái... Mày không phá được cái đấy không?
Đi mẹ nó rào 4 viên trúng, đéo trúng. Ờ 4 viên đéo trúng.
Mẹ mày tất tưởng mày bắn.
Bố mày bắn thằng Killjoy lên bắn cùng đi, cần gì phải đấy đâu. Tao bắn thằng Killjoy yếu lắm rồi đấy. Mày ngồi kê cái đấy làm gì, nó thằng kia nó cầm Odin mà. Giờ cho thằng can you go A nhá. Em đi mid. Không có rồi mấy. Ít lắm. I'm scanning early.
Cái round này bình thường tao hay tương mẹ cái sốc đạp đầu round luôn.
Ừ.
Tao không, tao bắn gì quá chứ tao bắn mẹ sốc đạp đầu round luôn.
Muốn squat sớm thôi. Có rồi. Ra nhìn biết này. Vai lột. Léo gì ấy nhỉ? One left, one right, one left, one right. Ok. Đây. Đây thôi. Ở đây khẩu này đẹp hơn. Sovereign. Đấy, gây đam cực cao luôn kìa. Cả tỷ đam. Vào này nếu mà nó vào này chắc thôi.
Không biết còn smoke con đuôi ở trên ấy này được không nhỉ?
À cái gì? Thôi.
Không biết còn smoke được con đuôi ở trên này được không nhỉ?
Có.
Đây là cái cửa truy.
À cái đeo.
Mất rồi.
Shot. Rồi, ok.
Make us 18.
Không, đáp ở góc rush của nó. X80. Thế cùng lắm phải là heal rồi. Thì phải 4 viên. Từ từ này, đi ra.
Nó đòi vào này.
Cao thì cover hộ cái smoke. Mày trốn được. Địt mẹ mày.
Nó vào này nhưng mà ta trốn mẹ sau smoke đéo tao nhìn tao.
Địt mẹ mày. Vai lồn. Bết 2 thằng. Được đấy.
Đi mẹ thằng kia bắn, thằng kia đéo bắn được. Thế tao đi tao đang bắn thằng kia roi đi mẹ thằng mic nó đi nó cầm lọ búa ấy bắn được.
Nó qua nó sọc phát đi luôn.
Địt mẹ mày vai lồn.
Vậy à vậy thằng kia roi nó cầm lọc.
Vâng, thằng kia roi sọc tao 2 viên tao mới chết thằng lồn ạ.
Đi mẹ 2 thằng cầm sọc, đi mẹ đòi hỏi ấy chó ấy.
Chịu mày. Rồi xong, đấy. Đấy. Cái đây gọi là gì nhỉ? Quả báo đấy.
Xúc ra đã.
Từ từ đó. Đau được. Too mid. 40 on về lại. À rồi, gây đam thằng Killjoy 149. Nghe tổng số đam hai đứa gây cho nhau, ba đứa gây ra cho nhau. Thằng Vele mới thằng Reyna mới bắn thằng Killjoy nữa. Thằng Mick đéo heal cho nó. Đừng nhặt súng nhá thằng. Thì nhặt súng nghe tiếng rồi.
Đụng đỗ hết mẹ đạn.
Còn mẹ. Sao có súng không? Hay nữa. Úi xời.
Sai.
Chân này bị thằng Hoàn chân nó bết quá. Mẹ. Mẹ cầm con Omen nó đéo biết smoke thì chứ. Chết này. Mà ra nó chết. Đấy. Không phải hơi đâu anh ạ. Nay mấy round liên tục rồi đấy. Xếp thôi. Mua tí sóc đạt là được. Bắn đít đi. Ra tầm xa còn đang đủ nó yếu máu.
Thực ra thì bạn đi cái map này bắn dễ 128 máu đó.
Found them.
Đâu ai phá luôn. Địt cơn ấy. Mày là smoke đấy, lùi mà sống đi thằng lồn.
Không thật đấy là ta đoán nó đi sớm ớt.
Smoke này cũng hơi ngu anh ạ.
Không chắc tao không gọi tao đi ăn thêm một tầm đấy.
Đi xem này.
Tao mấy thật đấy.
Tia thôi. Action thì chưa tới. Mẹ nhảy đến cái thùng mấy lần trượt.
Left. Nice one. Wait, I have 5 seconds for scan if you want to push.
Revealing area. There they are.
One enemy
Nice one.
remaining. 30
Ê,
seconds
mẹ
left.
quả. Nice one, well played. Ê, mẹ quả recon. Tao đéo phá được.
Đéo hiểu nó đéo phá rồi. Đi mẹ.
Mày biết vì sao không? Tao nảy 2 lần.
Mày nảy nhiều quá, đéo thể phá rồi. Đi mẹ.
Đéo phá được, nó bắn 2 viên trượt, nó phải nhìn lên.
Được. Mẹ nó nào sao nó Odin giặt của bố được ấy mẹ. mẹ thằng Odin mẹ nó còn đang huỳnh tích kia thì mày đòi. Để ta tạo ra tao phá.
Nó vẫn bị quét một lần cơ.
I'll find them.
Careful, sốc đặt. Thằng Hoàng yếu luôn à?
Neutralized. Right here.
To be mean. Be mean.
Bên kia chúng tụt của đéo gì.
Cái lồn gì đấy?
Enemy remaining.
Hai đứa cầm Guardian đổi thôi. Yếu nhau rồi.
Yeah.
Scanning ahead. There they are.
Spike planted.
Cười vãi luôn, buồn cười vãi.
Đâu, nãy nó đứng góc này nó đéo đục được đâu này. Đứng góc này không đục được đâu này. Em phải chờ nó ra góc này mới đục.
B-man, Odin.
Thích tới Odin còn bị mến.
Đi mẹ mày bắn con Killjoy, đi mẹ con Killjoy cứ nhảy, đi mẹ bố cày phát bố đục luôn.
Hai viên múa. Neon Odin greatest skillless combo. Còn này có khi nào pick top mid không ta? Không?
Gần như không.
Chứ không à?
Hoàng Trần nhà mày đi mẹ mày ra sót đấu nhau với thằng B đây.
Thì thôi vậy.
Hoàng Trần nhà mày ra sót đấu nhau với thằng B Linh đây.
Shot that.
Phải có một, nếu mà nó đi A phải có một thằng yếu. B.
To B.
Yeah, coming.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Scanning ahead.
Inside. One inside.
Yeah, okay.
Very inside.
Cover going out.
Spike planted.
Anh dưới chân.
Rồi từ từ.
Deploying drone. Enemy mark.
One enemy remaining.
Đau thế. Ui trông sai à? Rồi. Mẹ bắn nó yếu rồi đấy.
Quả scan mày đẹp quá, tao phải đợi ra chỗ này tao mới bắn được. À chỗ này. Thằng ra tao mới
Bố bắn nó yếu ấy thằng lồn ạ.
thì đấy.
Mày cái S hơi nhanh.
Tao đợi biết mày mà.
Match point.
20.
Tao bắn được 75.
Hey, you want to take the Odin?
Tao ra thằng Trần Cao ra tao chết luôn này.
Nghe thì tiếng ở Amen nói tao cái tao ulti luôn. Không, này. Anh để đây này, anh để cái thanh thứ hai này, để đây này, xong 2 lực này. Nó quét được cả, nó dính đây nó quét được cả side. Gần nó không quét được.
2 lực có 2 nảy luôn á.
2 lực thôi, không 2 nảy.
2 lực cái gì?
Có tiếng bắn đi, ở đây xe.
80 nhá. 80. Mẹ biết nó vẫn đi ạ. Thế tưởng nó đi không đi top mid thì để mẹ tao gửi cho quả lay up dính người luôn. Ấy on Phoenix I think the heal mọi người. Thì cơ với 2 thằng đục chéo. 2 thằng Odin chéo thì con mẹ mày. 2 thằng ngồi Odin chéo nhau. Thằng lớn kia đéo làm được gì.
Đấy bắn mày sướng luôn.
Địt mẹ mày còn cầm con Omen bẩn tưởi. 18 cũng được. Không có mức.
21. Vamos.
Địt mẹ toàn chơi mấy trò địt mẹ smoke thì như lồn, địt mẹ khổ vãi cứt à.
Sen mày thấp nhỉ?
Đâu em 1.600 mà anh.
1.600.
Là 0.24 đây, 0.24 đây.
Tầm 800 0.24.
Ừ. Nhưng mà để 1.600 nó sẽ mượt hơn. Kiểu nó ít bị input delay ấy. Nên em
Tao để 1.600 tao bắn thử xem.
nó để 1.600 cho anh giảm đôi cái sen bình thường của anh lại là được.
Tức là tao sẽ chỉnh xuống 29 à. Ở tầm đấy, tầm 29 30.
Vì gì nhờ em đọc là kiểu input delay của nó sẽ giảm xuống. Nó sẽ đỡ kiểu gì nhờ mình di chuột xong nó chưa di cho mình ấy. Mà chắc tí nữa để em chỉnh cái polling rate của em xuống từ 4.000 thôi, để 8.000 nó hơi lag váy. Lag này à? Một là chamber hay là
Akasa bằng 2.
để bằng chamber đi. Mà còn Azaz thì cũng gì nhỉ, cũng được nhưng mà cái form nó hình như cũng không hợp cho em lắm. Cái form của em
PG bắn Dulit nhá.
cái mẹ mày.
Bắn ISO đi, map này có ISO mày.
ISO hoặc là Z cũng được.
Nhưng mà bình thường thì không, thật ra thì con ISO chống con chamber dễ hơn.
Thằng này ít kẻ thằng này.
Mấy con sen thường nó xem mấy con chamber nên là con ISO
Ừ.
sẽ khỏe hơn.
Nhưng mà thằng này ít kẻ tướng lắm anh ạ. Còn nó kẻ tướng cho nó chơi cơ, đéo phải kẻ tướng cho team đâu.
Từng kẻ chuột phải đúng anh không?
Nó kẻ chuột phải cho đi nhanh hơn tường anh ạ.
Không kẻ thế chịu mẹ này. Tao mày hiểu tao sẽ kẻ chuột phải rồi, tao bỏ vào.
Đấy, nó kẻ tướng chuột phải nó đi thẳng luôn, nó đi nhanh cả cái tường luôn.
Được. Thế sao có cái giải trí xem rồi.
À có streamer ở đây. Để em lên tweet em snack.
Lâu tao chưa check tao xem
That portal does not work as intended. Such a bad investment.
Đây Dex à. Không stream rồi, tiếc thế.
Neon chamber. Dẹp.
Ê Hoàng Trần đây, tao tụt của 1.15 rồi, buồn quá.
Cái gì tụt xuống 15.
Đây ấy. Bảo ra lên nhà tao phải bắn indie nhiều vậy. Tao không có bắn thoải mái kiểu với danh chất kia.
Này nó lao nhanh thế.
They found my trap.
Vãi lồn đây luôn à?
Và
Ok.
cả TP luôn.
Không, nó đẩy đấy luôn mà. Nó đẩy cái trap của em luôn mà. Cái là cái
Nó phá xong vậy.
nó phá trap rồi. Mẹ, đang vừa mới rời tâm, địt bố nó. Ôi, don't fight too much. Nice. Vừa mới rời cái tâm đi, thằng lồn mic nó ra địt con mẹ luôn. Khổ quá.
Mẹ, có thằng dám khóa kêu map này cũng đẳng cấp đấy.
À, gì cơ?
Có thằng dám khóa kêu map này thì nó cũng phải đẳng cấp đấy.
Khóa kêu.
Map này cũng phải đẳng cấp đấy.
Ừ.
Thì mẹ này bắn 2 thằng kia mỗi thằng 80 thì mẹ con gọi là mút nhanh thật.
Thằng nào?
Thằng Sky với cả thằng Chamber mỗi thằng 80. Hiểu.
Mày hỏi thằng gì nhỉ? Mày hỏi thằng ISO kìa. Nó đéo thêm flank luôn mà. Nó đéo thêm vai lồn vừa nói xong. Jet ơi, đừng chết mid nhá, tao lại. Thằng cuối đâu?
Yellow. Thật là yellow không vậy? Yellow thật.
Hello thật. Thì mẹ đéo ai thèm đi mid luôn mà. Buồn vãi. Ở đây có tổ số ngon.
Đâu, có thằng Mick nó định đi mid đấy, nhưng mà mẹ thằng người kia đi ra bắn luôn rồi.
Thằng Sky nó đi mid, nhưng mà địt mà đứng đây nó chờ tao. Nhưng mà nó đéo thèm ra nó bắn luôn mà. Đây. Vẫn cứ bắn ma số vậy. Like tròn, nice one.
That's a good spot.
Smoke rồi, trời ơi. Hết.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Địt mẹ thế mà đéo trúng á. The fuck?
Đéo gì đây?
Tao đứng yên một chỗ luôn ấy.
Không muscle mày phải ngồi xuống một tí thì nó mới chuẩn chứ.
Anh ơi, đứng yên là nó chuẩn rồi anh ạ. Không cần phải ngồi luôn ấy. Lệch nhưng nó đéo lệch đến mức bắn 4 viên đỉnh địt mẹ bỏ đầu mà nó vẫn hụt.
Không, thực ra thì có độ lệch nhưng mà bình thường thì tao bắn muscle nó sẽ lệch lên trên, nhưng mà đéo hiểu sao mày bắn nó toàn lệch phải lên buồn.
Đấy.
Không, mày có thôi tao mới nạ, bình thường tao nó xuống muscle nó vẫn lệch trên.
Up on top. Ui trời ơi. One more. Don't fight. Mẹ mày. 40, hit 40. Ui, thả mình thế. Mà bắn thua Z à?
Nó số em thua rồi à?
Ôi trời ơi.
Còn ra thì cũng là 50-50 thôi. Này phải.
Thằng sẽ bắn kinh thật. Mẹ mà nó ra một mồm luôn. Không cho viên thứ hai.
Tao tưởng mày bật khiên mà.
Tao ấy khiên rồi.
Tao tưởng mày út khiên thì mày sẽ bắn được một viên nhé.
Ừ.
Làm gì chuyện mày út khiên mà mày đéo được viên nào, đúng không?
Địt mẹ cái đây nhá, đây là nó có một cái khiên đấy đúng không? Địt mẹ nó đúng ngay bên cạnh. Địt mẹ em vừa ra em đang kê ở giữa, chắc nghĩ ở giữa thì phải ra.
Mày phải walk đi, mày kê ở giữa thì nó ra nó va mồm mày là đúng rồi, mày phải đi một góc khác, mày kê góc khác đi chứ. Mày đứng đấy nó ra gõ mày mồm đúng rồi. Ủa nó sốc rồi. Off on mid top. We can go inside.
Go in.
Careful backside. Sai kìa.
Nick.
Lơ đặt bom đấy rồi.
One enemy remaining.
Flank. I hit him 40.
Nào, xem anh sẽ có lấy cái A không nào.
Có. Ui dồi ôi. Chặt đi.
Ra đi.
Mày còn đứng, mày tính bết đến nó chết thì thôi đúng không?
Thì nó bảo lấy đây gì, tao giặt gì.
Thì cứ thì quan trọng cứ giặt trước đi, nếu mà không nó mà lỡ gì nhỉ bắn trượt 2 viên thì phải ra cover.
Tìm bạn tao mà.
Thì nó lướt lên thẳng mặt tìm bạn thì phải sợ vãi lồn ra.
Nhưng mà tao thấy mày bò nó hơi bị an toàn quá đấy Hoàng ạ.
Thằng xóa. Two side. Dog. Ơ cái địt mẹ mày đùa à? Mày đùa à?
Không mà kê không biết kê nó không biết nó không biết. Kê ai biết được đúng không?
Cái lồn.
Spike down A.
Em ai mày bò cho một ram, mày bò mạnh mẽ tí đi xem nào. Tao thấy mày bò an toàn quá. Mày bò kiểu sợ.
Just half.
Last player standing.
Mid. Tí luôn đi. Địt mẹ. Ôi trời ơi, thua classic.
Đẳng cấp. Điểm vào đẳng cấp.
I'm buying for one. Someone.
Mày ở mày ace.
Ấy địt mẹ mày à, cái vãi lồn. Nó đứng ở đây nhanh Dương nhá. Nó kẻ tường sang đây làm lồn gì? Sao không kẻ tường đây đi? Em kê sẵn đó rồi.
Không, thật ra thì ít thằng đứng giữa hai cổ nó thật đứng bên phải.
Có 2 thằng. Em bị vãi lồn.
Mày bỏ ra mạnh mẽ đi cho xem nào, sao mày lại chung chúng nó làm gì?
Địt mẹ bò bọn kia nó bò cùng anh ạ.
Bình thường thì tao mà thấy đội
One flank.
Mày đeo vào là 2, tao sẽ bỏ sai còn lại. Bình thường sẽ như thế. Hay.
We can go back if you want.
Bỏ xe luôn.
Em bỏ ra mid.
Không, thằng giặt đẩy thế tức là khả năng là aim đéo có ai nữa rồi. Chứ cứ đẩy thẳng.
Mật.
Bỏ bít để liều vậy.
Kịt mẹ đeo chứ.
Thằng cái bắt đầu của đéo vậy.
Vãi lồn. Đùa.
2v2 what 2v1 này.
Sao thằng này nó quanh đây làm gì này?
30 seconds left.
Hai thằng. Trời ơi. Quá mệt mỏi, bắt được 2 rồi. Thằng lồn neon về. Thằng lồn neon về nhanh quá. Con mẹ. I can buy for you, Jet, or someone else. I have op.
I can buy for you, my treat. They are so dead.
Đưa mua cho này. Smoke luôn mà, đùa. Phái được team mình à? Team mình à, đéo phải team nó. Từ boss.
Cover me.
Đây.
Nice.
Đang cầm ốp nó smoke mẹ luôn.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
Đồng đội tôi đấy.
Đồng đội tôi ngu như chó. Không bao nào tao tưởng tao tưởng quả số bên kia, tao bảo ô số bên kia hay quá, để tao vào tiếp bên cửa.
Phải Haru ơi, mua đi. Đéo, mệt rồi. Nhà bố mày đi bắt người A luôn.
Đi chung là buổi.
Thằng.
Spike is down.
2 thằng, 3 thằng.
Spike down B.
Chạy ngang, nó chạy như cua ấy. Nó chạy như cua ấy. 2 thằng chết cùng một góc. Một thằng chết ở B-main, thằng nào chết B-main đấy.
Sao? Chắc chắn.
Chịu.
Thằng chắn luôn đứng cái chỗ và về ít người đứng nhất. Và những chỗ đấy trở những chỗ xấu ai hồn.
Ba thằng chết ngay chưa đến 10 giây. Thì tao cũng chịu.
Không, câu hỏi ở đây là câu hỏi mày thua số xe là tao phải chọn. Sao hai anh kia nó đi kiểu đéo nó số xe là sao vậy?
2 thằng đứng chung lại chỗ chết luôn cả hai. Thế thôi, bọn kia đặt đấy thì mình phải ra ngoài mình chơi.
Tao tinh tối tao ra nhưng mà tối tại để thi. Ngày sáng nay tao bắn nhiều.
Team mình. Mẹ em mày đùa.
Châm bao nhiêu lâu? Quay sót bro.
Còn mẹ mày vai lật. Ôi. Yêu. Im lặng nào.
Ôi, thật sự là có thằng nó mất tận 19 viên để nó bắn con mic. Cái pha đấy á.
Anh ơi, em đang mệt là địt mẹ, em đang kê mít luôn đấy. Hay là nó đéo hiểu tiếng người nhỉ? Thằng Akaza ấy, nó đéo hiểu tiếng người nhỉ? Nó hiểu tiếng chó nhỉ? Ý là em đang kê mít luôn đấy. Địt. Thì địt mày phải nói.
mới bọc đéo.
Bốc xong ra chết cũng như thế rồi.
That works.
Bình thường map này bắn hai con rơi thì thắng hơn bắn hai đôi lý.
Mẹ mày.
Mày toàn cứ đứng ở
Cho nó chắn.
Ôi giời ơi, con mẹ mệt mỏi. No more flash. Dead.
Here.
You can you flash?
Flashbang.
Smoke here already. Vài lồn. Vài cụt. One backside, one mid.
30 seconds left.
Last one mid, last one mid. Thằng lồn Z ra như không ấy, chỉ còn mẹ. Cái bắn chết thằng Z team nó ấy chứ đen thật. Cái map này thì cái map này thì thủ cũng dễ hơn thật. Bò thì bò thôi, nhưng quan trọng là địt mẹ bò mid đang kê mid smoke mẹ em phải bò vào ấy chứ. Cấm mẹ khẩu này đi.
You want to play? Let's play.
Úp à. Cái lồn. Lắm đứa thế. Anh ơi em bắn 3 viên. 3 đủ. Em bắn 3 viên. 2 viên trúng 2 thằng. Đấy, địt 2 viên trúng 2 thằng anh ạ. Nó ra nó gắp một mồm em chịu ơi. Mẹ. Mệt mỏi.
Nhanh lên anh là bắt cơm hết đó quá.
Kìa mẹ em này, đói kìa mẹ em này. Muốn đói kìa mẹ em này. Đói chết mẹ em đi.
Mẹ đấy cứ ngồi chửi ôi mẹ mày mình thương bạn vãi đồn.
Thương cái địt mẹ em này. 80 tao đâu.
Mẹ bạn.
Đấy, thương của nó đây anh ạ. Bạn đít cũng được. Mục này nó vào được nhá. Đầu thế. Mẹ chỉnh sang 5-4 phát bắn hơn ạ. Đi. 5-4 anh ạ.
Em 5-4 nó khác 4-3 chỗ nào? To hơn à?
To hơn tí.
To hơn một tí.
Nhưng mà nhìn chắc chắn nó sẽ không bị đấy dùng 43 nó hơi bị mờ quá.
43 nó như kiểu giảm độ hạ xuống ấy.
Thì cái đéo nào giảm mày. Nói câu đấy hơi sai đấy thằng lồn.
Giảm nhiều hay giảm ít thôi.
Tao chơi game này 2 năm rồi mà tao tất cả setting tao để default hết nhá. Có mỗi thứ tao chỉnh nhất là cái sen chuột. Cả tất cả thứ tao để nó là default ấy.
Hold echo.
Looking a window.
Nhưng mà nó trốn mà phải nói có ý nghĩa gì đâu. Sau đó ra là cái window kìa.
Ui xôi. Đùa. Đùa nhau đấy à? Đùa nhau đấy à kêu. Cái đéo, cái lồn. Em ơi. Mày đang 4-2 đấy. Nó cầm gì nhờ? Rồi, biết rồi. Chỗ mày ấy, chỗ tao đấy. Một thằng cầm bulldog, một thằng cầm gì ta, một thằng cầm marshall anh ạ. Đấy. Nó cầm gốt.
Gót. Nó bắn lại rau cũ. Nó bắn lại y hay rau cũ.
Không mua đồ gì luôn rồi. Nếu mà tầm gần nó bớt một phát thì cũng thế rồi.
Không mà VG này mà mày bắn ở tầm gần rồi chứ tỏ thì mẹ cũng vậy ấy đấy.
Cứ đặt đây đi, đứng đây là được rồi. Chưa vào đâu, thoải mái đi. 2 cơ.
Three.
Trước trái đi. Từ tao lên trước này. Tao về city nó này cơ. Được chưa đấy? Tao vào trước không? Ok. Mid.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Sao? Thế thôi. Ăn một. Đơn giản. Xong ăn take được cần. Đây em mua không được.ดี๋ยวlấy cho team.
Đưa tiền mua kìa.
Ốp làm đéo gì. Thằng này long. Đâu? Sky với thằng Neon.
Địt mẹ mày bị bắn đây mấy lần rồi vẫn còn địt mẹ mày đéo để ý tao, ngu vãi luôn.
Wow. Đéo mua giáp luôn mà.
Tao nghĩ ra một.
Đi đã vào rồi. Thằng Mick.
Mick mà mày tay nó sao mất con.
One enemy remaining.
Mày qua đều có.
Nó vào rồi. Con mình.
Haru. Hai ốp luôn.
Điên. Địt mèo mất ốp là nó sao đéo có tiền đâu thằng lùn ạ.
Thế mày mua rớt đi.
Rớt làm gì, có Bucky tầm gần ngon hơn mày.
Bucky được rồi, Bucky tầm gần hơn.
Nó sọc đau hơn. Phỏ.
Đẩy nhanh lắm.
Chịt mẹ rồi.
Đéo nghe tiếng.
Chú mày vươn tay xa.
Mít à?
Show sao mít.
Để mít kia cho nó chứ đi còn mẹ. Mất một rồi, thằng kia AFK rồi.
Em tao nhìn hai chú mày bắn cứ nhàn xa mà tao nhìn tao bắn đơn trông chật vật vãi đái.
Vai lồn.
Địt mẹ bọn kia bỏ mít nhanh quá luôn.
Thì mất một rồi. Ôi giời ơi. Đây em cho anh xem trực tiếp luôn này. Em cho anh xem trực tiếp luôn này, đơ phải delay này, đâu. Em cho anh xem trực tiếp luôn này. Đấy, địt mẹ tao bảo mà thằng chỉ cần địt mẹ tao mà mua full 2 ốp phát là mày kiểu gì cũng thua.
Mày nằm bố sao bên mặt đỉnh sở chim rất nhỏ vãi đái.
Mẹ mày cay vãi luôn. Ba mẹ thằng lồn.
Chết AFK đúng lúc quá.
You want to play? Let's play.
Ồ, mày mua protocol thật đấy à?
Mua lâu rồi mà, cái này mua từ đầu luôn để mà vào mẹ B rồi.
Ừ, thực ra khẩu đầu tiên anh mua cũng là khẩu protocol thật. Ôi, tao nghĩ mua khẩu đấy anh gò mà không đéo. Thì mẹ mày, bây giờ tao vẫn vứt xó đó.
Khẩu protocol cũng ok mà, không phải mức tệ.
Không, ý là kiểu bây giờ tao vẫn vẽ của tao vẫn biết balloon.
Rồi.
Địt bá mày. Mẹ mày thấy rồi mà.
I've got your trail.
Đùa.
Thôi lùi đi.
Nó từ flash đồng đội nó luôn kìa.
One enemy remaining.
Don't go why?
Thằng kia đổi lỗi.
Nó đi sau ngay lưng em thế thì địt mẹ.
Thằng như lộ rồi sao?
30 seconds left.
Chưa.
Thái lộ rồi.
Nó có món chuyện với ai?
Lộ ở B rồi nhưng mà nó
Vẫn còn kìa.
nó vẫn đấy, vẫn còn.
Hiểu.
Cái đéo gì đấy.
Tự dưng nó quay lưng ra phát sợ thật. Địt con mẹ. Bắn văn đồ đéo được như Phantom thì Phantom em vẩy như thần ấy.
Không, thực ra thì anh chỉ ghét khẩu Phantom ở chỗ 140 thật. Chứ anh
140 khó chịu.
Ai có thích bắn Phantom cho khi chữ số 140 hiện lên mày hả?
Nhưng mà đứng tầm gần bắn Phantom sướng thật. Đứng mấy góc tầm gần.
Tao nhận là sướng nhưng mà tao bảo rồi ai có thích bắn Phantom cho khi mày đọc cái combat report thấy chữ 140.
Ê, alo.
Kể nó cái xác thì mày.
Đấy.
Bá mày.
À thôi đéo cần kê đâu.
Ui giời ơi. Ulti nó chậm quá. Ôi giời. Biết nó ulti rồi, nó đến tận yellow nó ulti cơ.
Mà bây giờ danh Plat nó vẫn chơi Neon à? Mẹ tao bắn 7 trận dia sáng nay thì mẹ mày đéo trận nào thấy con Neon luôn.
Anh biết vì sao danh Plat gì nhỉ? Danh Plat toàn gì ta? Mấy thánh one charm. Rồi thằng Z về không? Địt mẹ đang 4/5 đấy.
Haru mày lấy off đi.
Được.
Thảo vào trận tao thấy nhiều thì quả chết ngu thế nó cũng được 22 mạng.
Đây.
That works.
Thật như quả tao đéo sao nó chết được quả đấy.
Tao bơi tao mua rồi.
Đấu thì ai số ngày thua thì mày đéo sao vẫn được 22 mạng.
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
Chỉ số ISO của em thua nhưng mà KDA cao.
Tôi xin tỏ gì? Bắn thí à? Hay đẩy móc nhiều?
Mid kìa.
Mid rồi.
Mày cứ nấp chỗ đấy đi Hoàng. Lỗ mẹ vị trí. Nó chưa biết mày đâu mày làm lỗ mẹ vị trí thằng Lục. Làm đéo gì ấy thằng Mick kia.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Một chạy bắn lâu. Hai thằng yếu luôn.
Mày cũng bút khiên mày ngồi quắc là sao à? Thằng họ chân kia.
Nó 3 viên nhá, phải 3 viên nhá, nó heal ấy.
Không, tao đã nó chạy window về mẹ B.
Đâu có bom mà anh. Bom một main mà.
Không, chỉ là đều có, tao đều biết.
Ui xô. Ui trời ơi. Thằng xoa.
Mẹ lời.
My ult is ready.
Địt mẹ thằng lồn. Khó chịu thật ý. Mẹ mày.
Thì phải đang kê. Dừng quả flash vào mắt.
Địt mẹ mày flash chỗ khác. Đéo nói một câu gì flash nè. Đéo nói luôn. Địt mẹ mày cứ thế mà flash thôi.
Hình như nó là người Việt hay sao ấy.
ta chơi tao báo flash mà anh có giỏi cái mặt đeo đâu mà hả ta chơi vậy tao cũng sky tao báo flash vậy vẫn chắc của mẹ.
Lại mid à? Mid này. Lọt mid. Bắn được không đây?
Sợ tăn đúng ấy. Biết trên.
Chỉ mới ra mà để em bên rồi thì bây giờ kiểu như chả phòng bị điến.
Ba aiming đúng không?
100 chamber. He can heal.
Kì sát người ta.
Cẩn thận trong ấy.
Đéo được.
One
Không
enemy
cần rồi.
remaining.
Yellow. Nice. Rồi, đổi được rồi, được rồi.
Cái đéo là 4 bắn 5 vẫn thắng.
Chắc gì thắng.
Match point.
À, đừng nói sớm Hoàng ơi, nói sớm bước không qua mày. Mày đéo nghe câu nói của họ đúng không? Nói sớm bước không qua đúng không?
V2 là đi mày đẩy cho khác phải đẩy em bên được không? Như kiểu ta còn dẹp thì mẹ muốn ra tao đẩy một chỗ ấy thì mẹ rao đéo mà nó đẩy em bên kiểu bùi nó trả bút đồ ra nó trách.
Nó vãi luôn. Thôi, bắn.
Tao thấy mày để em bên chắc phải 4-5 round rồi đấy, thật.
7 round rồi.
7 round.
Đi. Cái đéo gì đây?
Lọ. Ê, nó đá xong nó lùi một nhìn xong nó thấy cam thế mày nó phải ra.
Địt mẹ em. Mày walk làm lồn gì nữa, vào sai giúp team mẹ đi. Còn walk nữa thì còn mẹ mày. Có tí. Đi con mẹ thằng lồn Hoàng đéo nó em đéo nói chắc nó đéo chạy luôn quá. Đi mà nó walk lâu vãi lồn.
Defenders win.
Chó Hoàng Trần địt mẹ walk. Cẩn này hơi quá, cẩn này dễ thua anh ạ. Nó cẩn hồi còn đúng nó